I don't even know what you're getting that from. What is
That's
that
just
claim?
that's just the nature of matter, my friend. Everything is inherently electrostatic. Everything. Can't avoid it. You
Wait, are
can't
you
even
saying because they
isolate
have
it.
electrons? Is that the claim?
I'm saying you have no way to do an experiment to prove that mass is the cause of the attractions. If there are attractions between objects, you have no experiment to prove mass, and you have no way to isolate the other forces to prove that it's just mass attracts mass, which is a concept in itself.
That mass attracts mass. I mean, you quite literally can't. How do we know the speed of sound? Based on its
Again,
predictive
that's
capability, right? So if
Red
we're
herring,
looking
you can
don't
at,
quite.
care.
no, it's not a red herring. It's related. If we only understand scientific properties based on their predictive capability, then we would be able to look at the calculations and say, oh, this has predictive capability, therefore
Excellent.
it
You've just
works.
proven it to us again. Everything that you talk about is just calculations. We want reality.
Dude,
This is what we're trying to get through
help
your
you if you
head.
can't do math, right? But math is part of science, unfortunately. So if we get
Math
Math
is
is
a
not part
language.
of.
we're able to predict
Yes,
something.
this is where your problem is, brother. You think that math is science when science is the natural science is trying to find a cause and effect relationship. Okay, it doesn't involve using multiple equations to try and transform data to translate it to other people. That's not the science part. That's the communication part. When it comes to actual science, you don't need math. You need an experiment. You need a hypothesis. You need an experiment, yeah, and then you need a way to be able to manipulate the variables. That is science. All the stuff you're doing is basically you're turning science into math and then saying, oh, because we have a model, then it must be correct. But you're blind to the underlying problems that you have because you think math is science.
No, every single theory. I would encourage you to try and name some theory of the physical sciences that doesn't involve math. I think you wouldn't be able to, right? Even
Well,
you
if it
mentioned
falls short
electromagnetism.
eventually.
Well, no, you mentioned electromagnetism, right? So if we even look at like Maxwell's equations, right? This is how we understand how electricity behaves. We can't actually understand how electricity behaves without the equations. Okay, there are all kinds of things that we could do to try and observe the phenomenon. That's fine. We'll
Right.
observe it, that's fine.
I agree.
But in
You can
order to
use math.
explain, yeah. So this is the
I
same
agree.
thing with
You can use
gravity.
math, but
We're
listen, it
using the
doesn't mean.
math to
But listen, even
explain.
with electricity, it doesn't mean you have a complete understanding of the causation of everything to do with electric. And if you look into, I mean, you should know that with electric and with light, we don't fundamentally understand these things. We don't understand dioelectricity
Understand
properly.
electricity pretty well.
We don't understand the intrinsic connection to dioelectricity, electricity, how electricity is being drawn out of the direction of patterns, for example. And this won't be explained with the field theory that we currently have. We don't currently understand what a field is, and if you think we do or you say we do, you're full of shit. Because there's a limit to how far this model goes, my friend. And yes, the model will help you with your everyday observations. But when it comes to the amazing things in nature, like light, like electricity, yeah, you do not have that fundamental understanding, but you're posing like you do. We do not know what light is. We do not know what an electrical field is, but the model will tell you what it is. Doesn't mean that you know anything. It means you're ignorant and you think you do. But actually, in reality, physically, we don't understand these things.
Okay. So you've made all these claims, right? That's fine. I mean, it's cool and all. Now we have equations that will predict with,
My turn.
I mean, so accurately. Maxwell's equations are a prime example. Now, if you want to talk about an electrical field, we even have equations for this under the standard model of particle physics. We have a force carrying particle called a photon, which is the force carrying particle of electromagnetism. And then we can, with things like particle accelerators, we have been able to find actual properties of these virtual particles that we weren't able to find before. Okay, and then now we have a further understanding of how electrical fields behave, right? This understanding that electricity is actually carried through the field,
I don't
and they
understand.
exert attractive forces on
Suspicion.
each other when their charges are opposite. And again, through the lens of photons, we can understand these things. The only way that we can do this, again, is with the use of math. There's no other way. Okay? The only way
Horse
that we
shit.
know.
No, that will just
Inverse square law
hold
can
on.
still be proven without fucking mathematics. You get further from a
Nothing
light
impossible.
source, it dims.
Again,
I got a
still,
question.
Again.
the qualitative.
by how
The
much?
qualitative will. The
How
qualitative should listen, dude. Qualitative should precede the quantitative.
Listen, if I double my distance from a
Right.
sound source,
Do you
Shut
agree
up
or
and listen to
disagree?
what T-Dub said.
You
Hold on,
agree
hold
or
on, hold on, hold on.
disagree?
I completely, again, you're making a false dichotomy. The quantitative,
The
is the
qualitative should
qualitative.
precede the quantitative. Yes or no?
You're making a false dichotomy. In this case, they're the same
I'm
thing.
not.
Yes,
Let him
in
finish
this
The
his
case,
math
they're the
point.
just
same thing.
describes. The math
Interrupted him a
just
million times. Let him
describes
finish
what
his point.
happened.
Okay, in this case,
Don't
they're
fucking
the-
tell me what to fucking do.
Yeah.
All right,
In this
Quirrell.
case, they're the same thing. He just asked a question about the inverse square law. I'll demonstrate how it's the same thing, right? If I double my
I didn't ask a
distance
question
from
about it.
You made
You
a
got to
claim
start
about
listening,
inverse-
bud.
You made a claim
Hold on,
about
hold
the
on.
inverse square law. So again, if I double my distance from a sound source, I know that it will decrease by 6
Okay,
dB.
so did someone
91
notice that
bro,
before they
fucking
described it with
crazy.
math? Did someone come up with the math
Listen,
before
no
they
one knew
noticed
that it was 6 dB. No one knew it was 6 dB.
Right,
You
so
understand how that
they
is both
noticed that
qualitative
something
and
was happening,
quantitative?
right?
It's fucking crazy, bro, that you don't.
So they noticed something was happening, then investigated it, and then described it with math, correct?
You're just not letting me speak.
They come up with the math before or after they discovered that there was some sort of variance in intensity of sound or light or whatever, right? With distance. Did they come up with the math before or after noticing the effect?
So they notice an effect, and then
Right.
they want to see how much of an effect that is, and then you measure
Right.
it.
So they measured it.
Right.
Right. And
So
then
with this
gave it
quick,
math, right? Then described it with the math that they got from taking the measurements, right?
So you observe.
I'm sorry, but
Right.
how do you
So
define measurement
qualitative
without math?
qualitative precedes quantitative.
Completely no, that's not an
But
example.
how do you
Again,
define
what you've
measuring
instead done
without
is
math?
shown how there's no difference between the quantitative explanation and the qualitative explanation. Both explanations tell you the same thing, and they go hand in hand. They tell you that, yes, once you double your distance from a source, there will be a difference of 6 dB in intensity. That's what both explanations tell you. Now, it's both a qualitative and quantitative explanation. In the case of gravity, we're looking at an observed effect of the eclipse, right? We see the eclipse, and then for an explanation, now we have a group of equations, right, that will explain to us why light is bending in exactly this way when the sun is directly behind the moon, right?
Wait. You say gravity is affected, and hold on. Let me restate that. You say gravity affects the properties of light.
Yes, we talked about that.
Okay, so prove it. Show
Right.
me a video of or something.
Again, so the Edington experiment, which is cited in this book by Einstein when we talk about general relativity, right? The deflection of light around the moon when the sun is directly behind the moon is what we call a solar eclipse, right? We're able to actually predict when this will occur, how it will occur, and how it will appear based on the properties of mass of the two objects, right? So this would be one example. I mean, we could
Predicting eclipses.
well, there a number of things, right? But yes, so we could.
Don't they use the Saros cycle for that?
So it predicts how that the starlight will bend around this massive object and how it will do that more accurately, right? It's in like 1.75 arc seconds for light that grazes the sun, right? It's like a calculation, okay, how it moves around. Again, this is cited in Einstein.
So let me get this straight. Someone was
paper.
standing out in their backyard one day and they saw the light bending, 1 point stuff all, and they went, oh, fuck, I've got to do an equation for this.
Well, of course, right? With the inverse square law, you don't hear that it's 6 dB in sound pressure level.
No, non-analogous. Stop sidestepping.
You brought up the inverse square law, motherfucker.
No, you were just talking about Edington's fucking experiment. So one day, someone was out in his backyard and he saw light bending. Yes or no?
You're yelling.
Because you're a fucking idiot and you don't listen.
Okay.
Why are you so angry, dude? Calm down.
No, just we're having a conversation on Discord, and then you're yelling. So again, in this experiment, what happened is people observed the light bending, and then they looked to, okay, what equation can we do that shows and can accurately predict?
I've never seen
how
light
these
bend.
different. That's okay. I'm just letting you know that this is what they observed. Okay, maybe you've never seen.
So it sounds like to me like it's a cool story, bro. That's what this is sounding like.
Matrix, you've never seen light bend, so you've never seen like a privacy glass, for example.
What?
How do you think privacy glass works? Bending light.
It's actually a really.
Do you mean haha? Yeah. Do you not know how privacy glasses work?
Privacy glasses.
Yeah, privacy glass. Do you know what privacy glass is?
Well, by the tone of my voice, no, I don't know what privacy glass is.
Okay, so privacy glass is that type of glass that is opaque from one side, right? That you cannot see on the inside. The way it works is it has a bunch of like little I don't know how to describe it, but basically it's not even, like the surface is not flat. And by it not being flat, it deflects light so that you can, so that the light that passes through it is not straight, and therefore you cannot see through it, right?
So
that is light.
This is a mechanical device that's bending light. So he's
it is bending light.
This in
that is but you said you've never seen light bending. This is an example of light bending.
Kane, listen carefully. He's claiming this phenomena was seen naturally, not without mechanical aid. Okay,
your privacy glass you said you've never. No, I'm just answering I'm just answering what you said earlier.
Yeah,
you said you've never seen light bend, but you clearly did.
Without mechanical aid.
Listen, that's fine. Whatever. So all that I'm saying is, right, there was an observed phenomenon in eclipse, okay? And then they were seeing, okay, how can we explain this thing occurring? And they found equations that relate to the nature and the objects that are involved in this situation. And then they were able to explain exactly how this happens and these measurements, just like with other laws and other theories. That's how it works all the time. The theory of electromagnetism, right? Inverse square law, all these things that we mentioned. Electricity is a really good other example because, like I said, the only way we know about gravity is the same way we know about electricity. We only know about it based on these equations, right? There's no other way for me to say like, voltage is equal to current times resistance. Like that does mean something, but why do I know that? Again, we're looking at these specific properties of these things and we find, oh, this has predictive capability. This will actually help me to calculate the voltage of a particular system, right? Like we're able to do this. Same thing with gravity. We're able to then predict.
No, it's not the same thing with gravity.
We can predict the gravitational redshift. We can predict the measurement of these eclipses, right? All these things with these equations. That's all.
Can you show me an experiment that I could use in my own house to prove gravity?
Let's see when the next solar eclipse is going to happen.
So it's only dependent on stuff that's out of my reach.
I mean, it's much more easily shown with very large objects since they warp space-time far more. It looks like that was April 8th that happened. Let's see, in 2025 will be the next one. September 21st, 2025, you'll have a solar eclipse. And looks like
so the burden of proof is on you then.
March of 29th. No, it's not. I mean, you can look up videos of solar eclipses. I mean, I don't know. And then how the equations can calculate it. I mean, I referenced the experiment, right? I mean, like you could do if you want to learn how to do math, maybe you could call me privately and I could go through the equations with you. We could do that sometime.
It's not a viable scientific experiment. There's no viable hypothesis.
Thank you. Keep saying that. Is
it a
electromagnetism
solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse?
solar? But I have a question for you.
So
too.
what's your dependent variable? What's your dependent variable?
Hey, T-Dub, what's the dependent variable for electromagnetic theory? Go ahead.
I didn't make a claim about
you
it.
First, answer his question and stop sidestepping.
Guys,
which seems to be a common thing from you.
It's so crazy. I can provide you guys with the paper.
Borderman's saying this is a scientific experiment, dude. Not me. I didn't claim any scientific experiment for electromagnetism or anything like that.
Yeah.
You could have held me to task on that, but I didn't. What's the dependent variable in Eddington's experiment?
Okay, so the dependent variable, right, would be the measured angular displacement of starlight near the sun during a total solar eclipse, right? And then that's used to test the prediction of general relativity regarding the bending of light by gravity.
No, the prediction comes after the dependent variable.
What?
The prediction comes after the dependent variable.
Start with the hypothesis, which is going to be a claim.
You start with the observed phenomenon. You start with the naturally observed.
Right? You observe a phenomenon, and then you start with the hypothesis, right, from that observed phenomenon, about that observed phenomenon, right?
Okay, so did Einstein come up with the hypothesis for this before or after it was observed?
Again, the dependent variable is a measured angular displacement. It's something that was measured. So yes, this has to do with.
So someone's eyeballs has fucking meter sticks on it or something?
Dude, it's fucking crazy.
Someone looked at an eclipse and went, "Holy shit, those stars aren't supposed to be there." How did they know that? How did they know they weren't supposed to be there?
Wait, what? I don't even what.
One looked at the solar eclipse and went. One looked at the solar eclipse and went, "Holy shit, those stars are angularly displaced." They know that.
Well, so they're comparing the positions of stars near the sun's edge during the eclipse to their positions when the sun was not in the field of view, right? Using photographic plates to record the star positions. Okay. And this is what they used to test Einstein's theory of relativity, which then predicted this gravitational bending.
You're supposed to be starting with the observed natural phenomenon first and then coming up with all that later.
We already... Okay, Einstein observed that eclipses happen. Okay, that's number one. Okay?
Okay, so that's his natural observed happen. Okay, what causes... So he's looking for the cause of solar eclipses.
He's looking for the cause of a number of things. Okay, this is one observed phenomenon. He also observes gravitational redshift, right?
Okay, so solar eclipses. We're dealing with solar eclipses. That's the natural.
Yes.
Solar eclipses. Just solar eclipses. Solar eclipses is the dependent variable you've just given. Nothing to do with angular displacement of stars.
That's not what a dependent variable. Okay, what do you think a dependent variable is?
A naturally observed phenomenon. An occurrence in nature.
That's not what a dependent variable is.
Yes, it is.
This is so unfortunate.
In
I don't even know how we're going to have a conversation.
That's what a dependent variable is.
No, it's not, man.
Yes, it is. Because then you're going to propose and predict
something that changes.
You're going to make a special. You're going to make a special kind of prediction about what you saw occurring, right? Dude, and you're going to propose a cause. You're going to suppose a
dependent variable is a variable that changes due to the change in the independent variable. Do you get that?
Right, an event, an occurrence that you saw happening in nature.
Okay, so
and you're wondering what the cause of it is.
So if we're talking about an experiment, right, and we're talking about the independent versus dependent variable, do you know what we would be referring to?
Yes. One would be that the dependent variable would be the thing you observed occurring in nature. No. The change you saw occurring in nature. Yes.
No, dude. The independent variable is what you affect, and then the dependent variable is what is affected by the independent variable. This is crazy.
Yes, right. So you saw something happening, a change occurring in nature, and you're proposing a cause for that change. So you're going to manipulate what you think is causing the change to see if it causes the change. An experiment, and that would be the testing of your hypothesis. Using the independent variable to see the change happen. If it does happen, you were correct. You've confirmed your alternative hypothesis. If it doesn't happen, you've confirmed your null hypothesis.
Yeah. So again, the variable, right, you control and change is the independent variable. The variable that is measured and changed by the independent variable is the dependent variable, because it's dependent on what the variable that you're already changing, which is the independent variable.
Exactly. The effect. The effect. Okay. Right.
So
dependent variable is the effect. The independent variable is the cause.
So in the Edington experiment, right, the dependent variable is the measured angular displacement of starlight near the sun during a total.
Someone saw it with their eyeballs and measured it with their eyeballs.
Dude, I just told you how it's fucking measured, and now you're being dishonest again. I don't know what's going on, man.
Oh, okay. So someone just saw it.
Using photographic plates to record the star positions, right, in two different positions, right?
Why did they do that? Why did they do that?
Oh my gosh. What do you mean, why did they do that? You actually go blind if you look at the solar eclipse with your own eyes, for one. But
why were they measuring? Why did they go out and measure the position of the stars before the eclipse and then measure the position of the stars during the eclipse? Why did they do that?
What do you mean, why? What? To calculate the apparent shift in the star's position.
So they already had a preconceived notion of what was causing it. They didn't just happen to do this and then wonder what the cause was. Okay, but I'll give it to you.
Holy shit.
Okay, I'll give it to you. Your dependent variable is the angular displacement of stars during a solar eclipse. All right, what's the independent variable?
Dude, you don't even know what a hypothesis is. You keep trying to walk
past is the independent variable.
Oh my gosh, dude. I feel like you're not really trying to listen to me.
I feel like you should shut up and fucking listen yourself. Answer the questions.
Listen, angry.
Already agreed that the independent variable will be the thing that causes the change. All right. The change was the displacement of the stars during a solar eclipse. Now, what was the proposed cause that was manipulated? Dependent variable.
Okay, because this is a natural phenomenon, right? In the solar eclipse, the independent variable, that change that affects the dependent variable, is the position of a star near the sun during.
No, dude. What?
Eclipse. Yes.
What?
Yes.
The angular displacement, the change was the effect. Now you're going to test for the cause with an independent variable.
Listen, what caused, again, the position of the star near the sun during the total solar eclipse was the cause. Do you not get that? The experiment.
Do you know that? How was that tested?
From these stars.
So you're independent
by the sun's gravity. What you're measuring.
No. We haven't got that. We haven't got that far yet. We haven't got that far yet. That would be in your conclusion from the test.
Oh my gosh. All right, it's 2:30 a.m. We can't keep doing this. I mean, you guys are
I could go all night, buddy.
I know you're in Australia, right? So it's like 9 a.m. for you or something. It's right, you just woke up.
35 p.m.
Oh, okay. So anyways, what I'm running into is that I don't think you guys are accepting of what a scientific theory is and how math relates to explaining.
Scientific theory.
Can I ask you a question? A non-related question. Are you a maths teacher?
Am I a math teacher?
That's my question. Yes.
No.
I was just curious. Because everything for you is maths. You haven't dealt with reality yet. That's why I asked.
I have an off-topic question myself.
In my life, I just want to respond to that really quick. In my life, for example, I've worked with things like electricity that can be very dangerous. I've worked with things like radio frequency, right? And I know that if I follow these equations, right, they get me the right answers and stop me from dying, for example, right? So
Yeah. Not touching electrical items is a good way of not dying too. There's no mathematics in that.
True.
That's one way, right? How about overloading certain circuits and calculating things like current, right? Like that would be a really important thing. How can I calculate current? And why do I know I can calculate current this way? Right?
What the
And how
fuck
does
is
increasing...
I got a follow-up question for you, Quirrell.
Yeah, go ahead.
Follow-up, but unrelated. Do you believe in God? Yes or no?
No.
Figures.
I actually love it too when you guys ask me these questions, because knowing that you guys don't believe in like evolution also makes me feel better about these conversations.
They're basically saying that you using math is stupid, and then for this situation, and they're basically just bringing up something completely irrelevant to show how you use math every day. Like, it doesn't matter if you use it like 500 times a day. It's not relevant to this.
Yeah, right. It's crazy, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, right. I'm just seeing where you base your reality, whether you base it in lies or with truth.
That's valid.
I'm telling you, Coral, your argument wasn't worth a fuck. It didn't matter. It's like, yeah, well, I have 5 toenails on my right foot. It's not a relevant fact in the middle of a dick measuring contest. You know what I'm saying?
Like. That's
Nobody cares that you use math every day. Nobody does.
No, that honestly.
You want a medal, bro?
I'm not sure how that was relevant to them telling you that it wasn't. Fuck, dude. Okay, this is stupid.
It's kind of. Pirate had enough. I've honestly, I'm close to that.
Yeah,
point.
Quell, drop the arrogance, dude, or you can just fuck off. Simple as that.
DJ, I know you're saying that, right? I've had this conversation.
No. Seriously, dude, you've been very passive aggressive. It pisses me off every time you do it, and now you're getting worse, like little cheerleader then, and it's getting a bit ridiculous now. Over it. I've always been polite with you. We've always had good conversations, but when I hear you, right, it's.
But DJ, do you think that your friends here were being disrespectful towards me, like the Australian raising his voice and the guy?
No, because right, you were being passive aggressive and rude with Matrix. You kept telling him that he doesn't know how to do maths and just making little snarky remarks. It's fair enough that he got pissed off with you.
From the beginning he was raising his voice and yelling at me, and that's why I started making those remarks from the beginning.
Well, you guys have had previous conversations, right? That went lengthy conversation. So he kind of knows what you're like.
Hey, if you say so, right? I've only heard him raise his voice at me and other people. I've never heard him speak calmly to someone for longer than 2 minutes. So if you think that this is a thing that's me, that's okay. But if you reflect on your friend and see how he speaks to every other person,
stop being a pussy.
Yeah, stop the ad hoc
Not
attacks,
talk
bro.
about me as if I'm not fucking standing right here. Here's an idea. There's the door.
He's
Don't
not
hit your ass on the way out.
He's not Australian. That's just how they are.
And by the way, my voice is naturally fucking loud. So if anyone doesn't like that, then I do apologise. So if you think I'm yelling, wrong answer.
He's been wrong all night. What do you expect?
Don't.
Yeah, he thinks independent variables are the effect. It's just crazy. Imagine thinking you can do a scientific experiment without actually manipulating something to see if and vary something to see if it actually produces an effect. Insane. Next.
I wonder how long that guy's been in school for. In university, they brainwash you for 12 years if you want to become an astrophysicist.
Just an indoctrination thing. Some people get it, some people don't. Get some people that have been right through university, get out the other side and go, oh wow, I've been lied to my whole life. Basically, forget everything and start again. Other people go, make it through high school, don't go to university or college or anything, and are heavily indoctrinated. I don't know what the factor is that causes it. The day I find out, I'll tell you something now, I'm going to be knocking it out of all of them.
They think they're so clever that they can make a prediction and then look for something in nature to confirm their bias. And then when it fails at at a galactic level, right, they, instead of going, well, maybe we're wrong, like it was just a coincidence, correlation, workaround. Oh, we should relook at, take another look at our axioms, blah, 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 blah. No, just accept all that as being true because we made a prediction and we were correct. So it has to be correct. So there must be something else in the universe that accounts for all this missing matter in the universe. So we're going to call it dark energy, dark matter, and all these different other shit. Band-aid fixes that they still cannot find and prove exists. Maybe you're just fucking wrong. You think of that? No.
It's ego. It's pride. Satan's pride.
Oh, we can't have those stupid flat earthers being right, can we? Yes. Don't worry, DJ. When he comes back in here next time and he wants to play the maths game, we'll see how he goes with his inverse square law. And I'll drop some measurements on him.
Yeah, I mean, every time we've spoken about the Earth with that guy in the past, he gets destroyed. He just wants to talk about space and math equations related to space and things like that.
Could I ask?
Going off into the weeds. Sorry, go
could
on.
I ask a, yeah, could I ask a question? I was just wondering, for the people in here who are flat Earth, how old do you think that the Earth is?
No idea.
Older than me.
It's at least 40. It's at least 50 years old, right? That I know of.
All right.
I'm going to say it's older than 70.
I like to believe the biblical answer is 6,000 years old.
Okay. Interesting. All right, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you might get people from the biblical side that will give you numbers and things like that, but in general, we're not going to really make claims about things we can't give you.
These guys are all about the science.
Yeah, so for me personally, I don't personally believe that the Bible teaches a young Earth, so I don't hold to that. But I was just wondering though as well.
Wait, are you Christian?
I am.
You know, there's over 200 biblical references to flat Earth.
So I think that so I've looked into them. They haven't been very, but I do understand why some people. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, sir. It's understood in academia amongst historians, anthropologists, etc., that those people who wrote that scripture, right, those books, those scrolls, their view of the universe was of being on a planar, motionless, and enclosed system. It's not a secret.
Yeah. So
and then they wrote about it.
Mm-hmm. So I completely agree.
It's not a misinterpretation of the scripture. They wrote about was what they thought reality was.
No. So I completely agree that the writers of scripture believed in a flat Earth. Because I think that this was the view at the time. I don't think that the scripture necessarily teaches flat Earth, but I do think that the writers of scripture would have held to that. just because that is the common position at the time.
Okay. So as long as we're on the same page there, I'm not necessarily saying that there is empirical evidence presented within the scripture of a flat, motionless, enclosed Earth. That was definitely the viewpoint of those authors. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree that was the view of the time. Yeah, but I mean, that aside, with like what their personal understanding of the, kind of cosmology and what the world around them was like, I would say that that's not what the scriptures teach, even though that's the position that the writers would have taken. But yeah, I'm not personally flat Earth myself.
What Bible do you read?
Well, I mean, do you mean like translation, or do you mean like the number of books?
Translation.
Okay. Translation. I'm pretty lenient on translation. I like the ESV. I like the KJV.
Okay.
I'm pretty open to any literal translation. But I don't like translations like The Message or The Living. I think that they're pretty bad.
You look at ESV.
You're cutting out for me. I'm sorry.
Psalm 19:1. Psalm 19:1 and ESV. They changed the word firmament to sky.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that when it comes to texts like that, I don't really I don't think that the firmament is really a problem, because what the firmament's going to mean to these people is kind of the equivalent of like the sky and of the surrounding cosmos, like around the Earth. I don't really think that there's biblical evidence for either position. I think that what the scriptures teach on the matter is pretty separate from that.
Well,
I just don't think that there's a lot of scientific information in the scriptures, and I also don't really think that it should be read in such a way as that, because the intention of the authors was not to relay scientific or like natural explanations, but rather philosophical and spiritual.
What do you think about parts of the Bible that speak about like the earth cannot be moved? Right, I'm not like a biblical flat earther. I'm not a Christian. I don't say it's wrong in any way, but personally, I don't know. So, but I know that the Bible, like even from my like standpoint, it seems to me like it's definitely explaining like the Hebrew depiction of a flat Earth system, right? But what do you think about like where it says the Earth cannot be moved, and it's placed on foundations, right? So it can't be shaken, it can't be moved. But in the globe model, it's moving in like all these different vectors at millions of miles per hour, never ever to return to the same position.
So I think that what that's speaking of is it's speaking of the security within nature that we have, right? We know that the sun is going to come up tomorrow. We know that the moon is going to come out at night, right? We know that for generations and generations, humanity is going to keep on going, and God is going to sustain nature, and God has created nature in such a way.
You know, you're doing what the Bible specifically warns against, dude. Yeah? You need to read your Bible, because it specifically warns against what you're doing, which is to add or take away from the word. No, obviously you don't. Obviously you don't.
Well, right. That's why I'm confused.
When it says
When
the
Jesus
earth is
comes for the
six
second time,
pillars, it means that. It doesn't mean something else. It means what it means. If you're going to add to it or take away, then
Or he's
that's
interpreting
not good.
philosophical words, and you're saying you can't do that. That doesn't make sense.
That's
well,
not
when everyone
philosophical,
sees,
is it?
Yeah.
Of course,
when
you
everyone
can interpret
sees
it.
Jesus descend from heaven, how are you going to
No,
do
is
that
that
on a ball?
philosophical too? Is that philosophical
Of
too?
course it's
Is Jesus
philosophical.
just a
What are you
whole
talking about?
philosophical?
No. So
Jesus is
no. So
philosophical.
it,
Moses
well, if I
is
could,
all
if I could just
philosophical, is
defend
it?
myself. Yeah. So if I could just
Content.
Well, answer the
defend myself.
question.
When I
is philosophical.
Well, when I so when I said that it was relaying philosophical truths and theological truths and spiritual truths, I'm not saying that everything is like non-physical, like that there aren't actual things that happen in physical reality within Scripture. That's not what I was saying. So yes, Jesus is going to descend. He's going to come with the clouds, and he's going to take back his people.
If everyone can
Right, but
see him
in
descend,
relation,
how would that
in
happen on
relation
the ball?
to
I don't.
specifically in relation
I
to
don't-
the Earth cannot be moved, right? And then you said something about the sun, right? But that involves the Earth moving, right? In the globe model, right? The sun doesn't
No,
move.
so what I
according
was
to the globe
saying-
model from your perspective, and it only appears to rise and set because you're spinning.
No, right. So what I was saying is basically that the way that I understand the verse, when it says that the earth cannot be moved, I think it's speaking of the foundations which God has laid within nature so that life can exist. And so when it's saying that the earth cannot be moved, it's kind of, in my opinion, reassurance from God that he's created nature in such a way that we can have assurance that, like I said, the sun is going to come up tomorrow. The rain is going to come. The rivers are going to flow. Life will prosper, right? Because God has created the world in such a way where that can work. I don't think
the
that it's
heliocentric model
adding
teaches us that our sun is temporary and it's going to burn out one.
Well, the scriptures also teach, though, that this world is temporary because God is going to come back and he's going to create a new heaven and a new earth, right? So I'm not opposed to
can be moved,
it being temporary.
so that doesn't really fit. Like, I mean, so you cannot be
Well,
moved.
I think that
doesn't fit your analogy.
Well, no, it does, because I'm not saying that the earth cannot be moved in that very literalistic sense. I'm saying that this is a reassurance that there are certain created things within nature that keep nature in place. There are certain foundations where that God has created in nature, such as in like DNA, as well as in the water cycle, that keep life moving. I think it's a reassuring verse, so that it can tell us that God has created.
Believe that we evolved from monkeys?
Yeah, I believe in evolution.
How can you believe in evolution and be a Christian, bro? That's
Well, I mean,
most Christians don't take Genesis seriously anyway.
Well, I don't think it's. I don't think that evolution is opposed to Scripture. I just think that it's extra biblical. I don't think that the Scriptures relay anything on the matter of substance.
Show me
You just shit on the Bible like crazy.
I know.
I don't think that
That's cool, bro. If you want to do that, and you think like that's cool,
It's your
that's
soul,
your
bro.
decision. That's each to their own. That's fine with me. But from like, I'm not a Christian, but looking at that, right, from my point of view, it seems like that would be like, God would be pretty pissed at you for that.
Well, I don't understand why that would be. I don't understand why that would be the case, though. Why would he be
you'll
upset?
find out one
with
day, or
me
maybe not. But I wouldn't want to be you.
Well, I'm just curious why evolution is incompatible with the Christian worldview.
Evolution was invented by Darwin, who was a Satanist, known Satanist.
I mean, the inventor of electricity was not a Christian either. Is it okay to utilize devices that use electricity?
How do you rationalize the?
Wait, who invented electricity?
Tesla.
I mean, Benjamin Franklin was the first one who understood how to harness electricity and use it. But you have further innovations made by Thomas Edison.
You mean Tesla?
Well, that's debated, but we can go with that. I mean, the point that I'm just trying to make here is that Darwin, although being an atheist and hating God, I do think that his scientific innovations were useful. I think in the same way, atheist philosophers and thinkers can bring good thoughts to the table and edify us with different ideas, and we can still recognize simultaneously that these people were not godly or Christian. Now, I wouldn't take an atheist's word on what the scriptures teach or how the church should be governed or on any spiritual matter, but when it comes to something such as like science and how we understand the natural world, I think that they can make good innovations.
Do you believe in dinosaurs?
Your true God is revealed.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't really see why I wouldn't believe in dinosaurs.
So you believe in dinosaurs and evolution? Show me one transitional fossil.
Why do we keep pivoting to that, though? It's like a side topic.
Okay.
Does this guy think the Earth's a ball?
Yeah, do you think it's a ball or do you think it's flat?
I mean, I would take the globe Earth position.
All right, why?
Yeah, I was gonna say why.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I haven't really looked into it, but I suppose just because of the scientific consensus.
Status quo, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really looked into it, so I think the safe option for me would to just be to take the consensus position, especially on something that I don't really know about.
You can't give the burden of proof on the guy. You're the one questioning the claim. You're the one questioning whether it's actually a globe or not. You can't make him prove it's a globe. You have to prove it's not a globe.
Okay, so obviously this guy thinks it's a globe. Why?
You have to give me proof it's not a globe. I don't need to give you proof it's a globe.
You don't have a single reason that you can give why I think it's a globe?
No, you're putting the
there you go. That's one reason right there. Here's a guy who thinks vehemently the Earth is a globe, and he can't name a single reason.
No. If you're questioning the common consensus, you're the one that has to give reason.
I'm using you as my evidence against the globe. Yes. Shut up. You are the reason that I'm going to go with, because you came in here all hot.
You're arguing with a bot.
You got to give a reason why it's not. So you don't have a reason that it is.
If you're the one questioning the common consensus, you have to give a reason.
Mic off now. I've heard enough from you. I've already heard enough from you. You haven't even attempted to give a single reason as to why the Earth is a globe, and it's people like you going around telling people that they think that they should think that it is.
He laughed.
Yeah, I know he did. So he's one good reason right there why I personally don't think the Earth is a globe. To be honest with you, guys exactly like that are exactly how I ended up here. Because I thought it must be a globe, there must be evidence, and then we just got assholes like that over and over again who couldn't give a single reason and just acted that way. So there you go.
True.
I mean, at least you went, hey, it's status quo, it's the majority opinion, you were just honest. That guy, though.
I think I'm gonna just kind of listen in now. I don't really want to.
Let me ask you a question first. Look, dude. Let me just ask you.
Well, it just seems like it's kind of a hostile environment. I don't want to.
It's not a hostile environment, dude. It's right. Look, let me explain. Look, do you know the Earth's a globe, or do you just believe it's a globe because you were taught it from a young age?
I suppose I believe it because I was taught from a young age.
Yeah, at least you're being honest.
I like this guy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
I like this.
I don't know.
Well, match your energy, dude. Go ahead, DJ. Yeah, DJ's a cool guy. It's fine. It's just if people act like that, we'll act the same way in turn. But you're fine, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah, so trying to be Owen, like I was just gonna ask you, like the base axiom that we all experience, like our base reality, like our starting point would be a flat stationary Earth. Like you've never seen the curvature of the Earth. I've never seen the curvature of the Earth. We've never felt it move. It's just because we're taught this globe system from a very young age that we think, you know, or some of us think that it could be a globe, right? But it's just a belief. Like we experience the Earth as flat and stationary, right? So that's why the burden of proof is not on us, right? Because we have reality on our side. We have that base axiom that we all experience the Earth as. If someone wants to go against that and say, "Oh, actually, reality isn't what it seems like. Really, everything's the opposite of what it seems like." Like when we see a still lake, right, and it's got a specular reflection on the surface like a perfect mirror, we would say, oh, that surface of that water is flat, right? That's common sense, right? Or you can set up like those rock sculptures where you balance the rocks, right? We could assume, right, the Earth isn't moving. We've never felt it move. We see the lights in the sky moving instead, right? It would be common sense to say, okay, we're not moving. The lights in the sky, the stars and whatnot are all moving in patterns, cycles, right? And then if someone wants to go against all of that common sense and basic reality, then they would have the burden of proof on them. Do you agree with that, at least?
Yeah, sure. I think if somebody's introducing, like, you know, a new claim which is foreign to previous knowledge, right? Like your lived experience, then yeah, you know, they'd have to demonstrate that.
Yeah, and look, the flat earthers aren't trying to claim they know the shape of the Earth. Flat isn't a shape, and a lot of people think that flat earthers claim a disk in space. Did you know that that's not what any flat earthers claim?
Well, I mean, I haven't really ever interacted with flat Earth stuff before, so I wouldn't know.
Right. So, well, now you do. So yeah, we're definitely not claiming, like, if you Google flat Earth and hit images or something, you'll see a bunch of like disks in space. Like, we all agree that that's completely silly. And if we thought that, then fair enough, that we could be ridiculed because it doesn't make any sense. But
yeah,
what we're doing,
I'm sorry
right,
for. Yep. Sorry.
What's that?
I was just gonna say, I'm sorry for wanting to kind of tap out earlier. I know that you want to have a conversation. It's just when it kind of got to the biblical stuff, it kind of seemed like people were upset with me, or that they didn't think I was like being faithful to the scriptures. So I didn't want to push any buttons.
Biblical stuff, like biblical conversations, always seem to end up in arguments. So it's like we try to just kind of talk about observable reality here and to go over things that we can test and repeat and validate and things like that. So look, if they tell us the Earth's a globe and they tell us it's a particular size, right, it means that when you go to a large body of water, like a large lake or an ocean, it should curve at a certain rate. What flat earthers are doing is they're going out and they're performing all sorts of different experiments and observations to test for the Earth curvature. Because most people aren't aware that just a 10-mile lake should have 66 foot of drop over the 10 miles. So when we actually go out and do long-distance observations, laser tests,
I'm gonna be dropping some shit while he talks. Did you let go?
I can't hear him anymore.
He drops out every now and then. DJ,
oh,
your
okay.
dropped off, mate.
I'll just wait for him, but when he talks, I'll be dropping shit in the side chat as he talks about it.
Okay, all right.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Are we actually discussing the Earth being flat?
Yes.
Yeah, that's currently the discussion.
No, fantastic. is any flat Earth behavior in the possession of an Omega, the watch, the first watch that was supposedly on the moon?
Like a wristwatch?
Yes. Exactly.
I don't wear wristwatches.
Oh, you don't. All right. No, but any of these, I mean, who believes in the moon, right? But if you have the watch, the Omega, little stopwatch, right? Just a little baby. If you'd sell it off, if you don't believe in the moon landing, are you interested?
He's trying to pawn shit to get money.
It's obviously it's for money. I'm buying it for charity, buddy.
I am charity.
DJ drop out.
It's a
He's back.
hooker name. Come on.
Oh, they banned the RLS bot. Oh, just from the text. Let's see. He's left the chat. Wanted to dunk on him some more. Oh well.
Alright.
Global is back.
So the Speedmaster was the first watch on the moon. But apparently none of you believe in the moon. So if you guys have a Speedmaster...
Hold on a minute. Why do
I'd
you
be
say we
willing to
don't
buy it
believe
for
in the moon?
$2,000.
Bro, I can walk outside at night time and see that motherfucker up in the sky.
And you don't think you could land on it?
No. I don't
Why?
think anyone's landed on it.
The nuclear
So there's a
fields?
difference. There's a difference between not believing in something and when I walk outside and I can see it and not thinking that someone's landed on it. Okay? I believe in water. I don't believe you can walk on water. Same thing.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is you don't believe that watch was ever up there. So I'm asking if anybody here has a Speedmaster.
Don't care. Have you got any proof of Earth curvature?
Yeah, I always thought.
Oh, you
my
do?
dick was
Awesome.
pointing north.
We might have one, guys. We might have one. Okay. Nice and steady. What's your proof of curvature?
Okay, so I always thought my dick pointed north. And it's always a little bit of a-
That's what you get. You see why this environment turns hostile? Because this is what you get. Not one of these assholes can make a single valid, coherent argument in favor of the globe.
It's true.
Not one. The closest that we get are people like you who are just humble enough to concede that, hey, this is just what I've been told. This is what everybody says.
I want to look into it type thing.
So that's as close as it ever gets. The rest of what we get is just assholes like this motherfucker who just spoke and the one before him. Just degenerates that aren't even original. They all say that. Oh, my dick is curved. They can't even come up with an original way to be a degenerate. They're just so screwed in the head.
It's NPC. It's literally NPC behavior to me.
Just one after the next. My dick is curved. And this is what's backing this ideology of a spinning globe that we're supposed to live on. It's just twits like that. That's it. All the way down.
Yeah, I'm sorry that that's been your experience.
It is.
I typically don't. But yeah, to be honest, I'm willing to hear, arguments that you guys have. Most of the stuff that I really focus on is just theology and philosophy stuff,
Heretic,
I don't
should I
really
show him the
focus that much.
should I show him the black swan curvature thing?
Yeah, sure. Show it to him.
All right, I got a multiple choice picture for you.
Unfortunately, I can't look at my screen right now. I'm playing Xbox.
Oh, no worries. I don't know what to do now.
Sorry about that, bud.
Just tell him a cool story without the visual, and just just say, "Trust me, bro."
Trust me, bro.
Well, the globe science, they say that was it 25,000? Is that what they say?
Mile circumference.
Which would equate into 8 inches. It's like 7.96 something, but we'll just say 8. 8 inches per mile squared, right? Over enough distance, things would realistically drop below the curvature, correct?
Yeah, like like a ship on the ocean or something, right?
Yeah. But with the release of the Nikon P900 and subsequent following release, Nikon P1000, it's a super zoom camera. We have done a lot of tests, not only to prove no curve, but to prove that the planets above our heads aren't what they say they are. Same with the stars. And what else? What else have we done with the Nikon?
Let me explain the curvature thing to him quickly. Right,
Yeah, go ahead.
The globe gives us a particular size, and that means that there should be a particular rate of curvature over water. When we go out and test the curvature, we can't find any at all. We can see 10 times, 20 times, 30 times further than you would be able to see on a globe. Completely impossible on a globe, right? And these tests are testable, repeatable by anyone, and there's countless amounts of them that we can show you.
All right. I mean, listen, man, and I'm open to your your input and your perspective.
The
right
problem
now,
is, I mean, we can explain all of that to you, but if you can't look at the side chat to see the observations, there's no real point. So maybe if you're interested, come back sometime when you're not playing Xbox, and we can show you the observations, the laser tests, and some things that are impossible on a globe. Over a bunch more information.
Yeah, sorry about that, man.
It's all good.
Okay. What game are you playing?
Just playing some Call of Duty.
Oh.
But yeah, man, there are many observations that would be impossible on a globe. Plus, you can only see a certain amount of distance due to the curvature of the Earth. Right? I don't know if they taught you at school, but they usually tell people that if you're 6 foot tall and you look out into the ocean from the shoreline, the horizon should be at 3 miles. Anything that goes past that horizon line should start to disappear over the curvature of the Earth. But when we actually go out and put this to the test, we can see way further than 3 miles from a 6 foot observer height. We can see 10, 20, 30 times further than this consistently. And
people have taken pictures of Toronto from Niagara Falls, which is about 130 kilometers away, which would, by this math chart, you can do the math, it would put the whole city below over 6,600 feet of curvature.
Yeah, so I didn't really learn about this much in school. They kind of just basically told us about it. Like they told us that, the Earth was a globe, that it was discovered by Greek philosophers. And we we were also shown, like pictures, of course. But I mean, I guess one thing that I just kind of get hung up on is
the whole thing is.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah, so I was just going to say one thing that I just get hung up on is I just don't understand why, if the Earth was flat, why they'd lie to us about it so much. I don't really understand what the motivation behind that would be. Like, why tell us that it's a globe? What benefit does that have?
Well, the main reason is to hide God, but they also are hiding free energy, massive amounts of resources, the true North Pole. And, people's minds are easier to... If you're assuming you're living on a ball spinning out of chaos, your life is going to be chaos, out of control, uncontrollable. But if you live on a flat plane, you're sturdy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, in my experience, that hasn't really been my experience. I grew up in a secular home, but I ended up coming to Christ when I was 16. It hasn't really been the science that's kind of made me struggle in my faith. It's more so been just that, the people around me, they just didn't believe in God, But, but yeah, there's a lot of people who don't believe in the Bible, and, that's a shame, because it is the Word of God.
Yeah, so most people aren't lying. The teachers aren't lying to you, right? The scientists, most of the scientists, the governments, the military, right? They're not lying to you. They're just teaching the globe Earth model that they were taught from a young age. A lot of people in positions...
It's like a passed down.
Yeah, exactly. Right, this was a lie that was created a long time ago, and it was actually the Jesuits that implemented it into the mainstream education system, and they spread it around the world. Right, they went and implemented it into other societies, and it just became like the mainstream theory that was taught as fact. Right, and most people now, right, they're not lying to you. Right, your teachers are definitely not lying to you. They're just parroting information that they learned in the textbooks. Right, none of these people are going out and saying, right, I'm going to go test all of this information that I'm learning, right? They don't need to do that to get their degrees in teaching and things like that. They just have to be
status quo.
Yeah, they just have to be good parrots, basically, at the end of the day, and relay the information to the students, right? And then the students will take that as fact, right? And then the best at remembering that information will become the new teachers, and so on. And once you actually look into who's actually gone out and tested the Earth, right, to validate that the globe model mathematics actually matches reality, you'll find nobody's actually doing that. Nobody's done that in history. When you look into the so-called experiments that the ancient Greeks did, like Eratosthenes, you'll find out he didn't actually measure Earth, right? When he's the one, if you type in who measured Earth, it'll come up with Eratosthenes. Right? They'll say he used sticks and shadows and sun angles, and he did some math and worked out the circumference of the Earth. But if you look into that, you'll realize he didn't actually measure the Earth. He already assumed that the Earth was a globe, and he made a bunch of other assumptions in his calculation. It's not actually going out and verifying the Earth's a globe. You're not going to find anyone that's actually gone out and physically measured Earth to be a globe, right? By testing water or by any other means. And then you spoke about the photos, right? The photos from space that you're getting are just composites, right? If you look into how they were made, they literally just get a bunch of low altitude images of Earth. And this is how they tell you they do it, right? They stitch those together into a big flat map, and then they wrap them around a ball in Photoshop, and then they add in the clouds and stuff later, like literally how the blue marble images are made from NASA.
The people
why
that
they
are
have.
telling you, the people that are telling you the globe is real, are mostly Freemasons, and if you delve into what Freemasons study, they believe that Lucifer is their own god.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
am
gonna
familiar
trust.
with Freemasonry.
I'm not gonna
It's
trust
de-
guys
it's
that believe in
definitely
the deceiver.
yeah, for sure. I mean, the most important thing to me is just that, like when I have kids one day, the most important thing that I want to teach them, of course, is, the teachings of Christ in, the scriptures. This is kind of like a secondary thing for me. But, I'll look more into it. I appreciate your time, though, guys, explaining your viewpoint to me. Appreciate it. So,
Yeah, good
Yes,
talking
sir.
to you, man. No worries. Thanks for
God
being
bless if you're
respectful.
leaving.
Yeah, so I can send you a couple of videos if you want. I could send you a couple of the observations I was talking about in a DM or something if you want, so you can look at them later on when you want to, if you
Sure.
want to.
Sure.
I just sent you a friend request, so if you want to accept that, then I'll send you through like a couple of videos and watch them or not. We're not here trying to convince people. It's just here's some information you might not have heard about before, and have a look at it and see what you think. That's all.
Yeah, sure. I'll accept your friend request.
Cool. All right, I'll be back soon.
Like we're Morpheus. It's like we're Morpheus. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
So, LC, are you inquiring Orthodox? You can DM me.
Inquiring Orthodox? What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, it said, at least in your flare.
What?
Yeah.
I just know that Jesus is king. Jesus is based. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, somebody tagged you as an Orthodox Inquirer and Eastern Orthodox, so not sure if you're LARPing then or what.
I have no idea. But I'll be RB.
Man, that last guy didn't seem like he had a single original. Just everything was, I don't know, it's what everybody says. It's what I think. Just kind of go along.
You're right.
Didn't have a single original thought.
At least he wasn't much of a zealot for it, though. Like, I just respected the fact that he was willing to just be, humble and just have a laid back conversation about it. I mean, yeah, you're right. Totally. But his attitude was okay, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the first time I've listened to somebody who's, but also, so I don't know, maybe I'm listening too much now.
At least he was honest right at the start. That's what I was taught, which is the truth. That's why I didn't grind him. Been much nicer if a few of them came in and just opened up and just honestly said, I don't know. Or, like he said, that's what we're all taught at school.
Yeah, we'll give him props on that. He seemed pretty logical. He readily admitted it was just a belief. You guys should go to like college campuses, set up a table like Steven Crowder, film it.
It'd be
That would
so
be
much fun.
hilarious.
Not one of those dummies who come to throw themselves at the wall will have anything. Most of them will just come by and laugh and gawk, and it'll just be pathetic. But yeah, that'd be fun.
There's a guy who did that on the internet. He used to go by Flat Earth Boxer. He'd show up at universities, walk into physics lectures, and just start dropping the hammer.
Is there any video of that? I'd love to watch that.
I don't know. His original content was destroyed during the lockdown. Yeah, I think I found something. I posted a link in the text chat. This might be it, or at least one of the things I was talking about. I haven't watched this one yet, but it could be.
Hello. Sorry to interrupt. You guys even talking?
What are you sorry for, sir?
Oh, I thought you guys were having I thought you guys were in the middle of a conversation, but I just want to ask why you guys believe in such childish, very.
Oh no, we're not Globers. Yeah. You can stand down on that one. We're not Globers. We don't believe in that childish crap.
Okay, then why believe the Earth is a frisbee disc?
Oh,
when all the
I don't
evidence says
believe it's a frisbee disc.
Well, what is it then? Isn't it flat like a frisbee disc, like you say so?
Like a frisbee disc?
Don't run from your ideologies. Defend them.
Well, why are you strawmanning me?
I'm not strawmanning you.
Yeah, you are. You've just attributed a stance to me that I never took. Can you quote me saying it's a fucking frisbee disc, you dumbass?
What is it then? It's flat, right?
Well,
so what is it?
Find out
A frisbee's flat as well.
before you go in guns blazing. Why don't you say, let's see what this person thinks before I make up a stance for him, and then just start beating the shit out of that? Would that, would that make sense? Or
well, isn't it? Okay, don't you believe it's flat? Isn't a frisbee flat?
Yeah, it's a plane.
Why
No.
are you so
No, they're
offended?
not the same thing.
I'm making a very reasonable comparison.
Is a table flat?
Yeah.
Is it a frisbee?
Is a table a frisbee?
Yeah, it's a fucking table of frisbee.
No, but they're flat.
Yeah,
they're
so there
similar.
can be more than one thing that's flat.
Okay, beautiful.
So if something's flat, it's not necessarily a frisbee now, is it?
It was just a comparison. I'm sorry if you got offended by it. I really am.
Oh, stupid, dude. A frisbee disc. That connotates some sort of shape. Nobody's saying it's a fucking disc flying around like a frisbee. Nobody.
But can you
Only
give me
idiotic
evidence?
callers believe that shit.
Because you guys give me evidence because all the scientists in the world are completely wrong and they're stupid according to
not.
you guys.
No, they're
People have
not.
been studying this hundreds of years before you've been alive. That
No,
they're
they're not.
wrong. They're stupid people.
They're not
because
wrong.
your ideology is right.
Yeah, all
Okay,
the
then.
scientists who wrote the textbooks on the physics of water, hydrostatics it's called, all of them say that water seeks a flat, level, horizontal surface, and that's the kind of surface that it's going to have when it's resting. So scientists wrote that. I'm not in any contention with them.
Okay, so the same scientists you're appealing to are the same scientists say that there is curvature on the Earth and that the Earth is a globe.
Well,
so do
if
you
they're
see
saying
how?
that,
Do
they have a
you see how you're
contradiction.
intellectually dishonest? Do you see
No.
how you're intellectually dishonest?
No. Do you see how you are? Because you just appealed to something that they also might have said, which then contradicts the first thing. So if that's the case, they have a contradiction within their worldview. I'm going with water being flat and horizontal at rest because I can
Oh my
appeal
God.
directly to it to demonstrate that. I don't have to ask a scientist who might be confused who will admit that fact and then say out of the other side of their mouth,
Brother,
actually, it's a globe.
so pathetic. So pathetic.
What's
That is
your
the most
issue with
pathetic thing
water?
I've heard all day.
Yeah, what's the issue with water, you fucking...
Brother, you're going to use water to back up your claim that the Earth is flat. You're going to need way more than just water, brother.
No,
You're
I'm
going to
not.
need way more than that.
No, I'm not.
So,
No, I'm not.
yes, you are. Yes,
No,
you
I'm not.
are.
No, I'm not. Because guess what, bro? If
So
the Earth
childish.
was a
No, I'm
globe...
not. No, I'm not. You sound like a little kid,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
This is
well,
why I
if
call
you
your
shut your mouth, I
childish
would
beliefs
elaborate.
childish
Yeah, if you
because look
shut
at you
your
guys.
mouth, if
You
you
guys are
shut your
grown
mouth-
men who believe in this
Shut your mouth.
ideology.
As a
It's
grown
so
man,
sad.
Shut your mouth and listen to your ideology get pummeled like a grown
Oh my
man. Don't be a
God.
crybaby about it. Now,
No,
if
you're the
Earth
one who's
was a
crying
globe-
like a little effeminate sissy.
Do you need
Be
to
a
get it
man.
out? Are you done yet? Have you gotten it out?
Oh my God. You continue, man.
You okay?
Brother.
Yeah, I can mute your ass,
You're
but
so-
I'm just waiting for you to get
You're
it
so
out.
pathetic.
Yeah, your tears are going to seek level. You good?
Okay, go. Can you explain it? Stop blabbering.
Yeah, so if it was a globe, the water resting would then have a curved surface. It does not. It has a flat, horizontal, even surface. Anytime it's at rest, at any scale.
Okay,
that is
throughout
all
the whole
we
ocean?
need.
So throughout the whole ocean, this is what you're telling me?
It's seeking level.
Throughout the whole globe.
No, there's no globe because of this very fact, obviously.
Okay, so if we stood what in the it'll be the west, the eastern side of New York, straight to the ocean. If we measure it, you're telling me if we measure it all the way to what it hits Europe, whatever, it's gonna be flat.
It's flat as far as you can
This is
demonstrate,
theoretical.
observe, and measure. Yes, absolutely.
Oh my
Absolutely. It's the same water that you're observing in your glass of water, in your sink, in your bathtub, in your swimming pool, at a lake, in the ocean. It's all the same. It has the same physics. It is trying to equilibrate to a flat, level, horizontal surface, not a curved one, such as it would have to if that were actually the surface of a ball that water is composing.
Brother, that is such a pathetic argument.
Really? Where's
There's been no studies for this. There's been no tests. And they try to
Yeah, there
claim
have
something
been.
that
It's
you
called
never
an
tested.
entire field of hydrostatics, you
No.
goddamn idiot. Pick up a physics textbook. from your 11th
Hydrostatics.
grade.
Brother, stop, man. You don't even know what you're talking about. That
Yeah,
has nothing to do with
physics
what
of
we're talking about.
water. Yes, it does, you stupid cunt. Yes, it does. No, I'm not going to listen to
Stop
you.
being
You're
pathetic.
literally
Stop
fucking
being
40
pathetic.
IQ. We're not going to listen to you. You can
No, you are 2
from
IQ.
grade school. In fact, we can even cite a textbook from pre-kindergarten level that's more advanced than the level you're at now. Do you want me to do that for you? Do you think that would help?
Bro, can you be smart? Use your head. You're the one that's telling everybody in the world that NASA's wrong. They're all stupid. Everybody.
Oh no, I'm going to cite
Everyone
NASA
who's been in
right
space
now.
is a liar.
I'm going to cite NASA right now.
58 minutes past
I'm
the
not going to say
hour.
NASA's wrong. I'm going to cite them right now from the National Air and Space Museum, Science and Pre-Kindergarten. This is the level that you're operating on, if that. Water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted on by another force such as wind. I'm not disagreeing with them. They're exactly right. Unless there's fucking wind blowing on it or some other horse shit, that water's going to be flat, level, horizontal when it's still. What don't you get about that?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, you're a complete mong who doesn't even understand.
Yes, you are a coward, filthy
Yeah,
retard
get it all out.
of
Cope
the devil.
and cry. Seethe. Yes, let it out.
No, because you're just so dumb. You don't know anything you're talking about, brother.
No,
you really don't.
Yeah, what part did I not know?
You're gonna use water. Okay, so give me other proofs than just been the water.
No,
if I give you the,
all I
give
need
me
is
other.
water.
You can't give me other
No,
proof. That's
all I
all
need
you
is
have.
water.
That's
All
all
I
you
need is
have.
water.
That's
Because the
all you
physics-
have.
that's
But
all
when we
I
have so
need.
much things that can
Not
prove that you're
all I
wrong,
have.
you
It's
coward.
all I need, you stupid.
You coward.
Because the geometry
coward.
is that
You
it should
coward.
shut your mouth. That's now you're the one who's just chanting like a retard. Are you broken? Are you okay?
No, I'm chanting because I've been fucking your mother too long. That whore, the filthy bastard.
That see how much this subject hurts you? What a fucking loser. Oh, you came back. Think you're gonna settle the score this time? You figured something out or what?
No, it hurts your mom, the bastard. That's what it hurts. You filthy
Yeah.
coward.
So you're fully spiraling out now. Broken. Another one down the drain.
Why do they get so upset with water? What, have they never had a shower before?
Well, I mean, probably not. If cleanliness is next to godliness, then no.
No.
Let me guess, you just broke someone and they left the channel, and I've come in
broke
after you
himself?
broke them.
Yeah. It ended up in, slanderous comments against my mother and such. So I think I took care of him pretty good. That's a good sign of a win.
Pete, I missed it.
You didn't miss much, mate.
Thought I'd pop in, see if anything was happening, but it looks like I missed it. We've spoken
Just
to everybody.
followed up.
Oh, that's a shame. Spend a little bit of time on Alpha's space on X. That was kind of fun for a bit.
Did he do that tonight?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
I got the
Just
link.
finished.
Well, the link he messaged me was just like a recording of yesterday or something. So
Oh, okay.
I was like, I was like, I thought he was inviting me to the show, but then when I clicked it, I was like, oh, I guess he's just showing me the recording of the one before. But okay, that's cool that he did that.
Yeah. Well, it's good that we're open on all fronts, mate. So if you've been in here with Matrix, laying down the law, and me and Alpha and Fatsy have been laying down the law somewhere else, then It's all good, mate. It's all good.
This is the one that's been going for some reason tonight.
Yeah, I noticed the other politics server's been a little bit quiet recently.
Yeah, they're coming over here right now for some reason.
Awesome. Good.
Well, wherever they want to be, we'll find them. So you got some good ballers over there.
Define good.
Well, maybe a good supply of idiots.
Yeah, it's a good supply of people that come in, mate. I mean, I think at one point there was about, I don't know, 40, maybe 50 people in the space, which was, quite good numbers.
Wow.
A few of them came to speak. We had good conversations with some. The usual shit. Quite a lot of people ended up shouting at us and spiking out and fucking off. One or two, actually 3 or 4 actually stayed around and, having decent conversations. And this is the first time that they'd really been introduced to Flat Earth and they just wanted to ask some questions. So there were some good conversations.
That's good. You seem to get most of the real degenerates on Discord, I think. They have them everywhere, but I noticed on X, he has more normal conversations with people.
Yeah, percentage-wise, I think you might be right.
I mean, I like that when they throw themselves at the wall. It's fun, but I mean, I'm going to turn into QE or something if this keeps going.
Yep. This is very true.
It's just maddening how stupid they are. How arrogant at the same time.
And that they come back and do it all again.
I know.
Over and over into the same fucking wall.
Yeah, it's just I can see why some people just do nothing but flip out at them.
Yeah. It's frustration. Flat Earth is very, very simple, and we're trying to break programming, right? That's what it comes down to. They've got a narrative that we all got taught, which they fundamentally believe to be true. And we're challenging that, and they don't like it.
Yeah, they don't come with an open mind to actually challenge it. They just come in to defend it. Well, they just absolutely think before they've heard a word that we say that we're complete retards.
Yes. Even when you say very simple things like, you agree that water's level on the surface, right? And they go, yeah. Well, the Earth can't be a ball, then you're fucking mental. Yeah, all right, okay.
Look, he's back right now. You see this guy writing in all caps? That's the last guy who was in.
Oh, wow.
Oh, your mother. Look at this. Oh, someone deleted it. You see that? Oh, maybe he's rewriting it. He's typing again.
The globe copes are everywhere. I love it.
Man, it didn't take long to get him in a twist.
My friend was telling me yes. Sorry, brother, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I want him to come back. That was it.
I was going to say, my friend was leaving at dinner the other day, and their son walks out to them at the car, and they're like, it's saying their goodbyes and stuff, and he's like, the earth is round, and he goes back inside the house. And I thought to myself, wow, globe cope is what these people do. Just chant to keep themselves comfortable at night, sucking their thumbs, telling themselves, it's a globe. Don't take my globe away from me.
Oh, that's right. I was just about to brush my teeth when that fool started talking.
He lowered your IQ that much you forgot to brush your fucking teeth.
Yeah, I was like, oh, wait a minute. Something seems off. All right, I was going to do that.
Oh, shit.
But he piped up the minute I picked up the toothbrush. I was like, all right, here we go. I guess I
This is
gotta
when
have
you
priorities.
this is when you know the battle is real, when you're willing to forego personal hygiene to speak the truth and hold those accountable to the truth. Let's get it.
Yeah, this is our shot. Got to take it. That's the 10-point buck right now. I got to put it down and try to get him. Except I don't know. That's too majestic for these morons. Bad comparison. Just rank and file zombies is what they are. It's a zombie come to your door. Got to stop him.
Well, you know what Brother John says: stay frosty and watch out for zombies.
Yeah. Got to stop him. Can't be brushing my teeth when a zombie's banging at the door.
Saturdays, we call them Sack a Zombie Day.
Bella. Is anyone there? Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
How's it going, man?
Hello.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yo, yo, yo.
Oi, oi, oi.
아, 완전 방열.
The hell was that?
Dude, it's crazy excited this morning. Holy.
Oh yeah.
你说什么？
Brother, you're all full of zest. What's happening with you?
我的英国不好，我对不起。
I thought we had English as a common language, but I guess not.
Well, I will try. I will try. 好的。yeah, 对不起。We good?
Where you from?
You guess?
No, because you're faking an Asian goddamn language. So where you from? It's like a bastardized version of
你住在哪？
Asians language.
Yeah, it sounds like a ghetto Cambodian deal. Maybe we get Kimbo in here. Kimbo with the mic.
Cambodia.
你问不说中文？你说什么？
Maybe mute him. The bot's on. Who knows what he's saying?
I was gonna say, I feel a ban or a mute coming. What's up, Bugs? What's up, Q?
Good morning, gentlemen.
What?
Or good evening, wherever you are.
我不清楚。
Yeah, good day. I would say. Who's Vitaly's? Is he new here?
Yeah, I'm fairly new.
Yeah. About the topic of the VC? When did you start looking into the topic?
Probably like maybe 2022, 2023. I like probably came out and told everybody like that I know that yes, this is what I believe in now. I've been
So
watching.
You're on the flat Earth side, or that's what you said?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You told everybody? Wait.
Well, not everybody, but everybody I deal with on a daily basis. I don't hide it. I don't shy away from it anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it's not an easy topic to, share with random people in your life, I guess.
No, absolutely. Like even yesterday, I was in the voice chat listening, and it's amazing. Like after listening for a while, how like these people come in and they don't see it, they don't understand it, they can't even comprehend it.
Yeah, usually it's the I think it's the cognitive dissonance kicking in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be completely honest, it took me a while, even after I started realizing that, yeah, there's just way too many coincidences and this, you know, like it took me a while to actually understand of how the sun and the moon could actually be moving as if you guys were describing it. Because even after I started, you know, believing in flat Earth a little bit, it was still difficult for me to grasp. And then after, like, to be completely honest with you, because I watched a lot of Witsit at the beginning, but it wasn't until I started watching FED or listening in on FED that I really started to grasp it. Like once they started talking about elevation angles, that like really hit home for me.
Yeah, yeah. Elevation angles is the killer, to be honest, and they still don't understand it. That part.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go on mute for a little while because I'm making my daughter breakfast.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Just wanted to check you out a little bit. I think I haven't spoken to you before, so cool stuff. Good to have you. Catch you later.
What's up, Dubs?
Good morning.
How are ya?
Oh, I'm really tired. I worked all day yesterday. We had a long event at work, so I'm tired.
Cool. Yeah. Living that party life. That's what you get.
Hmm?
I says that's what you get living that party life.
Party life? It's far from a party.
Hey, if you was at a party, yeah, and somebody asked you what shape the Earth was, and you told them it was flat, what would be the first piece of evidence you'd give them? Or what would be the first thing you'd tell them? Where would you start?
Probably would start how it's measured, and then I would ask for the proof that they have. Then I would get into the pictures in the NASA.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then get into like the
Measurements.
spin. Like how fast we're spinning and flying around, apparently. Like the spin, what, it's like 1,000. Like that, okay. But then we're flying through space too, right? And even though that's like, isn't it like tens of thousands of miles?
Directions.
Yeah. And the rate that we're accelerating is like incredibly faster, right? Than just 1,000 miles.
I can't remember the numbers, but they've got a lot of sixes. That's all I remember.
Right.
There's a lot of sixes in these speeds, yeah. But multiple, directions, yeah.
And then that's apparently not even fast, according to space physics, right? Because you talk to a physicist, they'll tell you that.
Astrophysics.
Whatever.
That shit.
Whatever. That's not even fast in the universe time. So, I mean, okay. I just tell them, like, if you think you have it figured out, then so be it. I don't think I would get into an argument with anybody about it. I would just say, I don't know.
Would you really start with the measurement, though? Like, we're talking about a layman at a party here. Would you really start by talking
actually,
about how it's measured?
No. I would go find the drunkest person and ask them, because I've already done this. I've already done this. You find the drunkest person and ask them, and they'll actually sit and think about it for a second. It's funny. And then it usually turns into a discussion. They'll just start talking about it with other people. That's what I've seen happen. So, I mean, I would say as long as you get people to talk about it and to think, that's your goal is achieved. You know?
Yeah, definitely. No, I just find it interesting what everybody would start with or open with.
So what would you open with?
For me, I'd start with something more simple, like do planes nose down over the horizon, things like that.
Wait, what is that?
Aeroplanes.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a really good opening conversation. Do aeroplanes nose down over the curve? Like something soft, something just to get them going.
Well, then
or the moon landing.
Yeah, I keep hearing somebody in here saying that, I'm not sure if it's this server or it's one of the other ones, that like they destroyed all of the equipment to go to the moon. Is that true?
Yeah, that's what they say.
That isn't what they say. They didn't.
That is what they say.
It. That's like dumb. Nobody would say that.
Hey, this is word for word what he said. Word for word.
Yeah.
I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond. But we destroyed that technology. And it would be a painful process
to build it back. Yes. Thank you,
Okay.
CJ.
Well, it's just like an out of context quote that has no like real meaningful connection.
Boring. Shut up. Man, this guy's gonna come in here and lie as well. Holy shit.
Who is that?
Let's hear his point, though. I mean, come on, dude. Why are you saying
No,
that?
he had no point.
Hold on, do we know
I
this
was
guy?
lying
Is
at get-go already.
Yeah. He's a repeat offender.
All right. Fair enough.
Join Rapscuttle. They're on the same level.
You have to lie to Glurf.
I don't know how he was going to convince us that that was out of context. What context was it in then?
Bro, I've had the out of context thing a few times today. I remember when Bill Nye said, the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There is nowhere to go. And someone's like, that's out of context.
Yeah. They're talking about the trash they can't take out to the space. So, and then he says the Earth is a closed system because of that. So how do you even, like, where's the logic? One thing
I just
they
want to know what context is it in then, if it's not this context.
It's his own context. It has no correlation to anything else he was talking about. He says it's closed.
Oh, right.
So if Earth is closed system, and then he's talking about trash, taking out trash to space. At the same time, how do you even, like, where do you go with that?
God knows. These guys, yeah, isn't it just moving the goalpost? Simply.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other context then. We're talking about the ability to go to space, right? So what other context would you be saying these things in? This doesn't make sense. Anyway.
He's not like NASA apologist, a cringe. I think that if we catch NASA out talking some bullshit, as long as NASA gives an excuse for the bullshit or an article says that's not correct, it was taken out of context, I'll just go with that blindly.
I just had this picture in my mind of NASA coming out and saying the Earth is flat. And then all these guys come in and say, no, you're taking what they said out of context.
Yeah.
How can you take that out of context when they say that they destroyed everything? Like, how do you take that out of context? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could analyze the statement and probably see, oh, well, maybe I could see that, you know. But that's just like, it's a statement.
This is what they said.
Huh?
They have a rebuttal. They have a rebuttal for it. This is what it is. They say, oh, what they meant was factories that they used to use to build the parts. They no longer have contracts with them anymore. Excuse.
Oh, really?
That's what they say he meant. Yeah.
Is it hard to
destroy the
recontract?
technology? It means they can't build it back again because they no longer.
That doesn't change the context.
They think it does, though.
Yeah, it's still within the context. It's a painful process to build it back due to what? They don't have any contract with the supply or whatever. I mean,
But
I
them
could go with that.
destroying everything, destroying everything is one thing. That's got, it's irrelevant. What the contracts they had with the factories that built it has nothing to do with the fact that they destroyed the product.
Yeah. Clearly.
They're out of 4 kilobyte memory chips.
I think it was just a metaphor, guys. It was just a metaphor for they don't want to go back.
Yeah. All the telemetry data was destroyed as well, or vanished out of thin air for some reason. Coincidence. The greatest achievement in human history. We destroyed all the telemetry data.
Don't they also claim they filmed over the original footage or something?
Yeah, that's stupid. Like, why? What the fuck? You should have saved it in the museum or something. Like, what the fuck?
Guys, you're taking this out of context. Unfair.
How dare you? Well, how many did they have? Like 18,000? Was it 17,000 like tapes of telemetry data? That's a lot. I mean, I understand if you take a few to record. What did they record it over with, though? Did they say?
Simpsons.
What was Simpson?
One of them's a super fan.
Simpsons.
17,000 episodes of Simpsons.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
It is a crazy claim, isn't it? When you lay it all out, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Even with those excuses they made, it makes absolutely no sense. Greatest human achievement. We just gotta record over the tapes. Don't worry, man. Nobody needs to know. What the fuck? We don't need the data to see if you actually did it or not. Who cares? Just record it over.
Would have been much harder to fake it. Would have been impossible for them to fake it. Impossible. Much easier just to go to the moon, they tell us. Much easier.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what they say. There's whole documentaries about that. They say,
Yeah, I think I've heard that one. I think that Neil deGrasse Tyson said that as well, one of them.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It's easier to go to the moon than fake the whole thing. Oh, really? We don't have studios anymore? Like, suddenly we don't have studios?
Yeah.
Or had, even at that time?
That's got to be the dumbest comment ever made by these Globers. Easier to go than to fake it. Ridiculous.
it shows how brainwashed they are. Stockholm syndrome. And it's not only not only do they just defend it, they get really emotional about it. It's just the original moon landing footage looks so stupid. It looks so fake and ridiculous.
Has anyone tried the red lamp incandescent lights? Like the red incandescence lamps? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Incandescence.
I don't even know what that is.
It's like a red light therapy type, like the 250 watts.
Is it in place of the sun?
Yeah, it's for like winter times. Yeah, like when you don't have much sun where you live.
They're called SAD lamps. You mean the SAD lamps? SAD lamp.
Oh, they call it like that? SAD lamps?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Type that in. I think it's what you're talking about. They have two modes. They have the mode where the light's the same orange color as the sun, but then you can have it as white light, and you're meant to use it in the mornings in the winter. Helps your mood and stuff. Is that the same thing?
I'm
Or is that
looking into that type of thing during the winter time here.
Yeah, well, I've got one. I keep it on my desk in the winter. In fact, I haven't got it out this year, but they're really good. They kind of trick your brain a little bit.
I reckon.
If I start talking over people, I'm not doing it on purpose. Sometimes my Discord just glitches out and I can't hear anyone talking.
No, it's like an infrared type of thing. is to mimic the way of the sun, the heat you get. You're not supposed to cook with it. Relax, Rab. Jesus Christ. I like how he takes it out of context. It's called light therapy, man. Not fucking cooking lamp, dumb fuck.
Jag tror jag såg det för en like.
Hey, what's up, Zach? Oh, hello, Zach. You there? Hmm. I guess not.
What's up, Kingsley?
Brother.
Nothing much. Just starting up a space, seeing who's out there.
You gonna be going all night or what? It's Flat Earth Fridays too, hey?
Yeah, it don't matter. I run my spaces, whatever.
Yeah, I get you. They usually start like at 6, but I guess they're not starting yet. Starting late tonight or something. There's another space going on right now. It's like Ken and all those guys. But Peter's in there, and he's a fucking idiot. I can't stand him. You know how Peter is.
Oh yeah.
But no, I've been loving your spaces. They've been great, man.
Yeah, man. We've been destroying globies for the longest time.
Yeah, and it's like pure, evidence based, which is I like that.
Yeah, ain't no doubt. I'm gonna send out some of the links so that people can join us. What's up, Helio? Yo, what's up, Rayleigh?
Hey, Alpha, aren't you usually working on Fridays?
Yeah, the holidays and all that. They gave me a couple of days off.
Oh, right on, man. Cool.
Just sending all the DMs right now. What up, Rayleigh?
What took you so long?
Yeah. Oh no, man. I was just taking care of some stuff out here.
Hang on a second. I gotta drop back in. The volume's all screwed up.
Okay. You got Chris in the listening panel. Welcome, Chris. You can request to speak if you want to come up here to the stage. Shout out to the listeners. What's going on, guys? What's up? What's up? You guys want a microphone? Just let me know. Request to speak, and I'll drop you a mic. By the way, I'm asking a question. Do you guys see the space on the algorithm, or are you in here because somebody else that you were following is in here? I'm just wondering.
I was the algorithm. Pretty sure. Actually, no, I think you sent me a PM. Hold on. I'll let you know. Yeah, I got a direct message from you saying you started.
Oh, nice, man.
It always sends me one every time. It's wicked.
At the price of Adam. What's up, man?
What's up?
Not the much, man. Seeing what kind of fun we get into tonight.
I'll be listening around. Level's always flat, but I'm over here. I'm trying to find Men in Black. I know I bought it, but I'm trying to find it so I can watch it. I have this hankering. I don't know why. And then editing some video. But I figured I'd come in and listen.
Well, I got something to tantalize your taste buds, man. Go ahead and check out my profile. There's a post that was just made about 18 or 19 hours ago. The scientists discovered a photon. I think it's kind of funny. That's why I posted it. But yeah, you get to check it out if you look at the post that I put on my profile.
Yeah, they post what they imagine a photon would look like.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but if you read the article, I mean, I will spoil it if you want me to because I read the thing, but it's kind of funny.
Looks totally legit.
Hey, it's lemons all the way down, man. What's up, Keith? Welcome to the speaker panel.
Yeah, what's up? I just watched a film sort of like a couple of hours ago, probably 3 or 4 hours ago, and it was entitled The Day the Earth Stood Still. Sorry, if I can say it. The Day the Earth Stood Still. And it was a black and white sort of like movie, and it had sort of like so many sort of like connotations to our sort of like present, sort of like 2024 sort of like time period. And I watched it years ago, and I thought it was really sort of like a really fascinating movie to watch again. I don't know how you feel about that.
The Day the Earth Stood Still. That was some alien that came to the Earth and supposedly was trying to talk to the world leaders. I guess the American president. I don't know if that's what it was, but and they were trying to make peace, but of course they were going to destroy the Earth because it was so far gone, and they were going to prevent like just life being exterminated. So they're going to eradicate the rest of humanity, except for they're going to make like an ark to take away all the remaining lives, so that before everything gets destroyed, kind of a thing. Is that the premise?
Kind of similar. How it ended was sort of like the message was the choice is up to you, and we're not going to do anything, but it's your choice to do the right thing. And I guess that's kind of true. I guess, yeah, sort of like most people on the earth don't want to have wars, do they? I mean, most ordinary people are just sort of like normal people, and we don't want to pick a fight with anyone, and we don't want to have a war. But unfortunately, there are some that do, and it's not in our best interest. I don't know how we pick these leaders, but they always want to do something which is not in our nature to do.
Yeah, so you're saying that we can't avert going to war because the leaders are making war, and then we're just caught up in the wake of that, huh?
I mean, a lot of people think it. Yeah, I think it's really sad, but I'm sure a lot of people do as well.
Well, there's a lot of narratives that aren't true, but yet people still believe in them. Like, us fighting for specific wars for a specific, kind of thing. But I think that's the same. The whole topic of flat Earth is kind of the same way, man. You're told a narrative, and then you're told to kind of defend this narrative. At the same time, you don't know why you're defending it. And I think that's kind of akin to what we're talking about with flat Earth. It's like they tell you from the side of the globe that you have to defend this idea that they're proposing, but you don't know why. And it's like, why not just try to figure out what the truth is and then go from there instead of just blindly defending something you don't know is true? That's kind of why we're asking people that.
Yeah, I get that. I think I've been on here before, and I think we had a few arguments about whether I was sort of like a glober or a flat earther, and I had to confess that I would be a flat earther, even though I think we had a few arguments about this, but never mind. I feel that the place we live is not exactly as it appears to be. I feel that it's more of like a spiritual place than rather being a materialistic place. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, that has a lot of merit, but at the same time, we would never be able to find out because we're still caught up in the materialistic. There's a different type of narrative that's taken over right now, and that's like secular atheism. And so that's divorcing us from that spiritual side because it's all material, right? So that's kind of like slowly moving away, but it seems like, I don't know, for me anyway, I see that science is trying to make a full circle back to spiritualism, and that they're trying to cut into like this other dimension and tapping into this etheric realm, kind of thing. That's what I'm hearing. I don't buy into any of that, but that's what they're talking about on the pseudoscience side. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like this woo-woo stuff that they're trying to make it sound like with their pseudoscientific ideas, but yet they were secular atheists before, now transitioning over to this kind of like uh, other dimensions, splitting splitting the not the atom, but what was it that when the proton, the particle that they're trying to accelerate with the CERN particle, the God particle.
Yeah, the God particle stuff and CERN and all this sort of stuff. I heard that they was trying to create portals and all this sort of stuff. I don't know who you heard about that.
Yeah, and this is like what they consider to be like, serious science, man. I mean, why doesn't anybody question those guys? Like, it seems like that's legit for the mindset of the idea of the person who believes the Earth is a globe. That stuff is okay, but when we talk about flat Earth, they mock it. That just can't be. But yet, when it comes to this other stuff, they're totally on board. Like, why does that make any more sense than what we're talking about? Like, how come they accept that more than they do this? Like, do you understand? Like, there's some type of uh identity that they have with the Earth being a globe and such. That's the way it looks like. I mean, what else can it be?
Well, I think everything is kind of weird. I was talking to someone, and she lives in East Germany, which is probably about 500 or 600 miles away from the UK. And yeah, we were just talking, and she likes to do this sort of like healing stuff. She's sort of like well into that healing thing. And as she opened a bottle of fragrance in front of me on a Zoom session, and as soon as she opened that bottle, I could smell it. And I said, "You opening oranges, aren't you?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "I can smell that from here." So, how is that possible? There is no materialistic viewpoint that can explain that.
Yeah, I don't know, man, but I don't subscribe to anything that's like too on the fringe. For me, it's a lot more evident that people actually make good arguments and such. So whatever that other side is a more of a different topic for me, I think.
Yeah, I know it's kind of like a different topic. I'm not trying to persuade you to go to sort of like the woo-woo stuff, you know. I think there's plenty of woo-woo stuff out there, but you know, maybe we have to avoid that kind of discussion tonight. You know, maybe it can be for another time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, it's really important to talk about things when the subject comes up. Like, I do think that I don't take a look at the world as being just all materialistic and empirical. Like, there is something outside of our senses. Like, if I was to mention a word and try to quantify love, how could you do it? Like, if you say I love my mother, like, how could you quantify that? In what way? What's the measure of how much you love your mother? Like, there's no way to do that. Like, you couldn't figure out how much in you know, I love her this much, you know, kind of quantification. But that's nevertheless, it's the emotional side of us is a very different thing. There's something else that's outside of like the material world, you know. So yeah, I do think that we are, you know, definitely material and spiritual at the same time. But the spiritual side is what confuses those who believe that the earth is a globe, because they've been taught to believe in a philosophy about what the earth is as a globe versus really ground themselves in empirical evidence, and they don't know how to do that. So it's hard to have that conversation in a room full of people that are trying to ground themselves, and then you have, you know, people that are coming in here trying to figure out what the earth is, and then we're talking about, you know, like philosophy and, you know, spiritualism and stuff, and they just are like, well, what's this all about? You know, I thought we were talking about what the earth is, you know. So it's not that I don't want to talk about it, it's just it's hard to talk about it when you got people that are confused coming in here trying to ask questions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. I came in here about sort of like 15 minutes ago. Have you had any sort of like interesting sort of like globers to argue with?
No, not yet. Actually, I just opened the space up. So what we're doing is we're waiting to see who comes in here. I mean, all anybody has to do is request to speak, and they come up here. I think usually when listeners come in here, they usually hear me when I'm talking to somebody who's, you know, really staunch in their position. But I'm not one to be above somebody coming in here and just asking questions if they're just curious. You know, I can deal with that on an individual basis. So I approach other people very differently. I think for me, every case is very special, right? It just depends who they are. The kind of energy that you bring into this room is the kind you're going to get reciprocated. So if you come in with the attitude of like, yeah, no, I might think that the earth is a globe. I'll be a little curious. I'm going to ask you some questions. It might sound stupid, whatever it is. I don't care about that. It's when you're not answering. Like if I was to ask you, for example, if I asked to ask you a question and you're kind of being shady and you're not really wanting to tell me the truth and you're just like skirting around what I asked you because you don't want to answer the question, I think that's being like a bit of a weasel, you know? You don't have to do that. Like, I don't know why people do that, but when they do that, that's when something different changes within the dynamic of the conversation. Like, I mean, obviously you could avoid that, but just being honest, but Not you, the royal you anyway. But that's what I'm saying. It's important for people to come in here and just be honest with like the, with the format.
Yeah, I mean, when I look around the world, I kind of look in all directions and I see all around me and I see sort of like 360 degrees and it looks sort of like round in a certain kind of way. And then I never noticed that, of all my travels, I never noticed curvature. So it's kind of a different thing to not notice it if it exists.
Yeah, I think that's the way it goes. You don't notice the curvature, but they tell you that it's there. You don't feel the spin of the earth, but they tell you that it's spinning. There's a lot of things that outside of your senses, they tell you that's going on. And that's the problem, right? It's extra perceptory, the thing that's happening with the earth. And so they make you believe something that's not true. That's why we're talking about it in a way that makes it real to people. It's like, how do you know that the earth is what they're telling you if there's no way to detect it from, our senses? And I think that's important, right?
Yeah, I think it's important because we got our own senses and then we got so-called photographs and, well, they don't actually call them photographs, do they? They call them images now, don't they? So, images from space, why can't they actually tell us that this is a photograph? I don't think they dare. I don't think they dare want to do that because it's not a photograph, is it? We can see it's just a creation of some sort of data set.
Shout out to everybody that's joining. Welcome to the space. Go ahead if you guys want to talk, because I see we have a lot of people on the speaking panel. So see if you guys want to say what's up. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, we're just waiting for everybody else to come in. But shout out to everybody that's joining right now. There's a lot of new faces in here. If you guys haven't yet followed me, we do spaces like 3 or 4 times a week. So yeah, you can go ahead and follow me. And we're doing a continuing series with 24/7. So the group of 24/7, we're just a group of friends on Discord, and we come over to the platform here on X. So we're going to be doing spaces. We've been doing like at least 26 episodes. Well, a bit more because I have like extra episodes. And we have a lot of content on YouTube and Rumble and other formats. So we'd like for you guys to join us here on the speaker panel if you have any questions, or if you think the Earth is a globe, we want to challenge you. So if you want to come up here and just talk about that, that'd be cool.
Hello. How's everybody doing?
What's up, Latsy?
Nothing much. The sky.
Yeah, did you see what I posted on my profile? They found that the first image of a photon was discovered like 18 hours ago. So I want you guys to check that out.
Can you explain that in a bit more detail? I'm not really getting it.
Yeah, a photon. Have you heard of what a photon is?
Yeah, I've heard of the name photon. I guess it's sort of like the smallest particle of light that can exist. Does that make sense?
Yeah, if you want to see what an image of one looks like, just go to my profile. You'll see it.
So they're saying they're going to shine a light on a photon and you're going to see the photon.
No. They're not shining a light. It's emitting light. It's a photon.
Oh, okay. So it's emitting light.
That's what a discrete chunk of light is right there. One photon. Go check it out.
How does that work?
Did you know that the eye... Did you know that the eye can actually see one photon?
Well, yeah, they took a picture of it. It looks like a giant lemon or, a tiny lemon.
A tiny lemon.
Yeah, go look at the image. You'll freak out. And you know what? How about if I just post it in the nest? How about that? I'll make it easy.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, go and do that.
But how do you get a portion of an emission? That's what I want to know.
It's not an actual photo.
Well, it's an image. Apparently they detected it.
There you go. Bob's your uncle up in the top. There you go.
So apparently this photon has, I don't know, 20 spikes to it.
Hey, readers added a context misleading. This is a CGI image of a photon, not an actual photo. That's so funny. It's so funny.
This photon has sort of like 20 spikes to it, and it looks like something you may buy at Christmas time.
Yeah, people are fact checking it right now. As you can see, the readers have already added context. X is really good about doing that because in case somebody posts something that's not true, then the readers can actually add context. They can add context to.
That's the kind of thing I would love to have. I would probably order about 20 of them and then put them on my Christmas tree.
Well, do you see how bright they are? I mean, but a photon, of course, being a discrete chunk of light, like as tiny as it is, I don't know if you can put it on your tree.
But a discrete portion of light would be one sort of colour, and I can see more than one colour in that image. So I think the artist impression is kind of a bit woo-woo.
Well,
no
I mean,
I think you should read the first. The guy that posted this image has like more context if you click on his post, and it's so funny because he has like a GIF with lemons, and he said it's lemons all the way down.
That's what. I made a comment underneath. I don't know if you see my comment underneath the space that we're doing now, and I put in the quotations when life gives you lemons. Then I put a little emoji of a lemon. I didn't.
Photons?
Yeah, yeah. I didn't complete the phrase, but you get it. You get it. Dude, I mean, it never amazes me like that they're coming out with stuff like this, and unless somebody had put some context in the bottom, people wouldn't question it. They would just accept it readily. I mean, it's what it seems like, right?
Oh, they say it's CGI, so yeah. What do we do with CGI images? We tend to call them a bit sort of fakery.
Nah, they wouldn't do that. I mean, why would they? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Well, if I could lie to you and you would, because of my lie, I would get $1,000. Do you think that is a reason for me to lie? Or maybe not me, but someone else?
Oh, you mean like, I don't know. Let me take a wild guess, like maybe NASA? Nah, they wouldn't lie. Why would they lie? I mean, can you give me a real good reason why NASA would lie?
Because it's cheaper to do it on Earth than in somewhere in space.
I'll give you 1 trillion reasons why they would lie.
I would have a camera crew and I would set up the ISS and I would do it on Earth for sort of like a sort of like a sum for sort of like a few, yeah, $10,000 or whatever, sort of like camera crew cost. And if I was to do that actually in space, that would cost millions. So what is my choice? Fake it.
Fake it till you make it.
And I've actually got a picture in my possession of them doing a film studio on the supposedly ISS.
Oh, I have the there's an explanation, or I guess a walkthrough of what the ISS is for those who are curious to know on my profile, just so you can get acclimated with what it is, because there's still a lot of people that don't know what the ISS is. So there's like a short animated video. I mean, well, CGI video. It's like 3 or 4 posts down on my profile. As a matter of fact, let me just put it in the nest. Every time I talk about something, it's on my profile. I'll just put it in the nest.
I'll tell you what, the best thing about the ISS is their hairstyles. How come all the women's hairstyles seem to float up and all the men's hairstyle, they don't seem to do that?
Real expensive hairspray. I don't know.
Yeah, wouldn't hair in space be like hair in water? Because hair gets wet, weightless in water.
Yeah, NASA hairspray. Where did it come from?
Yeah, so I posted that animated video of the ISS. It's in the nest for you guys. Also, if you're just joining us right now, we have an image of the first photon ever taken. It's been discovered, guys. Rest assured, we had people working on this, and with their thorough research, we have now come to a place in history where we can now know what a photon looks like, because now one's recorded, and there you go. No need to worry anymore. No, the debate is over.
I know this is a bit of an offshoot of the flat Earth stuff, but there's a crisis happening in sort of like cosmology, and also with the James Webb sort of telescope. They're all getting, all the scientists seem to be all getting confused, and they don't know how old the universe is now, because it's kind of like they're doubling the age and sort of making it bigger and doing all these weird stuff, and saying these galaxies can't exist and all the shit. I don't know if we heard any of that.
I thought the crisis in cosmology was that the cosmology is in crisis. I'm sorry. Maybe I should have said it that way.
Well, apparently we had sort of like 14 billion years or something, and now it's about 27 sort of billion years old. And then we have galaxies that can't exist because they're too young.
Well, yeah, and that's the issue is.
Yeah, the whole system is failing.
The issue is, ever since Einstein because he had his universe was constant. And then he got disproven with redshift and blue shift because that was showing that the universe is expanding and it isn't constant. So there was a crisis in cosmology. Yeah. But then now there's probably another crisis that's going on. There's always something wrong with the way they're proposing the universe to be. Don't you think that that's odd? And then they say things like, scientific communicators are saying like they're 98% stupid about the universe. And, we kind of in here want to finish them off and say, I don't think it's 98%. I think it's 100% stupid.
Yeah, I can't hear anybody. I'm going to drop out and come back in, okay, Miggy?
All right, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, yes.
Yeah. It's just Keith that's talking. He's the only other guy.
I think it's remarkable in the last 2 years we've had all these scientists come out and say, all my buddy scientists are talking shit.
Yeah, people are really confused. That's what I think. And I don't think they know what's going on. The common, glober that comes in here, they believe they got a beat on all things cosmology, but they don't really know. Not even the solar system. If you were to ask them, like, what do you think about the solar system? It's anything observable that you know of? And right now, they're probably like, oh, yeah, we have a solar system. All the planets go around the sun. But do you know that nobody's ever witnessed an orbit, Keith? Nobody's ever seen an orbit, ever, in history? Yeah, nobody's ever seen one. That's a very bold statement I just said. Why don't I get challenged on that? It's kind of weird, right? Somebody could come up here and like, no, you're wrong. We've witnessed an orbit. We know, of course, NASA's been doing it all the time. But alas, nobody in 2024 can make that statement and stand by it. Do you know why?
Yeah, because it's all fake. Yeah. Can I just say, when you see pictures of NASA and they got sort of like a so-called satellite going up and down the screen, and they have sort of like a map on the screen, and this sort of like map of the satellite is sort of like a sine wave going up and down.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They have one like that for the ISS as well.
Yeah, so that's a sine wave. Now, the only thing that is really weird because it doesn't go in a straight line anymore. It just goes up and down.
Yeah, you're talking about what path of what's doing the sine wave though. I don't know what was the context. What's going in that sine wave?
Well, everything that goes around the Earth in an orbit seems to go around as you would imagine it to be, sort of like going round. If you had a globe in front of you, sort of like a model globe, and you had a satellite going round the globe, it would go round and you would see it going round. But on the actual reality, it goes in a sine wave. And that's kind of really weird because that's not what you see. If you were looking at a globe, you would see the satellite going around the Earth, and that would be sort of like going round. But on the sort of like the NASA stuff, it goes up and down, up and down, up and down. So what was going on?
I don't know. We got AI Overlord that just jumped on here. Were you able to work out? I tried to invite you as a co-host, but it didn't let me do it straight away. So I guess I have to do it while you're as a speaker, I guess. Do you hear me, AI?
Yes.
Well, we're at a point right now where everybody can yell Eureka because we just found the first image of a photon.
hilarious. that it's called a lemon. You remember back when Kiwi and Lemon used to fight all the time about light with photons?
Yeah. No, you don't think that somebody was privy to that conversation, or perhaps Lemon might be behind all of this? I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's trolling.
He's trolling us, bro. He must be trolling QE from wherever he is.
There was also Apollo 1. I think it was Gus. I can't remember his surname, but he put a lemon on the. He put a lemon on the spaceship, didn't he?
Yeah, that was Grissom.
And unfortunately, he paid with his life.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff surrounding that, man. It's pretty crazy. Overlord, did you get that co-host?
I don't know. The screen is just all wonky. The screen kind of like freezes sometimes, and so like it won't even show anything, whether I'm muted, unmuted, or nothing. Just show the guests. Not sure why.
Are you on your phone or are you on your
I'm on
PC?
a laptop.
Dude, it's probably because you're using Windows 2000, bro. You gotta let go of Windows 2000.
I was watching sort of like one of these sort of like Mars rover sort of like shows, and they were saying what they'd be doing with the Mars rover, and they had problems with the microphone in their studio, so they couldn't get a radio signal from one side of the studio to the other. I thought that was so funny. If they're trying to get a signal to Mars and they can't do it across their studio.
Yeah, let me announce the news to all the 24/7 team as they're coming in here, because they haven't heard. Jedi, we have a breakthrough in discovery.
Whoa, sounds like I've joined at the right time. What's this?
They finally discovered what a photon looks like. It's up in the nest, up in the top.
I'll have a look.
Yeah, feast your eyes, huh? And your senses, the rest of your senses.
Oh, wow.
I mean, wow, right?
So is a photon like something out of sort of like Star Trek, like sort of like a photon torpedo?
Nah, man, we got an image of what one looks like. We shall wonder no longer. Everybody was trying to figure out what one looks like, and I mean, there you go.
It's lemons all the way down.
All the way down.
Yeah, but the image looks like I've been shot by a photon torpedo or something out of Star Trek. I'm dead.
I actually read that whole article, and it's a belly laugher. Kind of don't want to spoil it for you guys if you're looking through it.
Yeah, I was gonna have a little read through. This is fucking hell. All right, I'll have a laugh and have a little look through this.
Yeah. It's funny because in X, you can actually post underneath somebody's like whatever they reposted or whatever, and kind of fact check them. And yeah, that thing's been fact checked right before you even look at it. Everyone's gonna do the photon dance. Psst, psst, psst. I mean,
Yeah, Alpha.
Yeah.
Do you see the community notes?
Nah, we don't need to worry about that, man. We found an image of what a photon looks like. Forget the community notes. Damn the community notes, man. We don't need to worry about that.
Alpha, did you know that we have devices that can detect individual photons?
I'm telling you, they're showing one right there. What one looks like.
I know. It's a funny meme, okay? I'm just asking you seriously. Did you know that we have devices that can detect individual photons?
Oh, brother. What's your point?
There's no point. I'm just sharing exchange. It's called information exchange.
Yeah, it's like with trillions of frames per second. We
They can detect individual photons, is all I'm saying.
Did you know that the eye can also detect a single photon?
Yes, it does. Actually, the chemicals in your eye react to individual photons. There's a protein that like unwinds when it gets hit by a photon, and then it resets. Yeah.
Somehow I feel enlightened right now.
Good one.
We're trying to bring you out of the dark. Don't worry.
Ah, photons. I see what you're doing. Dude, you're quick. Photon, bring you out of the dark. You're playing 4D chess, aren't you?
I'd probably say he's more in the 5 or 6D chess.
I don't think that's the thing, though. But yeah.
Playing light speed chess.
Do they need to move that unmute button where it's... I hate that unmute button. That mute all the space button. Stupid. They put it right next to the speaker button. It's
I know.
dumb.
I know I've accidentally hit it a few times. Needs to be up top.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to press it, you're not going to press it with... It's dumb. Richest man in the world, and we can't even get like good tech software.
The software was
Yeah, I
written
don't
by a
have
bunch of Marxists.
trouble.
That's why
Well, I
it's so
haven't
bad.
been in spaces except yours in a while, but I don't have this kind of trouble in other spaces. Other flat Earth spaces deal with people not being able to hear another speaker, maybe, and they have to drop down and come back up or something. But the stuff that happens in your spaces, like I don't ever see happening in others.
Oh, you're gonna start a conspiracy theory.
I know, right? Well, I'm sure there's little kinks that need to be straightened out.
If anything, I'd have to say I'd have to say Peter's behind all of it. He's probably working hard overtime with them guys in the back end. Look, man, how many pesos do I have to give you guys to make this work for us? Like, what are we gonna do? Can we strike a deal or something? And like, dude, I'm telling you, man, it's gonna cost you. He's like, I'll take a second mortgage out. I just do this for me, man. Just can you do this for me?
It's funny that you say this because there was a period of time before you discovered Twitter where I actually was working with Twitter backhands to fight Flat Earth, and I was paying them $100. Can you believe it? $100 American
You are
every month.
such a liar, dude. Like, there's liars. I mean, I've known
not a
people to be
liar.
liars, man. Look, and I don't know. You can't.
The evidence.
I don't think you can show receipts like because that's.
I'll do it right now.
Well, okay, but anyway.
Yeah, he'll make up the receipts right now.
So
yeah, let me.
No. Please.
Well, fuck that. All right, if you said that, I feel like that's cap, but whatever, whatever.
Okay,
whatever.
So here, click right now in your shit. 1 second.
And don't put some government documents or some shit.
Yeah, sure.
Why are you doing that? I want to see what Superfly is saying. Superfly, you there?
God, you won't even give me 2 minutes.
No, Superfly has his hand up. While you're looking for something, fucking.
But I found it. So in your jumbo, there's a hashtag that I posted. It's going to show. Oh, there it is. Click on that hashtag. Every single one of those tweets. All right, and there's quite a few, probably hundreds, was generated by me using what I just told you.
No, I think you put it in the pill. It's not in the jumbotron.
It's both. It's in the jumbo. Right?
Oh,
And I did exactly what you said. I was working with the Twitter backhand, and I was paying them money. $100 American every month. That's why I stopped. Because, you know, as much as I like fighting Flat Earth, it has its limits. So, you're spot on, man. You are the truth seeker.
I told you. I told you. You can say I'm good, but damn, I'm good, man. Like if I called that shit out, even if I didn't know you were doing that, that's got to say something, right?
Saying, you were sponsoring them for $100 a month.
I had to pay them $100 to get access to their backhand to be able to do this. They sell this for money.
How they sold it?
Didn't they cut down their staff, and by that they cut down like a lot of departments?
Yeah,
what I heard.
And then Musk made this backhand paid at a ridiculous price. Like $100 is the lowest tier. The next one is like $500 or $5,000.
Is that
holy
$100 a month? $100 a year?
Yeah, a month.
Well, but it's interesting that to say Musk is a businessman and he has this kind of things going in the background that not a lot, many people might know about. All these tier systems, $100 tier, $500 tier, and so forth, that we don't sort of.
Well, it's publicly known. There's a website advertising it, and you just click a button to join in. So it's very publicly known.
Let me give a shout out because it was Keith. Superfly wanted to say something, and then I'm gonna give a quick plug to everybody joining. Go ahead, Superfly.
Well, hey, good morning, everybody. Depending, I guess, where you're at. I'm in Massachusetts. Been out here with some friends. Hey, I have a question for Peter because I've been listening to him for a while, and I guess maybe one of the questions I have for him, and a sincere question, serious question. Do you think that Elon Musk is going to be able to go to Mars?
I am skeptical. I have no doubt that human beings will go to Mars one day and have a base there, but I don't know if that's going to happen within Elon's lifetime. I'm skeptical about. I think he's kind of being optimistic on purpose to kind of encourage people to support all these ideas, but I know that projects don't go as planned, so I think it's going to take maybe 50, 100 years. That's my guess.
That's fair. Yeah, but I'm gonna say I think it's a real distraction now that I'm a flat earther, being that I wasn't a flat earther prior to 2016. I've been most of my life I've been involved in aviation. When I was 15 years old, I really don't tell this too much because it's really not a big deal. But then now that I have become a flat earther, I kind of try to tell people, you know, do you really believe NASA? And I'll tell you where I used to love NASA. I used to be a 49ers fan, and I had a lot of memorabilia. But I didn't have far enough as what I had for NASA. I mean, I had a big space shuttle, Columbia wall of their walk-in space. Then I come to find out that big giant picture that my parents put that was a wallpaper, you know, photo of I think it wasn't the Columbia because I think it was Atlantis. And they were doing a spacewalk, and it looked like they were in space. And you know where they took that picture at? You ain't gonna believe this shit. They took that picture in a 40-foot pool that I've been to, that I swam in that pool, because when I was 15, my mom and my stepdad decided that they were going to get me tickets since I graduated. I think it was a 7th grade or no 8th grade, or I think it was 8th grade. I was going into to high school. They told me, "Oh, you get out of 8th grade for the summer. We're gonna let you. We're gonna buy you the tickets to go to space camp." Now, so I went to space camp because I was so like gun ho about it, man. So I go out there, they got all these other kids that are out there, and I remember we had a great time. We went out to launch pads. We did a bunch of shit. I'm not even going to hold anybody up here and tell you everything that we did because we did so much shit. It was unreal. I don't even remember most of the shit that we did. But I do remember that one time that they let us swim in those 40-foot pools, and we got to snorkel because they couldn't get us. We were too young to get us, get us into doing the whole scuba diving thing, and they have to get permission, and it's just unsafe or whatever. So, but they got us to snorkel. They taught us how to snorkel in these 40-foot pools. They're real wide. I remember it said 40 foot deep though. And they got a big space shuttle down there. And they got the arm and the bay doors, and those guys go down there that far. I didn't swim down to the bottom, or I never got close, but we could see through our face mask that, oh, son of a bitch, they got a whole space shuttle down there. They do. I bet you any money all of these spacewalks are probably done right there in Houston.
Hey man, I have a question for you. I have a quick question for you. How many engines on a KC-10?
How many what?
Engines on a KC-10.
3. Well, 4 if you want to count an APU, but three big main engines.
What civilian aircraft is it based on?
Well, the KC-10 used to be the DC-10. They just changed it into a freighter, basically a tanker.
Thank you.
What, you didn't think I knew? You didn't think I knew that? I started, man. That's the first thing I've flown for the Air Force. Come on.
Because some people in this space, because internet people and whatnot, will claim that they do something, but they're not. But they're usually Globers that do that. That they claim that something that they're not. So it's cool. I mean.
Well, you know what it is? No, you know what it is that how many pilots are going to come up here into this or in any of the platforms and state that they're flat earthers? I know there's
exactly.
How many friends of mine are calling me, dude? You get on X, and then I don't even tell them that I'm Superfly because I don't want them to come up here and say, man, I'm embarrassed because he's out there, he's saying that. So my friends don't know. This is like me. This is my own little project. And I say what I say. It's true, but now I don't know. I do know that I live on a flat Earth because, well, globe doesn't make no sense to me. It doesn't make no sense to me as a pilot.
Damn.
I mean, shit. Let me tell you this much, Peter. I feel that if Felix Baumgartner, if I can say that right, I just call him Felix B. If he can go up 24, let's just say 24, I think it's 26, but if he can go 24 miles up and get, now there's nothing, he's not being held by no, what is it? He's not being held by anything. He floated up for 5 hours, okay? And now he's going to do a space jump from out there. He comes down and he lands 25 to 50 miles away from where he started. And we're supposed to believe that the Earth moves 1,000 miles an hour. Don't you have a question? Or is the gravity still holding him up at 26 miles? That's what you have to ask yourself these stupid ass questions. I mean, come on. when are we going to start being realistic, or you start believing your own self? When you go out there to the beach and you look way far out there, do you really see a curve? Did I go up and I flew airplanes or corporate jets, or even when I flew in the Air Force, do you think that I thought we were flying on a globe? At one time, I thought I did see curve. Not until 2016, I started to really look outside my window, the cockpit window, and I said, but that horizon's flat. Where's the curve?
Yeah, boy.
And if any pilot out there tells you, oh yeah, I see a curve, or you're the passenger on a jetliner and you look outside the window and you tell me you see a curve, I'll call you bullshit. I gotta call it bullshit, man. I'm sorry. It's just, well, you're not going to see it. And if you did see it, how come Felix, that went up way up there, farther than I have, how come Felix went all the way up there, opened up his door, and the horizon is still at his eyesight, and it's flat, bro?
Pretty flat.
Don't you think he should have? Don't you think that Felix? Don't you think he should have been able to see a fucking curve? I rest my case.
Preach it. Dude, that was glorious. And Peter just feels like, I don't know, he's feeling some kind of way. I think he needs an Alka-Seltzer or a Pepto-Bismol.
I'm crushed, guys. I'm gonna rage quit now. Okay.
Yeah, don't.
You guys
well,
have a good night.
yeah.
No,
All right,
I can't take it, man.
All right, man. Yeah.
All right. Take care.
Later. I mean, I don't even know what
Wait, Alpha.
That flat smack. You got that flat smack. It was like you came from downtown, bro, with that flat smack, and it just went like as hard as you could. You know, with your right hand.
Alpha.
Dang, dude.
Am I really seeing that Peter really is disconnecting? Because he's not really. He's probably just saying this guy's so full of shit. No, we live on a globe. Oh no, now he's gonna go try to find which avenue there is to. Oh, what the fuck is this guy? You know. I'm not out here to feed you guys bullshit, man. I mean, I'm being realistic. I've been a globe earther, and it saddened me as much as there isn't a Santa Claus. When at 7 years old, when I found out there wasn't a Santa Claus, and that shit was my uncle the whole time, I was pissed and I was crying. All right, because there was no Santa. I love Santa Claus, but you know what? We have to fucking grow up, get out of the fantasy world. And another thing, guys, I mean, I got into an argument the other day, or I think I called it bullshit. A lot of us live in fantasy land, talking about extraterrestrials that they come from another planet. If don't you think at one time they would have came down here and made some kind of contact and blown us away or some shit like that, or really would have showed us their spaceship? But all the spaceships that you see and all these flat discs and shit that flies around, it's all made by the United States government and all these other governments that are together making shit. You know, we do have good technology. I mean, we do, but a lot of it, I call it holograms. You know, shit, look at 9/11. I don't really believe that the second plane hit a second building. I think that was a hologram, really, because I might sound crazy, but you know what? Look at Russia and look at the UK and the United States. They've been putting out there, like they even showed a video one time of putting out big what are they called, the A1 Abrams tanks? Like they had them all on a big old hill, and there was only one or two of them were real, and all these other ones, they looked like they were real, but they were holograms. You know, think about this, guys. When they say, oh, Jesus is coming through the cloud, you know, they can make a hologram of Jesus' face coming through a cloud and everybody's knee will bow. Okay? That shit's not going to happen that way. You already know how God's coming.
Thanks for that, Superfly. We got Chip coming up right now. Chip, welcome to the speaking panel.
Oh, well, thank you. I just wanted to say that for me, belief is like measured in percentage. How strong, like from 0 to 100%. I don't 100% believe anything, and I don't 0% believe anything. Everything's got to be somewhere in between. And my belief in anything, it's not going to be stuck on one place on that number line. It's going to change according to what I hear and what I see and what I learn, how I figure things out for myself. So whether you're a believer or not believer, I don't even believe in that. You're somewhere on the spectrum. And
let me ask you, Chip. Let me ask you, because I think I'm kind of curious when people usually start saying words like that. Do you think that was something that you always thought, or was it something that you picked up maybe from academia, like maybe philosophy courses that were showing you different ways to think? Was it because of that? Or is it just solely because that's the way you always were? You just you never really thought there was any truth anyway. You know what I mean? Because
I've always been like that. Even before I started going to school, I was estimating things on how possible it was that something was true. Regarding Santa Claus, I was pretty doubtful. And I tried to prove that he did not exist by putting my Christmas stocking on my foot and went to sleep. I figured if he's going to fill that up with treats, then he's going to have to wake me up and take it off my foot first. And
interesting.
That's just the way I, discovered there was no Santa Claus. And years later, I laughed when my mom remembered searching all over for my stupid stocking. She couldn't find it, and all the stupid crap was put up on top of the fireplace mantelpiece next to where the other stockings were. But it was so funny. I said, "Mom, you know what happened?" It was just a laugh. But anyways, that's the way I estimate everything, and you have to understand that like for instance with the aliens and stuff. For a long time, I was like 2 or 3 on a scale of 1 to 10, whether or not they existed, maybe 4. And with the government coming out saying stuff about it, I don't really trust them. But the fact that they're saying it kind of increases my belief. So I might be even up over a 5 by now. But I can't explain. I can't explain why they haven't shown us.
Check it out, Chip. Because the reason why I was saying that was because I think a lot of people don't know when they come in here, what to expect or what is this all about, flat Earth and all that kind of stuff. But lately I've been interested because X has a different group of people that we speak to, because it's really not the same group of people that we have on Discord and other platforms. Every platform has their I guess you can say the range of people that come in inquiring about stuff, and X is kind of very unique in that it's a bit more broad. You get your everyday people that come through here, such as yourself. You're just a guy who thinks you could measure something from kind of like a sliding scale of percentage, of what you think you believe on a specific topic. But it just seems to me that you sound like a guy who questions things. Am I wrong about that? You're skeptical, and I'm not saying to a real strong degree, but you do have your doubts on things, right? I mean, like government and stuff like that.
I think the important thing for me in learning is to not take sides on anything. Even though Superfly believes the Earth's flat, and I give that a really low confidence for my own self, I like to hear him, and because it helps me to understand how people arrive at their conclusions, and by understanding them, I understand myself, and vice versa. And I'm trying to develop my understanding of the world, and having a broad range of other people giving me feedback, even if it might be bad feedback. It doesn't matter. I'll guarantee you that there's some things I'm really strongly believing in and way up on the 8s and 9s and higher that I might be completely wrong about. But if I'm ever going to discover what I'm wrong about, it will require that I have to be open to everybody. And that's why I like broad spaces, as far as opinions go.
Yeah,
I'm very tolerant of other people, no matter how crazy it sounds. There's a lot of things that Alex Jones. I'll tell you what. I was so fooled by the elections. Now I'm really pretty high, a pretty high number of confidence that the 2020 elections were stolen, and that was going from a very low probability. I was like, I'd very much changed on that, and a lot of it has to be just being open to stuff, and then seeing how other people arrive at the truth, and that helps me understand the world better. And that's really, I think, one of my biggest missions in life is just trying to understand what the hell this world is all about. There's a lot of stuff we're never going to know, and if we did know it, it might explain a lot of these mysteries and stuff. I'm sure of that, but we'll see.
Well, I guess the reason why I was asking you all these questions, man, is because what we've learned, or I guess been told about the Earth, I think none of it has anything to deal with things that are rooted in the physical and natural world, like measurements and demonstrations, things that we can find out whether or not we can know for sure. Like what they were telling us, like, okay, so the ground underneath your feet, right? It's supposed to be an oblate spheroid, like a giant ball that you're standing on. According to the way they tell us that, if you're in North America or whatever, somebody antipodal to your position would be somewhere in like, Asia or something, Australia, something like that. But if that was true, then there would be some measurable amounts of curvature, even from a short distance, right? Of course, because you're standing on a ball. So any amount of distance, you could, get a range of like a specific amount of curvature. Like, let's just take, for example, a small piece of the Earth. You could say 20 miles or whatever, 30 miles. And then within that range, you could find out the Earth is actually curving just like they said it was. That would give you a good estimation of like the giant spheroid that you're standing on, more or less, right? But if that were true, now the thing is, and we ask everybody here, I've been doing it for years, there hasn't been anybody that's actually measured the curvature of the Earth as in the oblate spheroid, the giant ball, because there's no drop over distance measurement that have been done. Now, what I mean by that is if you were to have, let's say a tangent line, which I could give you an analogy of what that means. It's like a basketball and you put a ruler on top of it. And then that ruler would stand to be like that tangent line. And the basketball, as it's curving away from the ruler, would be kind of like the curvature of the Earth curving away from that tangent line. So if they could measure the surface of the Earth dropping away from that tangent line, that would mean that the Earth is curving like the way they think it is, and it could be measured as in a drop over distance. But that's not the case, because you never have any drop over a distance. There's an issue, right? There's an issue, there's a problem. The math that follows the Earth being a globe with the radius value and the circumference never seemed to line up with any way that we could test and verify that the Earth that we're standing on is a ball, with curvature. So it's more so the fact that even if we were told that it was a globe, there's no way to measure the globe. So this story is filled with mathematics, and it's filled with like the lore of a story of, a solar system, a galaxy, multiple galaxies, and they put in your mind a bunch of ideas, but you can never test these ideas to be true. They're just stories, like what the sun is made of, what the planets are made of, and on and on. So there's so much about the Earth being a globe that's not true, and you don't know that because you've never challenged yourself. And right now, I think is what I'm doing. I'm presenting you a challenge. So if it was possible that the Earth was measured and you know of it, how do you think that would be possibly given as in a demonstration, or I know this guy in history, he did it, or whatever? And I'm asking you, like, search your mind if it's possible that you know, or if you don't know, say, you know what, I don't know, maybe the scientist knows or something, or whatever. But
yeah, there's science on it, and there's some people that actually seriously tried that. It's been done with lasers and stuff. But the interesting thing that I found really fascinating about this is that the gravity of the Earth causes the light to bend around it. And so when the sun rises in the morning, you see it while it's still below the horizon. Even if you have a very, very long distance laser, that laser light actually curves with the gravity. Now, if there's any truth to this flat Earth stuff, it might be found in understanding our universe in different dimensions. I don't know, but maybe AI can make sense of that. Our brains are not really geared towards thinking about interdimensional anything. We just can't. It just doesn't compute for us. And so whatever the state of the galaxy is, it may be very different from what we're seeing, simply because we're just stuck in this three-dimensional space. And so I keep my
Chip,
mind open in that way.
I think what you mentioned was something called gravitational lensing. Have you heard of that word? Gravitational lensing.
You can actually see the light of the curve around planets and around Earth. Anything
is that what you were talking? Is that what you were mentioning? Is that what you were talking about? Like gravitational lensing?
Yeah.
Or is that something else? What you were talking about?
That's part of being able to understand that sometimes what you're seeing is not what's really there. It helps you to understand that there's a lot of.
Let me. I'm gonna kind of divert to Jedi, and then let's see if he can kind of fill in a little bit of.
Cool.
I jumped in and heard quite a few claims about gravity bending light. What do you think gravity is, my friend?
I think that's it, that nobody really completely knows, but it's actually what Einstein says is that the gravity is curving space, so the light's still going straight, but it looks like it's curving because the space is curving. That's the sense I've heard.
Yeah, I understand Einstein's explanation. Like the sun is sitting in the fabric of space-time, and because of the mass of the sun, the space-time is being curved. So we can see things that are behind the sun, for example, on a solar eclipse.
Yeah, slightly. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. You understand that when Einstein describes the 4 dimensions of space-time, 3 dimensions, height, width, length, and time, this is just a mathematical conception. It's not actually physically happening. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's all math, but we use the math in order to describe what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, it describes a 4-dimensional coordinate system bending, but that coordinate system, height, width, length, and time, aren't actually physical things. You know that
it's all concept. You're right. It's just an idea, an abstract idea. Really, is what it is.
That's fine. So it's all ideas and concepts. The kind of crescendo to the point is there's no science here then if it's all concepts.
Well, I try to wrap my mind around what time travel could possibly be if it were such a thing, and so I'm always pretty lost in trying to understand that. But I think that if one day we actually do find some kind of time travel, then it will make more sense. The one thing that I think is really interesting about Elon Musk, and nobody I haven't heard anybody even mention this, and it's strange because it seems obvious to me, is that if he got into one of his ships and had some kind of an engine that could continue to accelerate to the point where it generated 1 G of gravity, to where you would actually be constantly accelerating, so you could be actually standing on the wall, the back part of the ship, and have gravity in it. If you stayed in that ship, it's constantly accelerating for 10 years and went on a big trip, came in a big circle and came back. When he got back to Earth, he would be coming back to an Earth that's hundreds of years into the future. This is very possible, and I think we've proven it. Now with atomic clocks and stuff, it seems obvious. And the reason why he wants to change the world, it seems to me, the reason why he wants to save the world is so that he has a place to come back to after he gets done doing that. I think that's his long-term plan.
So Chip, hold on. Let me just say, these are fantastic stories. I don't know that you've heard maybe in articles or maybe you heard a little bit about that on the news. But I would say that most of what you're saying is it's hearsay, things that you've heard somebody else say, and you're repeating them in this forum. But I don't think that any of that's backed up by any evidence that you could prove. So what we're having here, basically, essentially, it's like some type of a story that you like, and you're repeating it to us. But in this channel, we try to get down to the base root of what somebody actually thinks is true and figure out if there's any meaning of why somebody would believe that and if there's any empirical evidence to back it up. But it doesn't sound like you have anything to present in the way of empirical evidence. So there's a lot of it's like a fantastic story. I mean, you might like it, but it's still not doesn't make it real. You know, none of the things that you said so far could be backed up with evidence, and that's what we're getting to right now. If you have anything, if you like, let's say for instance, you make a statement and you say, "Hey, look, this is what I heard. Here is the evidence," but that hasn't happened. They're all stories that you've said. So Jedi tried to present something as in a way to elucidate the fact that what you're saying doesn't have any merit, and then you skated past that into another story. And so what I'm saying is, we can't negate the fact that if you do that, that's only showing that you don't want to engage or realize what you're saying is not true. You just want to continue in this story and this myth that the Earth is a globe and all that. So you can't just say that scientists figured it all out. Let me just talk about my story. No, you got to go right into it. What did they say? And is there any evidence to back it up? Because if there is, you have to present it. This forum, the way we do things, right? The format is that when you say something, just present the evidence that backs it up, and then we'll go from there. But if you say the story and say another story and then another story, we never get to the base root of what your fundamental understanding of something that you're saying is. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
you
I
got
get what you're saying. I agree. I think that's a good way to approach it. Okay, so let me apologize for taking you on a bus ride around the universe. Okay, but
that's okay.
When they first tried to test it, now this is just the story that I heard. This is how it was tested. So in the end, it boils still down to a story. But one of the first tests that they did of Einstein's theory was to take atomic clocks that are extremely accurate to many decimal points, and send one going one way around the Earth and another one not in reference to each other, the speed that the traveling aircraft carrying one atomic clock mathematically was more further back, slower than the clock that was stationary. And that was an experiment that was done that it was exactly the amount difference that you would expect. But then again, it was an experiment that I didn't do, so it's still a story if you think about it.
Is it actually an experiment, though?
I believe that's an experiment. If it was done, you know, I believe it. I have no reason to doubt that they did that, and I have no reason to doubt the math that proved that it was right. But I mean, I like I said, I'm not 100% sure of anything because I didn't actually do the experiment
just
myself. You know?
Yeah, Chip. Let's just examine it. I think Jedi can walk you through. If it was an experiment, we can find that out really quickly. And if it wasn't an experiment, you'll know. Yeah, I mean, you'll know if it was or if it wasn't. There'll be a clear way to know whether or not it was an experiment. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's totally fair. The experiment you can do is just look at the difference between the atomic clock that's on the GPS satellite, and compare it to the time of your clock on your phone. And over the course of a year, you're going to find some drift, and that drift is going to be exactly equal to those calculations and that math that most of us can't even do. But that's something you probably just spend a week or two learning math, and you can do that. You can do that calculation and actually figure out how the GPS on the satellite differs from your phone. Now, your phone actually is going to update that. But the interesting thing is that the satellite itself has to be updated because it is the thing that has time traveling at a different rate. And that's easy to do.
So let Jedi go through time dilation. I don't know if you want to go through that, Jedi, but
it's fine. So I appreciate your response. So my question was, is this an experiment? To know if this was an experiment, we understand that experiments constitute of three definite parts: the observed phenomena, that'll be the dependent variable, your presumed cause, that'll be the independent variable, and all other variables that are kept the same, so zero change, they will be your controlled variables. So if it's an experiment, it'll have all three of these parts. In what you pointed out as the experiment, what's the phenomena, the dependent variable, the thing that's happening?
Okay, good. I like that approach too. Okay, now, experiment I can do. I haven't done it, but I can do. I've seen a lot of people do it. You know, I just haven't got the equipment. You can use a electron beam to do the double slit experiment, which basically proves that everything that I know and believe is wrong. You look at the results of that. You look at
Fair
the
point,
results of
friend.
that.
But the question was
I get
about
you.
the atomic
Sorry,
clock.
I
I
don't mean to
thought.
be rude or interrupt, but I'm talking in with regards to the time dilation thing.
I'm saying I believe that everything that I think I know is possibly wrong.
Yeah, but I'm speaking about the experiment. If it was the time dilation that you brought up, the satellites with the atomic clocks, what's the phenomena in that if it's an experiment?
The phenomena is that the time travels at a slower rate when there's lower gravity. That's the
Okay, so that will be the dependent variable, the thing that's happening, the phenomena. When we make a hypothesis, we're making a prediction as to what caused that phenomena, that being the independent variable. So we have the phenomena of the atomic clock changes. What's the cause of this?
Well, we speculate that the cause is based on the testing of the hypothetical or the hypothesis that you present that this is the experiment you'll do. And
we're doing the hypothesis now. So we're making the hypothesis right now. We've observed the phenomena, the hypothesis, the prediction of what caused that phenomena. So I need to know what the cause was to complete the hypothesis.
The cause we believe the cause we believe is that there's a difference in the rate of time when you have a difference in gravity or acceleration or velocity.
Yeah, okay. So the phenomena is the rate of change of the clock. What's the cause again? The cause of this change?
The cause apparently is that time's traveling slower when you have more gravity or more velocity.
No, that's the... Okay, so gravity is the cause of this change, right?
Gravity, actually the lack of it, yeah.
Okay, so one way or another, gravity has to be doing something, right?
That's what we believe, yeah.
Good. So in an experiment, as we've isolated our independent and dependent variables, our cause and phenomena, when we keep all other variables the same, like heat and other energies, what we're going to do is we're going to vary and manipulate the gravity that is presumed to be the cause. Are we varying and manipulating gravity with this experiment?
I don't believe that, unless you're saying that you're putting the satellite up into orbit no, yeah, but you're right. We're not changing anything.
Yeah, exactly. So this isn't an experiment then. If we don't have an experiment where you, the researcher, changes, manipulates, add energy, kicks his presumed cause to see if it has a rate of change in a dependent variable, then it's not an experiment.
Well, the experiment would be changing the altitude of the satellite. That would be the experiment you could do.
Okay, so I'm going to remind you that height, altitude, as you pointed out, isn't a cause of things. Right? There has to be something physical going on. So movement away from an object isn't going to cause anything unless you can tell me the mechanism by which caused it. By doing so, you would have to very manipulate the mechanism.
In order to perform an experiment, you would want to try different variables, and you would try to manipulate something in order to see if what you expected to happen did happen or not. You're trying to disprove your theory. If you're really doing good science, trying to prove your theory wrong. That's the noble scientist, what he really does.
Yeah, that's what the scientist would do if he was completing an experiment. But this isn't an experiment. All that we've varied and manipulated is height. That's not a cause of anything.
Well, you can measure gravity.
Okay. So that would be a phenomena, right?
Which would be
the
a
rate
phenomenon.
of change of fall. Yeah. So the rate of something falling at a speed, 9.8 meters per second. We can measure that, right?
If it's falling without any kind of air resistance, it's falling at that speed, then there would be no gravity in that. You wouldn't be able to detect any gravity if you were falling at that rate.
Yeah, but we're measuring the rate of fall of objects, right?
Yeah, we're talking. Well, I think in this case you just jumped into velocity and the rate of fall. That's what you just switched to. Okay, that's cool.
That's fine. Do all things fall at this rate?
If there's no all other things being equal, if there's no air resistance, they will all fall at that rate. You drop a feather and a hammer on the moon, they'll fall at the same rate. Do it here, they're gonna fall at a different rate because you have air resistance slowing down the feather.
Okay, air resistance. Is air or gas a state of matter?
Air is a bunch of gas. Yes, it's considered a state of matter too.
Yeah, it's a state of matter. Does gas accelerate to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Does it fall? No. No. Does water fall? No.
Yeah,
Well, if you put it on a waterfall, it's a waterfall.
Yeah, I mean, it's laughable, right? Gas doesn't accelerate to the floor, does it? At 9.8 meters per second squared. Gas disperses in all directions, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, if it's got a place to move, it will try to move.
Yeah, exactly.
But it also has weight, so it does get denser as you get closer to Earth.
Okay, but that's going to be due to a lot of things, right? That's going to be due to containment. That's going to be due to the amount of energy that's within the system and the composite of the gases themselves.
Yeah, the heat, the expansion. Yeah, there's a lot of factors. Agreed.
Yeah, exactly. So when we say that if we drop a feather or a bowling ball in a vacuum where there's no gas, they will fall down to the earth at 9.8 meters per second.
That's what we say.
When we observe, when we heat water and change the state of water into gas, we understand the gas goes up, don't we?
Right, because it's lighter. That's true.
Yeah, it goes up. So we don't have the observation of all things falling to the earth at 9.8 meters per second because gas expands.
Hot air balloons go up and based on that same theory, correct?
Yeah. So observably, we don't have the phenomena for gravity making all things accelerate downwards. Some things do, but not all things.
Right. I believe that we don't even understand gravity well enough to know what it is. And so there's a lot of mystery in there.
At the moment, I don't even see the phenomena of gravity because gas expands.
Right. Water expands when you heat it. It's interesting that when you freeze water, it expands. I don't quite understand. It should shrink.
Yeah. So let me ask you this question. If we're breathing gas pressure here on Earth and up in the sky there's a vacuum, why is the gas not expanding into the vacuum?
Your lungs would probably explode. Or if you have a balloon that has your lungs are like a balloon, and you put it at a high altitude, what happens is it gets larger and larger because there's less pressure on the outside of it. The pressure on the inside of the balloon or your lungs would cause it to enlarge or possibly explode.
Awesome. So I'll ask you again. Being as you brought up the balloon that was containing the gas that got bigger when there was less pressure outside, if there's a vacuum of space up in the sky and there's no balloon physical boundary around the Earth to keep the gas in, how's the gas not expanding into the available volume?
Well, I think that's based on gravity. I think the gravity is holding the gas to the Earth.
I get you.
Towards the Earth.
But we've just concluded that gas expands in all directions and is observably not affected by gravity.
No, it is affected by gravity. It's just the difference in mass will cause something that's like a piece of wood will float because it has it's lighter, and so it's going to float up until it gets to. So you're. I think what you're asking is why doesn't the gas leave into space?
Yeah, why doesn't the gas increase in entropy and keep increasing into the volume? You said that's because of gravity, but we understand that gas expands in all directions. So if you've got a container that you take all of the gas out of, we call it a vacuum, and then you put gas back into that container, the gas presses against all of the inside of the container because it wants to expand. The only thing that stops gas expansion is a physical container, because if you don't have a physical container, the gas just keeps expanding.
Right.
So when
you're like a beer can has the pressurized.
yeah. So when you say that gravity is stopping the gas from expanding, that is a violation of a law of nature, because we understand that gas expands. To claim that it doesn't keep expanding into the vacuum without physical containment is a violation of everything that we know about gas behavior.
Well, actually, I think a lot of it does escape into the void of space. Whatever atmosphere may have been on Mars, I think that was able to escape, just like you're suggesting. That happens all the time. The gases from planets do escape out into space.
Okay.
All of it.
Maybe I'll try and help you this way. What's the definition of gas pressure?
The definition of gas pressure.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure I follow the definition of pounds. It's measured in pounds per square inch normally.
Yeah, exactly. So it's measured in pounds per square inch. It's the force that the gas is exerting upon the walls of its container. So when you pump up a tire, for example, the fixed container with an amount of gas in there, if you squeeze a lot of gas into that container, by consequent of there being a container, the gas is pressing against the inside of that container, causing pressure.
Right.
You understand that?
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's simple.
If you don't have a container, a physical boundary for the gas to press against, how do you have pressure?
Well, at the very far reaches of the atmosphere, up in the stratosphere, there isn't any pressure. The pressure is because closer to the Earth, where you have that much more piled up gas on top of you, it increases the pressure. It's like if you go down deep into the ocean, you'll get crushed because the pressure builds up of the ocean water pressing in on you. Where does it have to? Well, the only place it can push is on your skin because everything else is equal pressure around it. So it's not.
I'll ask you again. Up at the top of the atmosphere, what's the gas pressing against?
There's not much. There's not much gas, and there's not much pressure against anything.
Yes, so there's nothing to press against, right?
Yeah, well, right. It's not pressing against anything. It's just there's no difference. There's no difference in pressure, so it's not pressing.
Hold on. You're not quite picking up what I'm putting down. To have gas pressure, the gas must be pressing against something. A vacuum is a space, a void of no physical matter. So if there's nothing physical for the gas to press against, what do you think is going to keep happening to the gas?
Well, actually, you're a little bit wrong on that, because even in the void of space, there's some matter in that, what we call a vacuum. There's no true vacuum.
Dude, I know there's not a true vacuum, and I'm just trying to help the argument along. I'd like you to address what I've actually said. What is stopping the gas from increasing into the volume? What's causing the pressure if there's nothing to press against?
It's pressing downwards towards the Earth by gravity.
No, the gas.
Yes.
The gas.
Yes.
The gas that's going upwards. If there's nothing to press against, what is stopping the entropy increase?
It's pressing against the gas below it, and that's pressing against the gas below that until it gets all the way down to the
you're not
Earth.
picking it up, dude. I don't want to be rude. You're not picking it up. So the gas at the top of the atmosphere, what's it pressing upwards against to cause pressure?
There isn't very much pressure. The further you go out, the less pressure there is.
Dude, I'm not asking about how much pressure there is. I'm asking you how you're causing the pressure. If gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container, and there's no container to press against, how do you achieve pressure?
Well, you don't. There is no pressure at that altitude.
No, on the Earth that we're breathing.
The pressure that is at the lower altitudes is based on the weight of that gas. The gas still has a weight. It has a mass. It's just a lot less than solid things.
Dude, what direction is weight?
Towards the center of the Earth.
And which direction does gas go?
It goes according to the gravity, and it goes according to the least pressure. If you have like a weak spot in your tire that you're inflated, it's going to push out and have you a nice little blowout. It's going to blow out through that little thing. If there's nothing else to hold it back, to restrict it, and the pressure is higher inside, it will seek to give you a flat, and you'll be calling AAA.
Right. I'll try one more time. To cause gas pressure, you require a container. If you have no container, there's nothing for the gas to press against, and the gas will keep expanding into the next available volume.
Well,
we're told that the Earth is an open system, no physical boundary to press against. So my question again is, how do you cause gas pressure without anything to press against?
Your premise.
How do you stop? Go on, just answer it, dude.
Your premise is wrong. You can have gas pressure without a container.
Awesome. Can you show me that in an experiment, please?
Sure. Just look up.
No.
How about a cloud? How do you understand it?
Hold on. We've been through this. I went through the steps of the scientific method and what an experiment was. Just looking up isn't an experiment. That would be you confirming your bias and saying that there is a vacuum in the sky, entropy isn't increasing, it's all fine. No, my friend, you're going to have to scientifically verify this claim. Your claim that you can cause pressure with gravity. If your phenomena is pressure and your presumed cause is gravity, then you need to vary and manipulate gravity to achieve gas pressure. Is there an experiment that shows this?
Sure, you can create a cloud. You can do that and you can watch it go up, and you're saying, yeah, gas always goes up. But if you create a cloud that you can see from a long distance, that cloud will behave according to the laws of physics that we know them.
Okay, so whatever your phenomena is, I'll give you cloud that you're going to say is caused by gravity. In an experiment, can you isolate and vary and manipulate gravity to cause your cloud?
You could, if you could change the temperature, it would be more condensed and it would fall. And that's what you get rain.
Okay, so the thing that you varied and manipulated would be temperature.
Right.
I need you to vary and manipulate gravity because that's the thing you're saying is the cause.
To manipulate gravity, gosh, that's quite a challenge. The only thing I can think to do that would be to change your distance from the source of the gravity, whatever it may be, the Earth, the Moon, whatever you happen to be your source of gravity. Or you can also do it with velocity, because velocity is very hard to distinguish from gravity. It has the same effect. So
is that just a long way round of you saying no, you can't perform this experiment?
I can increase my velocity, and therefore increase my mass that way.
Don't need you to increase your velocity. I need you to vary and manipulate gravity to cause pressure.
Well, it's essentially the same thing, but
okay. So if it's essentially the same thing, vary and manipulate gravity to cause pressure. Then,
yeah, that's why when they sent up a balloon that is going to go way high in the stratosphere, it has to have a lot of space in there because that gas is going to want to expand and expand. And that's why these balloons look like long, skinny things when they're at low altitudes. Get them way the heck up, and they get enormous.
Chip. Okay, so when we're talking about gravity, we don't want to talk about velocity. We don't want to talk about temperature. We don't want to talk about anything else but just gravity. I think whenever gravity is being brought up, you start likening it to something else. We don't need you to liken it to something else like velocity, like temperature. We need you to just keep only to gravity. And so it sounded like you were struggling to figure out any real way to do an experiment with manipulating gravity. It sounded that way. Is that true? Just answer yes or no so I can know for sure. You don't need to give me explanation. It's a closed-ended question. I'll say it again. When you were trying to vary and manipulate gravity in this thought experiment of yours, did you find it very difficult to do so?
No, the easy way to vary your gravity is to vary the distance that you are from the source of gravity, because it's
Okay, so you're saying that distance is a great way to vary and manipulate gravity, yeah?
distance from the source of gravity. Yes.
Yeah, but your distance is not the thing. Distance is the thing that you're varying and manipulating. It isn't the actual thing that you're calling gravity, which is the cause.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm doing it indirectly.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you need to your claim of the cause is gravity. So you need to vary and manipulate that specific thing and not anything else.
Oh, I'd love to be able to do that. I don't think that.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that you love to be able to do that. Is it possible to do that? Because that's what Jedi was asking for.
I can't think of a way. No, I can't think of a way to actually.
Okay, that sounds like a concession to not being able to vary and manipulate the cause of what you presume to be the container for the gases. That's what that is. You're conceding to say, I do not know how to vary and manipulate gravity, the thing that I think is the container for the gases to leaving the Earth, escaping. So you're telling us right now in a concession style that you don't know how to do that, which is fine. No one's holding you like there isn't an answer for this, but you were attempting to try to figure it out in an indirect way, and that's just not going to win the day. What we need to from you is to realize that there isn't any true way that you're going to vary and manipulate the thing that you think is the presumed cause, which is gravity in this case, and you can't do that. And so the struggle right now for you to realize is that you don't have a way to produce an experiment that's going to vary and manipulate the presumed cause, which you said is gravity. According to you right now, you're now, I guess, understanding what's happening here. There's nothing that you can present in an experiment that gives you the cause for the effect of gas pressure, being that gravity would be the cause. You can't do that. It's not possible.
The only way I could do that is if I could change the mass of the Earth, which I'm not able to do.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. So it doesn't like it. So then what we have here is you understanding that you can't do anything to verify that the presumed cause, gravity, is changing or containing these gases. Isn't that true?
Well,
we need your acknowledgement, sir. An affirmation will do just fine.
I think that I could reduce the effect.
No, sir. We've already attempted the thing you tried to do indirectly. That's not going to win the day. Once again, you don't need to try to skirt around the thing you've already conceded to, and that was that you can't think of any other way to do this because you said I'd have to change the size of the Earth, and you can't do that.
The mass.
Right. So according to you, there's no real way to do this.
Well, there is another way, just simply like he mentioned.
No, there isn't another way, sir.
There's no gravity in a falling object.
Sir, I think what your mind is doing is looking for an escape hatch, and it's not going to find one in this room. So what you're going to be faced with is that there's no real way to test the cause being gravity. You have to admit that. You have to admit that in this panel to know that you're actually being honest with yourself and with everybody here.
Wait a minute.
As you were before.
Wait a minute. If an object that's falling isn't experiencing gravity, how's it falling?
If you're inside of a capsule and you're falling at a free fall with no air resistance and you're falling at the speed, the effects of gravity are removed. So in that case, you can do an experiment of no gravity.
No, you just skated past what you skated past.
Okay,
it's another. You swung off. You swung off the branch.
That's true. Let's say that's true for sake of argument.
Yeah, that's a.
So if I dropped five things, I
would give you the phenomena of an apple falls.
Whatever.
If you say that
Am I on mute
gravity is
yeah, I think he can hear you.
Yeah, man.
Jedi, can you hear Overlord?
You know, imagine if all those billions from Elon actually went into
I can't hear Overlord
platform.
either, so I'll do the same.
Oh man, you guys can't hear Overlord?
Oh, man, we're just all
just barely hear.
Us three of us are dropping out and we're coming back.
Sounds good. All right. Elon needs to get on his shit over here, man. This ain't working.
Well, can I be heard?
Who's that? Superfly. Yeah, sorry, man. Your hand about fell off, man. Go ahead while they're getting back.
Well, no, I'm going to go ahead and let them finish because I have a little experiment that I've been doing while you all been talking that I want to share with everybody. But I wanted to I'll just let this whole thing go on and then I'll do mine afterwards.
All right, man. Yeah, we're going to get a sound check as soon as they all come back up on the panel.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
All right. Overlord's the one that you guys got to. All right.
Hello.
Overlord, can you hear them?
Testing 1 2 5.
There he is. Now I hear you.
Got it.
Sorry, AI. I do apologise.
I was like, damn, you guys are just running over him like a bus, dude. Just like plump, plump.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
Genuinely and honestly didn't hear you, buddy, so I do apologise.
Yeah, so let me pick up where I left off, which is this: if you're claiming that everything's fallen without the effects of gravity because it's at free fall, would that mean that they're all falling at the same rate?
Is that a question to me?
Yeah.
I don't understand what you mean by they all what's falling at the same rate.
Anything that's in free fall.
I don't know. Well, I don't know. I'm not trying to prove or disprove anything. I'm just trying to answer the question.
Well, I mean, I know, but you made quite a claim that something that's falling isn't experiencing gravity, but at the same time, if it's falling, the only reason it would be falling in that view would be gravity.
The effects of gravity are removed from inside of a contained space that is falling in free fall. You can't distinguish that from zero gravity. It's the same. There's no way. There's no experiment you can do that you can tell whether or not you're in zero gravity or whether or not you're falling. The same thing with velocity. If you're traveling at a high rate of speed, there's no way.
Yeah, that's fair.
Whether
but
or not you're traveling, unless you're slowing down or speeding up.
Right, but you had to parse it out with you can't tell, not that there's no effect. Those are two different things, right?
Yeah, that's safe to say. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay, so the question was then, if something's falling within a closed container and they're all falling together, are they falling at the same rate?
Possibly. I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but yeah, they could be.
Well, if gravity is accelerating everything down at 9.8 meters per second, and everything is inside a container and they all are dropped, then it would follow that they all accelerate at 9.8 meters per second. In other words, they all drop at the same rate. Wouldn't that make sense?
I think if they're all at the same altitude, yeah, they would.
Okay, perfect.
If there's no resistance or anything.
Absolutely. So I'll submit to you the Bremen drop tower, in which they dropped different elements separated inside a vacuumed container, and then they dropped it through the tower, and they did not fall at the same rate. They did not experience the same acceleration. And so this idea that gravity does accelerate them all equally is disproven. And you could check that out at the Bremen drop tower, but I'll get the little video for you.
I'm looking it up right now. Thanks.
Do you know how to post it into the space, Overlord?
Heck no. So one of you got to do it for me.
All right. Are you? Where are you going to post it? On your profile?
I don't know.
All right.
No, I'm looking it up. But yeah, thanks for the tip, because I like to pursue and learn new things all the time. That's why I like what I'm here.
Yep. Well, we're still going to circle back to how gravity is a container and how you think that that's proven within the globe heliocentric paradigm. So we're still on that subject, and it still wasn't proven yet. So you can't keep continuing to think something that it has no experiment to back it up is the case for gravity being a container. You can't do it unless they're, like I mentioned in the prior to when we started talking. You have to have evidence to back up your claim. And it doesn't, you can't just say words and then hopefully because you heard of something before, everybody's just going to accept that. Yeah, and it has to be something that can be tested, which Jedi was kind of going through with you, but it seemed like at some point, it almost seemed like we're making progress, but then you jump right back into the idea that, no, it's just happening. No, it's not just happening. You have to prove the cause for the effect if you're claiming it is gravity.
Okay,
so hopefully that makes sense.
Can you state what you think my claim is? Because I'm not even sure what you think I'm claiming.
I'll let Jedi, if you want to take him through, because he kind of went through it with you, so he knows where you're at with.
At the moment, it's gravity causing gas pressure.
The weight of gas on top of it. Yeah, and that's caused by gravity. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. That's what I'm claiming. Correct.
Yeah. So we understand that the cause of gas pressure is the container that surrounds the gas, stopping it from increasing in dispersion. By fixing it in that container, a fixed volume, the gas is pressing, that's why it's called pressing, against the walls of its container. The question was, how do you achieve pressure without any walls to press against? You said gravity. Now, in an experiment, I can put gas into a container and show you that by consequence of containment, the gas is under pressure. Can you do the same thing with gravity?
I think I know what you're saying, but I argue with the premise. I don't think that the container is the cause of the pressure. And so if you're saying that that's the premise, then your question is flawed itself. There's no answer. You can't. Can you remove that premise? That the only way to have pressure is to have a container? Because I disagree with that. That's the only thing I've disagreed with.
Okay. So you understand that containment causes pressure. You understand that at least, right?
It's not the only thing that can cause pressure, but yes.
Okay. But you agree that it does cause pressure, yes?
Yes.
Good. So can you show me another way to cause pressure without a container? For example, with gravity.
Ocean. Go down deep in the water, and you'll see you get pressed.
No, that's water. Right. The phenomena is gas pressure. That's the thing that we're trying to cause in the experiment. I can cause gas pressure by containing the gas. You need to cause gas pressure with gravity. Please don't take me down to the bottom of water. I've given you the phenomena of gas pressure. Your presumed cause is gravity. Can you actualize that hypothesis in an experiment where you can show me by very manipulating gravity that you can cause gas pressure?
Yeah, I have a piece of land that has the very peak of it is the exact same elevation as Denver, Colorado. It's a mile high. And by going up there, I can reduce the gas pressure and also reduce the gravity. Now, whether you accept this as truth or not, the difference in gravity between your head and your feet is very, very slightly different. So your head is actually a tiny bit younger than your feet.
I think I got a way to get to this. I think what'll make some sense, Jedi. Let me see if I can attempt something real quick before you jump back in here.
Did we lose you, Jedi?
No, he actually was talking. Let's see. Right before I jumped in.
Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear Jedi before I start?
Flatsy, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so...
I feel like we lost you again.
Huh? No, he's still here. He's just not talking.
I'm here.
Flatsy, you there?
Can you hear him?
Let's just get back to the conversation, guys. It's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're all right.
The answer to the question is yes. I can just by climbing up to the top of the hill, I can change my gravity.
No. Yeah, that's great. Let me
gravity on air pressure.
Chip, I was gonna go a different way with it. So, do you have Google?
Do you understand that things that are asserted?
I don't think she can hear me.
Can be dismissed without evidence.
Can you hear me?
So every time you say gravity, you've never isolated it as a cause of anything.
I don't think she can hear me.
Just asserting it.
Patsy, you can't hear Alpha, can you?
No. Sorry.
Okay, you just spoke all the way through him, darling. Do you want to leave and rejoin again, mate? Thank you.
Okay. All right. Elon needs to fix his shit, dude. I swear.
Yes. Also, Elon, I'm looking for a job. It'll be called the Flat Earth Must Be Heard Czar of X.com.
Shit, dude.
I'll vote for
you. Anyway, I posted Overlord's that thing he want you to look at. So when you get a chance, Chip, it's up in the nest, the Jumbotron.
Now, I couldn't post the entire text that we had stored, but what it actually said in the whole text is that the dude at this university, actually, people wanted him not to publish his results because they were anti-Einsteinian. And there actually has been a marked effort in academia to stifle any experiments or findings that go against Einstein. And there's numerous proofs that this has happened throughout the years. And so you have to ask yourself, why is it that they're trying to hide the truth?
I totally agree with you. That's a serious problem. The person who alerted me to that issue was Brett Weinstein when he was talking on Joe Rogan. If you catch some of this, very interesting. He's outspoken about just how sometimes there's parts of science that are just ignored because it doesn't fit the theory. And so I totally agree.
All right, real quick, I just want to go right back to where we left off. So, Flatsy, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. All right. So we were going to talk about, Chip, do you have Google in front of you right now? The search engine?
Yeah, I just Googled the Bremen drop tower, and I haven't read it yet. But
yeah. I mean, you can look through that in a moment, because Overlord can probably go through that with you, because there's a whole other topic right there. But I want you to search for something right now. If you could do that for me.
Okay, my computer's a little slow, but yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, we'll give you some time if you need. Look up gas pressure definition. Do that for me right now.
Okay,
Gas
that
pressure.
sounds like fun. I like that.
Yeah. Gas pressure definition. I'll actually wait until you find it, and then.
Okay, so
perhaps you
got a simple summary here. Gas pressure is caused by the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with the surfaces of objects. Although the force of each collision is very small, any surface of appreciable area experiences a large number of collisions in a short time, which can result in high pressure. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what
is there like? Yeah, is there like a dictionary definition? Because I think that's the one that Google presents right away. That's like the AI version. I
found one you like better probably. It says gas pressure is the force exerted by gaseous molecules as they collide with the walls of their container. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So it's defined. Gas pressure is defined. Would you agree that it's defined? And you reading it right now is obviously it's like an understanding that we have amongst what gas pressure is. So we can know by the definition that it's not just what anybody's claiming. This is how it's defined.
So yeah, you could agree on that.
Okay. Can you agree on that? Like, I'm asking you. Like, anybody else can, but can you?
Well, in most cases, that's true. I like the other definition.
See, most cases.
I agree. That's true in most cases.
Yeah, most cases, it sounds like you're living an escape hatch. We can't have that. We got to know if there's any reason why you would doubt that definition. What would make you say that definition is incorrect? And when you do that, I need you to back it up with a demonstration of why you think that's incorrect. So what do you think of that definition as incorrect, sir?
I don't think it's incorrect. I think it's incomplete, which is this big difference there. That it's a good definition, but it's not complete, because and the best way I can prove that is simply by what we're talking about: gas in the atmosphere. Yeah. There's no walls of a container, and so I think that's what you're
right. I know. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But if gas pressure is defined this way, and you're saying that the atmosphere is not able to be defined in that way, then why is it defined that way? Why do we have an understanding through physics that this is the way gas pressure is demonstrated? It's important, right? This is the part that's important.
Okay, if we want to stick to that, agree on that one definition, then the container is just the ground.
Okay, but what? Yeah, but if you're saying the container is the ground, what direction does gas go when it's free to move? What are the gas molecules that are bouncing around? Which direction do they move?
Primarily down.
No, that's incorrect. Well, every single physics explanation about gas pressure and the movement of gas molecules is not the vector of down. I think this is the fundamental flaw in your logic, Chip. We're identifying it right now. You think that gases have a vector of down. Isn't that true?
Yes. If you look at mustard gas going down into the trenches and
that's fine. That's fine. But we're not talking. Yeah, hold on a second. We're not talking about just specific gases. We're talking about gas behavior. So if you're saying that all gas behavior is known as far as the gas pressure, we're not just talking about just the behavior. We're talking about pressure. Okay. Gas pressure, not behavior. Do you understand? You're trying to talk about its behavior amongst other gases. We're talking about gas pressure. You're conflating this idea of behavior and pressure. You see what's happening here?
So are you saying that gas has no weight? I'm not.
No. You see, I think your mind is trying to make a reasonable way that you're going to think that the atmosphere is the container by gravity, and you can't do that because you're specifically talking about gas being doing something with other gas amongst other gases. We're talking about gas pressure. It's very specific. Gas pressure.
Right, and that pressure is caused by weight. If you put a heavy weight on your chest,
no, it's not. I'm sorry. It's not. That's not the defined way gas pressure is defined. So if you say that gas pressure is defined by weight, I need you to put out a definition that's going to define it that way. And when you do that, two things. I need a definition that's going to show what you say is true, and then a demonstration to back it up. You got two things. You're going to have to redefine what gas pressure is. Second thing, you're going to have to demonstrate it's exactly what your defined way is in physics. Can you do that?
Well, I can use your definition that says it.
No. It's not your definition. I'm sorry. I have to correct you. It's not my definition. It's not Jedi's definition. It's the definition for gas pressure. And when we understand the definition for gas pressure, you're saying something opposite to that. You said it's weight. Now, once again, can you find me a definition that describes gas pressure in that way with weight? And when you do that, I need a demonstration that precedes that. Can you do those two things for me to make your point?
Okay, sure. If gas pressure is caused by the force exerted by the gas molecules colliding with the surface of objects, okay, that would be your container or other gas molecules, then yeah, you're the pressure of the gas.
Chip. I'm asking for you to search for the definition that you described defines gas pressure with weight. Can you do that? And two things. Find that definition, because you're going to prove us wrong that that's not what gas pressure is. What we're saying that the definition is. And then you're going to go into also giving us a demonstration that gases, the gas molecules, have a vector of down. Can you do those two things? I'm asking. Yes or no?
Okay, that's a little bit complicated, but you can.
No, it's not complicated because you're saying that it's that way. You're telling us that is the way it is. You're telling us it is the way it is. It's incomplete. This is what your words were. It's incomplete. To complete it, gas pressure sometimes has the weight of down. It's going down. It might sound a little funny, but this is what you said, sir. So we're holding you to that.
I don't actually believe in down, but I think what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, this is what you said, isn't it? Isn't you said it has weight?
Towards
right?
the center. I said
towards the center.
Everything that has mass has weight, and I think that.
Yeah, that's fine. These are words.
That gas has mass.
No, we're not even talking about mass yet, because we're going to confuse you. At the moment, we're just looking for the definition that you said is First of all, you said the definition is incomplete. The definition is incomplete. So I need you to complete it. Find me the definition that completes it, and then show me the demonstration of it. Gases having the vector of down. Two things. You need to do those, and if you can't do them, I need your concession that you cannot do that, and we're going to have to adhere to the definition, and therefore we can provide the demonstration preceding that.
I could say that
we can do those two things.
I could say that gas is something that has mass, and you can
No, sir. No, we're not going to go to mass. That's a trigger word. Everybody wants to hop on that mass train and probably talk to you about it, I'm guaranteed, including me. But I can't stop asking you until you concede that you do not have a demonstration, sir, and another definition of gas pressure being defined by weight. It's incomplete. Remember, as you so said, it's incomplete. Can you prove that to me?
I don't know what you want me to say. I really don't.
I need your concession that you don't know, sir. That's what I need from you.
Well, I do know. I think that.
No, you don't know, sir. You don't know. I'm pointing it out to you. You do not know. Right now is your pride talking, your pride and your ego that you don't want to let go of, you thinking that you have a definition, secret definition somewhere that speaks against physics, and you can't do it. I'm going to prove to you right now. Something's going to give right now. Your ego is going to give at the moment. You do not have a way out. There's not a way out of this argument. You're going to either concede or we cannot move forward.
If you can't concede that mass exists and that gases have mass, then
nope. You're not going to trigger this panel. You're not going to trigger this panel. You're not going to do it. You're going to stay to what I asked for or concede that you do not have a definition that shows the incomplete definition for gas pressure, saying that weight is the way that you're defining it, and also a demonstration. Concede, sir.
Well, it's like saying you cannot
concede, sir. I need your concession. We can move forward.
I can give up because you're asking me to
concede,
explain something
sir,
without using certain words.
No, you say that you have a definition. Can you provide the definition? If you cannot, I need your concession.
I concede that the definition you're trying to use is fine. We can use that.
No. I need you to say I do not have the definition is incomplete. I do not have the other one I said I did to complete it.
The only way I can complete that is if you look at it on the level of molecules.
No. I need you to say that you can't pull it up from any defined source.
Well, it just did. It caused by the source?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I need your concession. I cannot find it anywhere. I can't pull it up from any defined source. I concede. Say that.
If the argument is whether or not
hold on. Go ahead, sir. Chip.
Gas pressure is caused by the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with the surface of objects.
Okay. Is that incomplete?
No, that's fine. That's
all right. Is it complete? Is it complete?
Complete enough for me, yeah.
Oh no, it's not complete enough. It needs to be complete. We're not leaving room for any wiggle room.
Okay, cool. I could say as best I can tell that's complete. That's more than adequate.
All right. Therefore, what we have is a container that causes this gas pressure. Yes? Are we on the same page?
Yeah, I follow.
All right. Back to you, Jedi.
I think Jedi went back down to listener.
I think it would have been. I think it would have been just about as simple as asking Chip.
We do have Superfly with his hand up, and
yeah, he was talking. Let's see.
Oh crap!
Yeah, if you could hear me, I think it would have been just as easy as asking Chip if he's ever flown in an airliner. And when they get up to altitude where he can't breathe, like 30,000 feet, how come he can breathe? Being the container, being the aircraft, and then they pressurize it to 8,000 feet where you can breathe. And you can, the phenomenon of that you can, your ears will pop. Your body will react different. Some people that have colds are not really supposed to be flying because it gets worse. But that's the pressure. And you can smell farts inside of an airplane, which farts are pretty heavy.
Yeah, thanks for that, Super. We're gonna get back. We're gonna get back to because I just wanted to give it back to Jedi because it was his point. I just wanted to get to the end of that so that Jedi can actually move forward with it because you were reluctant to let go of your conception that you had a better definition or an extended version or an addendum to the already known physics definition for gas pressure. But now that you agree there isn't one, we can now move forward with Jedi's finishing his point. That's all I wanted to do. I don't leave room for wiggle room, so.
I'm not trying to slow things down. I'll accept what you're saying.
Okay. So, all right, we'll try and step over that. So, being, and this is the crescendo to the point, so let's not try and jump past this either. Being as I can demonstrate gas pressure by putting gas inside a container, can you demonstrate gravity causing gas pressure? Now, what I don't want you to do is go up to the top of a mountain and say, hey, look, there's different gas pressure here. This different gas pressure here is caused by gravity, because you're still going to need an experiment to prove it. Can you do that?
Well, I like Superfly did it himself when he talked about your ears popping.
Yeah, that's a pressure differential. It is still pressure. You still need to cause it in an experiment by varying and manipulating gravity, whatever that is.
No, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that if that's what you're saying.
Yeah. See, the whole point to this conversation is no one can do that. One, we don't have the observed phenomena. Gas expands in all directions. Gravity is just and only the vector of downwards. And two, even if we can assert a cause of gravity causing pressure, we most definitely can't vary and manipulate gravity to cause pressure. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't think we even understand gravity well enough to do that, but go on.
Okay. I'll ask you this. What do you think gravity is?
Well, I think I just answered that just a second ago. I don't think we even have a conceptual understanding of it. I think it's so far beyond our brain to conceive that
Okay.
I don't think any human really fully understands that.
Okay, because you said mass a lot earlier. Why?
That's just, I guess, the framework that I perceive the world and things that have mass or not.
What happens if an object moves? What does it do?
It increases the mass, from what I'm told.
What if it's full of mass and it moves? What if it falls down? What if it goes left or right? What does that mean?
It expends energy, and the energy goes somewhere.
A moving object that has kinetic energy, it's converted to kinetic energy, and if at high rates of speed, you actually increase your mass. But to me, that's amazing. It's mind blowing. But that's, I can't understand it. I don't think anyone really fully can.
Bless you.
Okay, what's mass?
Well, I don't know. You don't want to accept Einsteinian the definition of it, and even if we did, I don't think any of us can have math skills enough to really work that out.
Could I argue this for you, sir? Could I argue it for you?
I'll accept.
Sure, thanks.
What happens to mass if it falls? What happens to mass?
Yeah, Jedi was asking a question. So hold on, room.
Go ahead, bro.
Panel, hold on. Jedi was asking a question, so it does. I don't think he cares who answers it, but just so long as there's an answer that he can rebuttal. So
cool. Okay. So anybody else?
Yes, I have a great understanding of physics and flat Earth, both, and I disagree with flat Earth. Thanks for having me. I'd like to be the troll that you guys bury.
All right, go ahead. What's your definition for mass?
Mass is density.
Good, I like that.
Mass is dense. What's density then?
It's a kind of. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say it's the spaces between molecules.
Yeah, let one guy answer at a time, because then Jedi's gonna have to find out who's talking. So we gotta let one guy talk, and then Jedi can respond to him, and if somebody else wants to talk, you'll go after that guy, because otherwise it'll be chaos. So go ahead, Matthew.
Are you asking what is mass or what is density? What?
Well, yeah, I want to know what mass is. You said it was density. Maybe try again. What's mass?
Essentially, it's how much space molecular object takes up.
So the amount of substance in a space.
Yes.
Okay. So, how does the amount of substance in a space cause an instantaneous acceleration in another amount of substance in a space?
It's weight. Do you know what weight is?
Hold on,
Sorry,
hold
so
on, guys.
mass is weight now.
Just wait. Everybody's got to wait their turn. You're making it difficult for Jedi to respond to one person. I know everybody's eager, but just wait a little bit.
Still waiting for a response.
You have to define it clearer, please.
So, are you saying that the amount of substance in a space is instantaneously over distance, causing an acceleration of another amount of substance in a space towards each other?
You went from what is mass to distance
Yes.
and velocity, so that's a different thing.
Because mass
Bro, you're
mass.
just saying something floats without any mass, but you just said that it has mass. So why don't you define mass before you start talking to my brother about what is mass? You just said it floats among the clouds and shit. Why don't you define mass yourself first?
Excuse me. I never said it floats among the clouds and shit. Would you mind putting yourself on mute, please, so I can speak to your brother?
Yeah, one more interruption. You're just going to go down as a listener, Andrea. Please don't interrupt.
Okay. So you defined mass as the amount of substance in a space. So mass attracts mass. Are you saying that the amount of substance in a space causes an acceleration instantaneously over distance to another amount of substance in a space?
Yes.
Mass
Yes, I
attracting
believe
mass.
in gravity. Yes.
Awesome stuff. So you believe in mass attracting mass, Newtonian physics, correct?
It depends on the mass, but yes, density and mass, yes, they correlate to gravity.
Okay. So you don't believe in Einstein's theory of gravity?
I think I do. Which part?
Which part? I'm trying to point out to you that Newtonian physics, mass attracting mass, was superseded by Einstein. Einstein ripped it apart and gave us a new gravitational idea. You seem to be going for the pre-1915 mass attracting mass, which is no longer the current scientific rhetoric. The current scientific rhetoric for why things go down and spin round and round is the distortion of space-time due to the displacement of mass.
Yes, you can think of space as a trampoline, and the heavier the thing is, the farther it is down, and then everything else falls around it.
Okay. Do you think of it like that?
Not necessarily. That's the accepted. I have a different theory, but yes, for general physics, yes.
Okay. I'll ask you this question. Do you have a scientific experiment to back up whatever you think gravity is?
Nor do you.
No, I didn't say that I did. I'm not the one making the claim to gravity causes things.
But
You
bro,
are.
are you saying
So
that you don't need
please, young
gravity
lady,
to
excuse me.
have a
Thank you.
connection?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So you're the one that's making the claim that gravity is doing something. Whichever gravity you think it is, being as you seem to think you can flip-flop between mass attracting mass and general relativity, I'm just going to ask you for a scientific experiment to prove either one. I don't mind which.
Okay. Choose one.
Okay. I'll tell you what, whichever one you want. Einstein, Newton, I don't care. Just give me the hypothesis so I can test it in an experiment. That's all I want.
Okay, so the bigger the mass, the bigger the gravitational pull. We've only visually observed a few things in space that have had extremely more mass than we have, but they've also collapsed. There was one in the 1850s, and there's one that was in the 2012s, and it was a solar collapse to a black hole, which we don't know that exists, honestly, but yes, they collapsed. They nova, the supernova, and then they burst into fucking flames. Whatever. But there's things out there that are so massive that they distort space. I don't believe that space and time are one. I don't follow that thing. I think space and time are separate. It's not space time. But they've distorted space so much that I forget what we're arguing about. Yeah, there's super massive
It's
black
okay, I
holes
can
out there
remind you.
that distort time, and the mass of them exceeds that of everything else around it. It creates a hole, kind of like a trampoline effect, and everything else pulls towards it, like the Earth, like the center of the Earth.
Okay. So you might have got a little bit lost. You kind of didn't answer my question. So don't worry about it, mate. I'll ask you again. Have you got a scientific experiment that proves whichever gravity you're talking about, please? I don't need a story about black holes. I just want the hypothesis that I can test.
About gravity. Just gravity?
Yes, about gravity. Yes, just gravity, yeah. I need a phenomena. I need your presumed cause. I need to make a hypothesis
Orbits.
based on your cause and effect.
Orbits in the solar
What?
system. That's a big gravity
Okay.
thing right there.
All right. I'm going to try and help you. If your phenomena is orbits, what's your presumed cause of orbits?
Well, personally, it'd be magnetic attraction, but gravity is the recognized thing.
Okay. So you've made a hypothesis. I've given you your phenomena of orbits. Let's say things move in the sky. You've given me the cause of gravity causes the things to move in the sky. Do you know what we need to do next?
No.
We need to actualize your hypothesis in an experiment. We've got the independent and dependent variables. We've got your cause and we've got your effect. We now need to manipulate the cause, turn it on and off again to see if it causes acceleration. Is there an experiment that shows this?
The basic fundamental of your argument is false. You cannot throw a piece of
What, the
metal up from a
scientific method?
magnet and expect it to go anywhere but down.
No, sorry. The premise of my argument is to ask you to follow the scientific method and give me an experiment based on a hypothesis that we've conjured up. Based on that hypothesis, gravity causes something to move. I'm just asking you to actualize your hypothesis and in the experiment, vary and manipulate gravity to cause something to move.
The moon has been on a decaying orbit since we've tracked it. So.
And what's the cause of that?
As far as I know, gravity.
Awesome. Do we have a scientific experiment where gravity is manipulated to cause something to happen?
Gravity has caused something to happen. We have, orbit, but aside from orbit of the moon, gravity's decayed something. Satellites, we have satellites that their orbit is decaying all the time.
Let me try and help you a little bit more so you understand exactly what I want. I want to naturally observe phenomena that you make a prediction of what caused that to happen, and then the experiment. So, for example, I observe water to evaporate. That's my phenomena. My prediction of the cause of water evaporating is heat. My hypothesis is if heat, then water will evaporate. In my experiment, I'm going to vary manipulate heat. I'm going to boil the water to see if the water evaporates. You understand what a hypothesis and experiment is. Now, being as
Yes.
you're telling me that gravity is causing something to happen, I need you to vary manipulate the gravity to see if it causes something to happen, like I did with the boiling water.
The only way, I'm sorry. The
it.
only way that we've seen to do that is in a free fall, and that's how those experiments are done. The effects of gravity is to perform the experiments in a free fall. That's the only way that I know of that we've been able to turn gravity on and off, so to speak.
Yeah, we're getting two people to answer the question. I don't know if Matthew's going to say the same thing you are, Chip. So you might be speaking for him, and that may not be his answer. So I think it's a bit presumptuous of you to answer for him when it's his turn to respond to Jedi.
Okay,
and then you put your words in his mouth, and maybe he doesn't agree with you on that level. So you can't continue to do that.
I agree. I turn my mic off.
Mass and density. Mass and density That's what determines the amount of gravity that are on a stellar object. We're just a stellar object. We're the Earth. There's the Moon. There's Saturn. There's all these other places. Mass plus density. There's a formula for it. I can't tell you right off the top of my head. I have to look. But how big a planet is and how dense the rocks or whatever it's composed of determine the density and the amount of gravity they have. That's why you can go on the moon and you can jump 16 feet tall, like high. Like even though you're 100 pounds, you can jump 16 feet high in the air. Its mass and density determine the amount of gravity.
Do you remember when I observed the water evaporate and I predicted that the cause was heat? And in the experiment, I varied and manipulated the heat and watched the water evaporate. Nothing that you said then was akin to anything that I demonstrated that I wanted. I want an experiment where you vary and manipulate gravity, not more stories about what's up in the sky and what you think causes that to happen without an experiment that validates the cause.
Well, we can do that. We could put different
Okay, cool.
liquids and gases in a container in a vacuum, and they settle to different levels inside that container. And so, like helium will float to the top, and oxygen will float to the bottom. And you can dye them, and the dyes will float to the top, float to the bottom.
I get it. So you're going to give me a lot of other phenomena, and you're just going to say, well, gravity causes that too, without actually having an experiment where you vary and manipulate gravity to show that gravity is the cause of these things.
Well, it has a measurement. There's a measurement of gravity.
Oh my
The
God.
density
That's the
and the
phenomena.
mass determine the
That's the
weight of the
phenomena.
gravity. Like we're at 1 because this is our benchmark, but you can put a helium in a balloon and the plastic around the balloon and the gas that's in there still way lighter, and they can float up in the heavens.
What did you say you did, Matthew? What is are you someone in academia? Like, are you a professor or something?
No, I'm not.
Just
I'm
a student?
I'm a
Okay.
student.
You're still going to school right now?
No, I never been to school, dude. I'm an independent learner. I guess.
Oh, so
Tell you what,
you did a bunch of research on the internet?
I fix fucking gas pumps for a living. How's that fucking land? I fix gas pumps for a living.
Oh, you're honest. I mean, we'll give you that.
But I'm
about
not
what
retarded.
you do.
And
No one
I don't
says
think you guys are.
Dude, the thing is, it doesn't matter what you do in life. Nothing, like, you could be a janitor and be the most brilliant person. Like, it doesn't, the standard by which people are, addressed to, like, how intelligent they are, it doesn't mean what you do. Like, I was just saying that because I think you said
I
you
know,
were
right?
what you came in with. Like, I thought maybe you were somebody in academia. That's all. That's the only reason I asked.
No, but I seriously do have a lifelong love of physics and astronaut. My kid was supposed to be an astrophysicist, and she's decided to be a nurse. It's like, what the fuck? But I've actually studied this stuff since I was 16, and I'm in my 40s. So I've read everything out there.
I think the big disconnect for everybody that comes in here, like, Jedi, he's very thorough, but I think what happens is we have our minds filled with a lot of what the world has been presenting, the mainstream information. So it's hard for us to get through what we don't know when you think you know things. And I get it, man. I mean, it's not lost on us, the reason why we have these conversations, and it feels a bit frustrating on both sides because we both think that we have a position that's coming from a place of knowledge. Am I right? Like,
No, I think I got him. I think I got him on that one.
What, you got him on, like, what you were claiming? No, I don't. No, he didn't. Trust me, dude. Like, I've known him for years. Like, there's no way.
No, I got him, dude. Everything that he wanted to know, like an explanation for science that believes in gravity. We didn't get into particles. I'm not a particleist, but I'm telling you, flat Earth, dude. I don't think it's real, man. I've never heard a good argument against it.
Well, I'll wait.
Okay.
That's why I'm here, though.
So
I'm not a dick. I'm not a troll. I promise you.
Okay.
I'm just trying to be convinced because I've never heard a good
That's fine.
one.
That's fine. So what we're going to do and I know Alpha's going to love this, is we're going to push everything to the side. We're not going to talk about gas pressure. We're not going to talk about gravity, because to be fair, they don't really address the surface description of the Earth. It's kind of secondary to the primary claim, right? So you've never been convinced that the Earth is flat? That's fine, my friend. What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to show you that that's how the Earth is measured.
The Earth is measured by the stars and the distance between them, their position at a certain time of day.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes. How do we measure to the stars? What do
we
we do?
clock every time it passes over a certain point in the sky, and then we measure the distance between the point that it passes, and then from there we measure where it's at going back.
How?
Mainly with clocks and eyeballs.
Clocks and eyeballs, right? So you're right. You're right to a degree. We most definitely use time. We use those for lines of longitude. This is where we get AM and PM from. So yeah, we're definitely going to do that. We're definitely going to be looking at the stars. Yeah. We're going to be measuring angles to the stars, though, aren't we?
Well, you have to take into the fact of precession and things like that. I mean, if you're doing it right now today versus back then, there's historical things.
Whatever, sorry to interrupt, but whatever we do, we're going to be measuring the angle of the star above the horizon. Right?
Absolutely. It was the precursor to trigonometry.
Awesome. Yes, exactly. So we're going to be using angles to make these measurements. What's an angle?
Yes, sir. I think you went silent. I might have lost volume.
Sorry, did you hear what I said?
You're going to use angles to measure the path of the stars, and we're talking about like a flat Earth with a dome over top.
Okay. No. What is an angle? That's my question to you.
Well, you generally go towards the center of the Earth, I guess. I mean, your base, and then 90 degrees is a starting point, right? The center of the
When do
Earth.
we go to the center? Sorry, when do we go to the center of the Earth?
We've come pretty close. We've went 85 miles deep, but it's closely 700 miles deep.
Before you start running off, right? We're measuring elevation angles to stars. We're not going to the center of the Earth to measure elevation angles to stars. We do this on the surface of the Earth, don't we?
Yes, we always stand in the same spot, though. If we're going to take a measurement, we place a marker or we stand there.
Yeah, good stuff. And we measure angles, don't we? Yes?
I guess so. Yep.
Okay. Good. And an angle is two straight lines meeting at a point, right?
Origination and then the angle of degree which they depart over time.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. So when we measure an elevation angle above the horizon, what are our two straight lines?
You have your base to which you originated, and then you have the deviation from which it stands right now.
Okay. So the two straight sides are one, the imaginary line between the observer's eye and the star, that's a straight line, and two, mean sea level, a horizontal reference for you to measure an angle up from. That's the surface.
Sea level's not good. It changes all the time. It's never flat.
Excuse me. Do you notice that I said mean sea level?
Okay.
So what's mean?
Yeah.
Mean.
Obviously, it's the average sea level.
Yeah,
couple
so it's the average.
inches.
Not interested in it going up, not interested in going down. It's the average between the two. So the average between the two is a horizontal reference datum for you to measure your angle from. Upwards from this horizontal.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'll ask you like this: can you measure an angle if one of your lines is curved?
Yeah.
How?
Well, it depends on the point of the angle that you'd like to measure. I mean, but if you have a solid
No,
two bases plus an angle, you
okay,
can curve that.
okay, okay. So the point along the curved line, what are you going to do to that point? Are you going to draw a tangent to it?
I don't know what a tangent is.
That's a straight line that intersects a curve.
Yeah, I would draw a tangent. Yeah.
Okay, so you would measure the angle between the two straight sides then, right?
Measure an angle between the two straight sides.
Yeah, the tangent that you've created.
Yes, I would probably measure distance more than angle. But yeah, angle,
No, it's
depending on what you're looking for.
angle. Yeah. So I hate to be convoluted. So you concede that you can't measure an angle from a curved line. You have to create a straight one.
You can't measure an angle from a curved line. You have to have a straight one. I don't
Yeah, you
know.
did that when you
I
drew your
disagree.
tangent to it. Yeah, you did that when you drew your tangent to it. That tangent was a straight side because you couldn't measure the angle from the
Well,
curve because it's an exponential curve. You had to select a point along that curve and draw a tangent to it and measure the deviation between these two straight
but you
sides.
could use pi,
The
or if
question,
it's not a complete circular angle,
dude,
you could use a
dude,
you know,
dude, dude. So the point to this is, if you're going to measure an elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth and the surface is
there we
curved,
go. There we go.
you're not.
Get to it. What are you trying to tell me that's going to convince me that there's a flat Earth? Please tell me.
Well, trying to get there, but you seem to have a misunderstanding what
No,
angles
I've
are.
tried to argue every
So
point. Sorry.
I know, I get that. That's fine. So what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is, for things like lines of longitude, lines of latitude, time zones, and bearings like north, south, east, and west, every single one of these is an angle measurement. The angle is two straight sides. The base of the angle is mean sea level. The Earth has to be flat for you to measure angles to the stars in the sky.
No,
You
no,
can't
it doesn't
measure.
have to. You could have 3.14 and you could calculate to the center. It doesn't have to be flat.
Calculate to the center of what?
The Earth, around Earth,
And how do we measure the round Earth?
by measuring the distance of circumference. And we know that the circumference of the Earth is
How
like 35,000 miles around or something like that. I don't know. But
how do we measure circumference?
you can look at the North Star and you can say that, like,
Mm-hmm.
in 4 minutes, the North Star has moved 6 miles. And you can say, well, in
North Star
24
doesn't
hours, the
move.
North Star has moved 35,000 miles. And that's how you do it.
North Star doesn't move, dude.
It doesn't move. No,
Yeah, Polaris, the North Star, the star in the sky that doesn't move and everything rotates around it.
it doesn't
Yeah.
rotate around. I'm just
Yeah.
saying it's so far away that it doesn't move to
Polaris
our
doesn't.
observing
Yeah,
eyes.
Polaris doesn't move. I mean, it moves a little, but it doesn't move like the way you said, 35,000 miles. It
That's
doesn't
how
do
we
that.
calculate the circumference of the Earth is by the stars. We say that this star is right here, right now. 5 minutes from now, it moved 5 inches. So every 5 minutes is 5 inches. 24 hours from now, it'll be in the same exact spot, but we've moved 37,000 miles. So that's
Right, that went right. That went right over your head, didn't it?
no.
So Polaris is the star.
I think it went over
Dude,
yours.
Polaris is, dude. Please don't be
I'm
rude.
not. You
So
did.
Polaris is Polaris. One last time, sunshine. Polaris is the star in the sky that doesn't move. Right now, you're
It
correct.
does move.
You can measure.
There's precession, but yes.
Now you are correct. You can measure a radius from Polaris. How'd you do that, though?
How do I measure a radius from Polaris? Is at
Yeah,
12 p.m. at high noon, Polaris has got the
that sun.
shining spot. Like, I've got two stones where it's perfectly centered with
I can't
Polaris in
do
the
it.
middle. Stonehenge. Two stones at exactly noon. Polaris is right in the middle. 24 hours later, Polaris is there. But 5 minutes later, it's 5 inches to the left. So I say, oh, every 5 inches is 5 minutes. And then I calculate 24 hours times 5 inches is this many miles. That's how you do it.
All right. So you keep bringing up the sun and being able to see Polaris at the same time. Which one are you measuring to? The sun or Polaris? Which one?
For the measurement of the Earth, Polaris, because it doesn't move.
Awesome. And how do you take? And what type of measurement do you take?
I do inches. I don't know what you mean.
No. Right. Again, the measurement that we take is an angle measurement. If you want to figure out the radius of something, the equator, your radius, comes from the minimum elevation angle to Polaris.
The circumference is a two-dimensional object, and you can calculate that with two-dimensional mathematics.
Not sphere then. Sorry, excuse me. So not a sphere then. You said you got a circumference.
Yes.
And then you said that's because the Earth's a sphere. And now you're pointing out to me that a circumference is two-dimensional.
Yes.
Not a sphere. Not a sphere. Now you can make circles, but that doesn't invoke sphere.
Well, that's...
I can make a circle around the light in my kitchen if I measure an elevation angle up to it or walk around it in a circle.
If your kitchen light rotates around you every 24 hours, yes, you could create a measurement.
No.
But there's also, it's not just your kitchen light.
This is where me and you're going to fall out.
If there's your neighbor's light, your neighbor's light's 35 angle degrees left of you, you could calculate how often that rotates around you, and you could
you got a runaway train, Jedi.
I know, he's just
no,
off. He's still on the Polaris.
I'm sorry, guys.
It's fine. So the light in your kitchen, it's not moving. If I walk away from being underneath my light and turn around, I can measure an angle up to it. We call it 45 degrees. If I move around that light source and always measure 45 degrees, I would have gone in a circle. Wouldn't I?
Why would you always measure 45 degrees? I don't understand.
So, excuse me. I'm just giving you an example. Doesn't have to be 45 degrees. It can be more or less.
What about the thing that's...
But the premise is still the same.
If you're on a globe and you look straight up and you put two stones on the globe and you look in this one light in the sky is right between these two fixed objects on the globe.
Let me walk them through the 3 points, Jedi, real quick.
Yeah, please.
All right. So, Matthew, I'm going to walk you through what I've codified for a number of years now. It's called the 3 points. It's a sort of a script, but I put everybody through it, and I want to see if they know exactly what they think they know. And by the end of it, you'll know if you know the Earth's a globe or not. Fair? It's only 3 questions.
Absolutely, sir. I don't mean to be a troll here. I'm not trying to. I love hanging out.
I like a little bit of
argument. I freaking love it.
I like a little bit of resistance. I think it makes for an interesting conversation. Otherwise, it'd be boring. All right, so let's do it this way. So, first question, right? There's only 3. Who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over distance? And you can respond with "I know," and then tell me the specifics, or you can respond with "I don't know," and I'll go to the next question.
I've seen a YouTube video where 2 guys that were flat Earth believers set up a laser,
remember the 2 options?
27 miles.
Yeah, the 2 options were you can say "I know" and then tell me the reason, or say "I don't know," and then I'll go to the next question. So 2 outcomes.
I pass.
Okay, so you don't know. I need those words coming out of your mouth.
I know.
No.
I know.
No. It's either I know or I don't know. Otherwise, we can't proceed. That's the way this works. These questions are the only way it works for me to go to the next one is if you concede or you tell me that you know, and then you tell me exactly the specifics, because I'm going to ask for specifics. So
I have specifics, dude.
Okay, do you know?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and tell me how you know specifically.
2 dudes went on the internet. They were filmed it. They were historically like big flat Earth promoters.
No, stop. I need from academic sources. I don't need from people on the internet. How have you known that the Earth is a globe? This is going to be very specific for you. Because now I'm going to dig into how you know the Earth's a globe by way of someone measuring it. It's not two dudes in, I don't know, what is it, 2018 that went to do something. No, that's not how this goes. This goes like, I know somewhere in academia, someone measured the surface of the Earth to be curving. Now, if you don't know that, I need to hear you say, I don't know. We're not going to go to some two dudes on the internet.
I do. Galileo was the first.
Okay, fine. Galileo was the first. He measured it. What did he do?
It was like I said earlier.
No, it wasn't like you said earlier. What did he do?
He had a fixed object on his a castle top thing that every day they already had time. I have no idea how they got time down. Like
then you don't know. Then you don't know. Then you don't know.
But well, you don't either.
No, you don't say you don't know either. These three questions are meant for you specifically, sir. I have nothing to do with them other than expose the fact that you don't know or you know. Either one of those.
I told you for 24 hours he calculated,
sir,
how far.
How did he do it? How did he calculate that? Just answer the question. This is a bit of ego death for you. If you don't know what ego death is, it's going to occur.
Okay. So put your finger.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
And if 5 minutes
Sir,
from now,
Matthew, we're not doing that. Galileo, you didn't give me the instructions of the method by which he measured it. So you need to respond. Sir, you need to respond with, I don't know. Be honest.
I do know.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
What did Galileo do then? Tell me the specifics. We'll go through it a second time.
He used fixed objects.
Like what?
How much time had passed.
Like what?
Galileo used his window. He had a steeple top thing with window, and then he had like a thing, like a stone thing right in the middle.
You're stumbling.
I don't know what you call it.
You're stumbling, dude. You're stumbling.
No, dude, I can see it. But
you are stumbling.
That to calculate the time of the past, and every 5 fucking minutes, like 3 inches had passed, and he said, "Oh, every 5 minutes there's 3 inches."
So something's moving in the sky. That's great,
600 minutes.
Matthew.
And he did the math.
Something's moving.
Easy.
Something's moving in the sky. Is this what you're saying? That Galileo said?
He used a fixed object on the Earth to calculate how much time had passed. Versus
that's great. That's great. That is great. That is great. Let me restate the question because I think you've lost yourself.
No, that's how he calculated the circumference of the
No,
Earth.
He did not do such a thing. But let me restate the question once again. Has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth, as in the drop over the distance?
Yes.
No, you didn't tell me the drop. No. Okay, 1 second. No, stop.
Mexican guy did it by latitude.
Here's the thing. Either you stop or I stop you. One of the two is going to happen. So here's the other thing. I'm asking for something very specific, and it's drop over the distance. Now, you are not presenting drop over the distance. You're presenting somebody seeing something in the sky and then saying, thus I say, the Earth is a globe. No, that's not how this works. It's a measurement that I'm asking for. And this is not a measurement.
I can tell you.
No, sir. No, you can't. Okay, so Galileo fell through the floor. What else do you got?
There was not just one Galileo. There was multiple.
I don't care who it is. Is there a... I don't care. Listen, I don't care. Matthew, I don't care. I need the method that someone measured the drop over the distance.
Can I help with this?
Well,
no.
I can tell you exactly how it happened.
Okay, go ahead. No, stop saying Galileo, dude. It's not going to work.
Okay.
It's not going to work. It fell through the... Matthew, it fell through the floor. Your example was something in the sky is moving. I'm looking for the geometric consequence of the ground that you're standing on. That means that the Earth...
The only way you can calculate this is by looking at the stars.
No, calculations with the stars are not going to work. I'm gonna unmute this space, and I want you to tell me specifically that you know or you don't know. Remember, I said there's going to be an ego death. And that's yours if you say that you don't know. We're moving to the next question. If not, I'm going to keep pressing and pressing. I'm a dog with a bone that I don't let it go until you concede or you say, I know the specifics. Here they are. Here's the method of drop over distance. This is the way it's been measured. But you have a choice. Now, I want you to make the right choice. so we can proceed and not be stuck here. Now, once again, do you know the method of drop over distance, the way the Earth has been measured, sir? Yes? No?
You got him. That's another victim.
Well, we'll wait to see if he opens up his mic, because I think he's thinking. Maybe Googling. A lot of people Google at this time, sir. I've done this for 10 years. I know what a Google pause is. This is one right now. Ask AI, see if it can help you. I don't care what you use. Nothing's going to help you. You will not be rescued from my hand, sir. And I will not pause here for too much longer. So you got 30 seconds to work your Google fingers. Otherwise, you're going to be moved down to a listener. Because that's a dishonest tactic that you're using right now. I've done this way too many times to not know what an ego death is, and you're just preventing it from happening. You got 10 seconds, sir. You will be moved as a listener because you are not being a good faith interlocutor. We could have moved along a lot farther and faster had you just conceded, and we wouldn't be in this pickle. 5, 4, 3, 2. You were looking for the door. That's the way it goes, my friends.
That was disappointing.
Hey, Alpha.
Yep. Go ahead.
I want to do something real quick. It's gonna take about 5 minutes if you allow me to.
But just a second, Superfly, because we did have Tasha that came up to the speaking panel. I just like to welcome Tasha. Tasha, welcome to the speaking panel.
Welcome, Tasha.
Hello.
Hey, welcome. Welcome.
Hi. Sorry, I'm hella nervous. I haven't really spoken on a space before, so this is so out of normal for me.
It's okay. I might have sounded a little brash and bold with the previous individual, but if you have any questions or if there's something you want to ask the panel or what you've heard or whatever, maybe it doesn't matter. You can ask your question.
I'm just excited to be a part of, like, to find other people that are similar with, like, the whole flat planet that we're on here. But the thing is, I've always wondered, because the definition of Earth is a globe. So, like, when we say flat Earth, we're kind of contradicting ourselves there, right?
No, we could help educate you on some information, Tasha. 24/7 Flat Earth is a group of friends. We're at the cutting edge of all the flat Earth arguments. You've actually landed in the right place. There's a lot of flat Earth discussions on the internet, but there are a lot of fluff. There's a lot of misleading. There's a lot of like different arguments that are going on. If you have any questions, we'll fill you in on any topic that you want to know. But I guarantee you the wealth of information we have is pretty extensive. So I'd like you to feel like you can ask us a question. Like, you don't have to just say like something's contradictory. You can ask us, is it contradictory? We'll tell you. We'll explain everything, basically, if you need.
Well, when you search up Earth, like, obviously all of the people that believe that Earth is a globe, a circular object, like, the definition of Earth is like a planet, like of a circle. But obviously we all know it's flat. Like, it is flat. Like, it's not a globe. It's not circular. So what would be the technical definition that we would call the land that we stand on? Because I don't believe that we should call it Earth. Because when we call it Earth, we're basically agreeing that it's a globe.
No. Yeah, no, it's not that way. The idea that...
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm positive. I'm positive, Tasha.
Whenever I have conversations with people and I say, like, I do believe that the Earth is flat, that's one thing that they always come at me is like, well, you said Earth. So
yeah, I know.
Circular.
Listen, let's kind of clear things up. You're probably in a group of people that you're the only person that could probably have this perspective, and you feel overwhelmed because you're brand new to the topic, it sounds like. So you don't know how to respond to people, but I guarantee you we can give you some showstoppers if you stick around. Definitely. Like, a lot of questions to make them pause. We do that often here. So just, I mean, all you got to do is listen to some of the people here. But
yeah, I know. I witnessed that just a minute ago.
So and it's true. Okay, so I usually give them 3 questions, right? You can actually, I don't know if you want to write these down or just, I don't know, maybe just all you got to do
Well,
is.
I wrote your first down. Can you continue with the other question?
Actually, well, I was just going to tell you. Let me just give you the 3 questions, and then you can just do whatever you want with them later on, or just go back to this space and then hear me say them over again because that's recorded. So, okay, so let me tell you. The first one is, whoever measured the curvature of the Earth, as in the drop over distance. So anytime in history. So if in history somebody's measured that, like from an academic standpoint, right? Like, let's say somebody brings up Eratosthenes or Galileo, like the gentleman just did, or Aristotle, anybody, Alberuni. It doesn't matter who they bring up, any historical figure they bring up. It's going to have to either present you the information of drop over distance. Now, do you know what drop over distance is, Tasha?
Are you referencing like the gravity?
No. Okay, so if you have
what exactly?
I'll give you a simple analogy. Imagine having a basketball in your hand and you put a ruler on top of it. A simple ruler. The ruler would be like a straight line on that curved surface of the basketball, right?
Yeah.
That's a tangent line. That tangent line is what I'm asking for the glober to present. The tangent line and the measurement of the drop over distance. So the ruler, right? The curvature of that basketball, as it curves away from that ruler, would be the drop over the distance.
Got you. I understand completely.
Yeah, so that's what I've been asking for these guys to present, because that would be a measurement of the Earth being a globe.
That would exactly give the exact information that they would need to prove.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
And they don't have that information.
Nobody does.
Not a globe.
Yeah, because it's not a globe, so they don't have the information. So it's as simple as just asking somebody that question. I mean, even if you were just to tell them, can you tell me how the drop? And you can use the analogy that I use, the ruler on a basketball, and tell them, the curvature that goes away from the ruler, that's the drop over a distance that you would have to have, because that ruler is like a tangent line. So that tangent line or tangent plane, either one, the Earth would be curving away from it. And so that's what you're asking for in history. Who's ever measured that? And so I'm going to tell you right now, spoiler alert, nobody's ever measured that. All right. So that'd be the first one. And if they might search for Google and AI and do all these kinds of things and give you like Eratosthenes as the answer. And what I would say to you is basically say, did he give us the drop over distance? Did Eratosthenes, did Aristotle, did Galileo, did Copernicus, anybody, any of the historical figures, did he give you the drop over distance? And if they didn't do it, just say, well, then how do we know the surface is curving? So there's a lot to get into, but needless to say, that's the first question, right?
Got you. Yeah, completely. 100% with you.
Okay, second question. Who's ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth? Axial rotation is the spin of the Earth. Now I'm going to say it this way. This is kind of like something that you can go into a little bit just to give them context. They're telling us that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So at the equator, they're telling us that the Earth is spinning really fast, about 1,000 miles per hour. How is it possible that it's spinning at that rate with anybody measuring it? So who measured this axial rotation of the Earth? So you're asking for this very specific information, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's question number 2. I'm just going to give you the questions and then we'll get into them.
That's the one thing that I don't understand is how they think that we're spinning so fast, because I honestly get motion sickness in a car. So I can't imagine like how we're spinning so fast and we're not feeling that motion sickness,
Yeah, well, that's a little bit too much, but yeah, let me just say that, that they're telling us that it has been measured by somebody and we're asking the question. The second one, who's ever measured that? The third one is, it's a little bit longer. So we're going to ask they're telling us that the Earth, being a globe, is an open system, right? Rockets can leave the Earth and go to Mars and go to the moon and stuff. And there's an energy transfer from like sunlight and all kinds of stuff that, every kind of energy that we can think of from the universe, being that the Earth is a globe, right? So if the Earth is a globe and it's an open system, how is it possible that we have gas pressure on the surface without a container? So we have gas right now. You and I are breathing about 14 pounds per square inch on the surface right now of Earth. Allegedly a globe, right? So if it's a globe and we're breathing this gas pressure, why are we breathing gas pressure if the vacuum of space is uncontained from this gas pressure? The gas pressure would be able to freely move into the available space. Do you get what I'm saying?
Kind of.
Okay. Maybe Jedi can elucidate a little more. I did bring some people up, so guys, just hold on a bit while I'm talking to Tasha. And then once I tie up this conversation, then you guys can jump in. But Jedi, I don't know if you want
to. So Alpha's third question. We understand that gas pressure is defined by the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. We're told the Earth is an open system, so no container. How do you achieve gas pressure without a physical boundary to press against?
Oh, so, okay, yeah, because they say that it's open air up into the space or whatever. So, like, there's obvious, got you completely.
So those are the three questions, and I guess we'll go in a little bit more on them, but you can contemplate those questions and perhaps even just ask random people, that you have talked to, the ones that are telling you about, the name of Earth. Well, why do we call it Earth? It's a globe. Like, that's silly talk. Like, they don't have any information to substantiate the three claims that I just handed you to give them, because they think that the Earth is a globe. So they'd have to have evidence to back up those claims that you would present them.
Got you. And I have a question, because I feel so comfortable with you guys having similar things, because obviously there's so many crazy people out there thinking we're on a globe. So sometimes I think about the fact that obviously we haven't found the edge to really prove the fact that we are on like a flat surface, right? Because like I feel like that would be the best way to prove it.
I hate to interrupt you, Tash. Right now, I agree with you to a certain point, as in we haven't found the limitation of the Earth, but that doesn't prove that the surface of the Earth is flat if and when we reach the limitation of it. It's the measurement of the surface of the Earth that proves it's flat.
No, I was listening earlier to you guys when you were talking about the angles and then like the 90 degrees measuring stars. I completely agree with you. Sorry, I'm probably not explaining this well because I'm hella nervous to be up here speaking. Sorry, I get very anxious, so just bear with me because I'm trying to explain it as best as I can without panicking too much. But when I imagine Earth, like it's infinite almost, right? Like I know the argument's always about between flat and round, but for me, when I imagine like it can't, like it keeps going, right? Because we don't know how far we actually go, like how far the land is, because I feel like all of these round earthers and everyone that believes in this, like when you think of going as far as Antarctica, like they have so much government protecting it, you can't explore further, right? So for me, sometimes I think of it as that one video game Minecraft where like you can wander infinitely throughout, right? Where it's just like flat and you can just keep kind of going. So I'm wondering how far we can go, because there's like certain areas in the world that I feel like you can't pass and keep exploring, because I feel like the government is holding us back from actually like proving what we know is true, because they don't want us to find out, because they're trying to sell us this lie about the globe and everything.
Yeah, that's all good and well, but our main focus is not trying to find the extremities of the realm that we're in, because it's a diversion away from the fact that we're pointing out the elephant in the room, that the Earth isn't measured to be a globe, and also that the place
wouldn't that prove though?
No,
because if we can expand further,
no, Tasha, hold on. No, that's not going to do that. What that's going to do, it's a distraction. It's a distraction, because the limitations of the extremity of the place that we live is not, we can't freely travel on this Earth anyway. Think about it like this. Can you freely travel to different countries just on a whim, just because you please? Of course not. The answer is no. You have to get passports. You have to get, certain things that when you travel to certain places, there's regulations to travel the oceans. I mean, this is obviously true. Do you know that logistically you can't just travel freely on the Earth, Tasha? Or do you think that you can just hop in a boat and just go wherever you wish? Do you think that's how it works?
No, I completely agree.
Okay,
Dude, I completely agree.
So
I
let's
think it's so
agree
stupid
on
that I
something.
have to have a
Let's just
passport
agree
to
on this.
travel
Let's agree
aboard.
on this. We cannot travel freely on this Earth that we're on.
100%.
Okay,
I don't
so
have a passport.
knowing that,
It's so stupid that I can't cross a border.
but that's fine. Knowing that.
Ever tried it?
Yeah, hold on. We're not even gonna attempt to entertain this, because even entertaining it is a distraction. It's a distraction away from the fact that people have been thinking their whole life that the Earth is a globe. So talking about this, going to the extremity of the realm that we live in, is a distraction. 100% distraction.
Hold up. New guy here. So
yeah, we're not going to let the new guy interrupt just yet, because Tasha was still on the point. So we will address the new guy, guarantee. No, I won't disappoint you. So Tasha, that's important for us to get. So it's important for us to actually get down to the bottom of like why it's important to not talk about these things, because people get easily distracted, Tasha. We don't want that to happen. Our main focus is the fact that they think they're living on a spinning water ball flying through the vacuum of space. So we have to start there. Anything after that, the conversations that proceed after they finally realize they're not on that, then we can have those conversations perhaps if time allows, because I guarantee you, if you're talking about the specific things of how the Earth is not a globe, that's going to consume a lot of energy and a lot of your time. Promise.
Yeah, no, I feel like that's the biggest struggle is like every time we're talking about this with people, especially the people that believe that we're on a globe, like they're so focused on trying to prove us wrong that like we can't explore like further details and thoughts and stuff about it being flat. So
it's too much.
I like to find people that are similar so that we can actually explore like the reality.
So listen, I know, but exploration is secondary to actually getting people to realize it's the hearts and minds of people that we're going for. We're not trying to hop on boats and planes and fly to the end of the Earth. That's not what it's. This whole conversation is not about that at all.
That's the thing.
So it's not. See how you're diverting. Like right now, it's your mind is seeing this thing, and it's such a distraction. Right now, it's such a distraction, and you keep saying that it's the most important thing, and it really is not. I'm trying to do the best I can to be as charitable as I can to you, to tell you that it's just a distraction, and you keep saying that it's important, and I'm like, it's not. It's not important.
So what is the importance then?
The importance is everybody thinks they're on a ball that's spinning in the vacuum of space. And once they figure out that's not what it is, those other conversations can happen. Not until then. See, you haven't even, you have to get this part down to a T. And then once you do, we can move forward with those other conversations. And I promise it would be fruitful.
Here's my question though. So we're spending a lot of time though trying to educate all of those people that believe we're on a globe. So we're spending all this time trying to explain how we're not, how it is flat. Like we all know it is, but we're wasting our time and energy trying to convince people that are never gonna believe it.
Yeah, but we're not
the
doing
reality of it.
I get
instead
it.
of us trying to like.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but it's not that way. I promise you. What we do here.
Are you sure though?
Yeah, I'm positive.
I feel like
100%. No.
We're kind of wasting time.
No, we're not.
We kind of are wasting.
We're not. Tasha, here's the thing. You know what the wonderful thing about the internet is that it's not just you and me. Everybody that's in this room has ears to hear. Whether or not they agree or disagree, it doesn't matter, right? So all we're doing is putting the information out there, letting the people decide. So if you think it's a waste of time and we shouldn't be doing this, then nobody will hear the information. So our main focus is to just put the information out there and let the people decide, because it's most important that we aim for their hearts and minds, but we're not here to change their hearts and minds. We're here to challenge them. That is our main focus. And we're also here for another reason, to expose the fact that they don't know that what they think they know is true. That's a couple of things, right? but we're most definitely here so that everybody who's listening can get an earful of what we have to say, and then let them decide whether or not it is the case or not. But we're definitely not going to strong arm somebody into believing something. That's not what we're all about. I don't care if you or if anybody else believes that the earth is flat. I'm going to present to you a challenge. And if you walk away from here saying, well, it's a globe, I don't care anyway, it doesn't matter to me. I've done my job. That's the only thing I care about.
And I do really appreciate your 3 questions that you ask them, because that is like perfectly like easily like to prove that we are flat. But the only thing that I am like concerned about is like a lot of people that I do interact with that are similar minded as us, that are so focused on trying to educate people on us being a flat earth. Like, I feel like it is kind of a wasted thing.
It's not.
Like I have
Tasha, it's not wasted.
that
Tasha.
I want to like, well, no. Like, hold on. Like,
but it's not wasted. You can't keep saying it's a wasted time. It's not.
It's not waste. I like to explore and like imagine what actually is, right? Because all of these people.
But that's how we got there in the globe. Listen, that's how we got to the globe in the first place. That kind of mindset. See, that's why people listen. That's why people believe in space and, well, we can fly to the next nearest planet and we're gonna habitate it and it's gonna be so great, guys. Listen to me.
That's fucking impossible.
I know, but I'm saying that's the reason why.
Possible, we would have already done it.
Yeah, I know, Tasha. Listen, this is the listen to me. You have to listen to me right now. That's the reason why. That's the reason why we got. Listen to me right now. That's the reason why we got in the mess with following the globe in the first place. Because people had that kind of mindset that you have right now, and what else could it be? What else is out there? And that mindset leads people to be distracted into all kinds of fantasies. We don't need that distraction. Once again, I really don't like repeating myself, so I don't want to have to say that again. It's a distraction.
Sorry,
you've done it 100 times.
I don't know if I'm explaining myself well, so I'm sorry.
No, I know what you're saying.
I'm sorry. This is kind of my first time on a space, so I'm really anxious, so I'm so sorry.
No, I don't know about that. You have 600 followers, so it doesn't look like you're a newbie.
I've got something that you can explain to her.
Crypto shit that I used to once be, and I don't know.
All right, Tasha, let me let some other speakers, because they're chomping at the bit. They want to jump in here, so I gotta turn it over to you. All right, so Locks, go ahead.
Hey, man. Something that you could explain for us all that would give us a better understanding. So, well, 2 questions. One, because I'm kind of new to this. One,
welcome.
Is the flat Earth idea, the concept, the firmament, is that from the Bible?
That is a whole separate conversation that I don't think that is even conducive.
I mean, is that where it originates from? Is this
the word is transliterated over to the English language as firmament, but it has an old root word meaning as rakia, which is, I think it's either Greek or Hebrew. I'm not really sure on that. It might be Hebrew, but yeah, it's a biblical connotation. It's a biblical connotation. It has nothing to do with what we would discuss in here, though, however.
Okay. So the second one, like if you take 2 balls, right? You got 2 different diameter balls, a beach ball, basketball and a beach ball. And you've got a string that goes around the smaller ball and it touches perfectly at both ends. You can't take that little string off the little ball and put it on the big ball. The ends won't meet. So if you take 2 airplanes flying, and we know this, if you take 2 airplanes flying right above each other, and they're both relative to the ground speed, they're going 100 miles an hour. One airplane's at 35,000 feet, the other airplane's at 5,000 feet. Okay, and they're flying 1,000 miles, and I'm rounding these numbers because they're common numbers and they're easy to do math on. So they're both going 100 miles an hour relative to the ground speed, the ground underneath you. You're going 100 miles an hour, indicated ground speed. Why is it that the top plane at 35,000 feet drops back? He's still going 100 miles an hour to ground speed, covering the ground, and so is the plane below him. But when they both reach their destination 10 hours later at their 1,000-mile destination, it takes 24 and a half seconds for the plane up high to reach that same destination. Why is that? And we know this because there's millions of flights.
Yeah, Locks, there's two things. Number one, just hear me out. Don't jump in, please. Number one, it's a question proof. Question proofs are not affirmatives of the actual premise. Number two, it's a reification fallacy. Reification means that you're reifying a specific model or idea. And the idea or the model that you're reifying is the Earth as a globe. So number one, question proof, it can't be answered because you've already you've reified a specific idea or concept of the Earth already being a globe. So question proof
no,
is
I'm pointing out that the airplane
I knew you were going to jump in.
Because you can't answer the question.
No, it's
you can't answer the question.
It's a question proof. It's a question proof.
You can't answer the question.
It's a question proof.
This happens every day, thousands of times all over the Earth. But you can't answer it because the guy is at 35,000 feet is flying around a slightly bigger ball.
So you're just believing right now
you just believe in something you heard. No, bitch, it's an airplane.
No, listen to me when I say this. You are believing that the Earth is a globe already. When those planes are flying, you are making an example that the Earth is already a ball. You didn't describe how you know it's one.
No, I just proved it was.
You didn't do that,
I just proved it. Prove it's not.
Prove it.
Tell me how. Tell me how.
It's simple.
This is a known fact, by the way. You can't say it doesn't exist. It is a known fact.
Listen, a known fact would be you demonstrating how you know the Earth is a globe.
GPS?
How did you demonstrate that?
There's GPS. There's all kinds of things.
Yeah, GPS is also reifying the fact that you think the Earth is a globe. Once again, tell me this.
No,
tell me this.
I don't think I absolutely know, buddy.
No, okay, then if you know, let me run you through the three questions.
No, you answer my question. You can't do it. You can't do it because you're a low IQ fucking monkey.
Yeah, it's a question proof.
Answer the question. Answer the question. You kept asking this other motherfucker a bunch of questions.
All right, Locks, you're begging the question that the Earth is already a globe.
Answer the question.
Within your question proof. Jedi, did you want to come in?
Answer the question. You've made this question-proof thing up.
No, it's not. It's real. Go ahead, Jedi.
It's okay. The guy seems really unreasonable and triggered.
No, it's just you fucking people are stupid. Every one of you stupid motherfuckers. You can prove this shit. You can prove it. Get on a goddamn airplane. It only takes money to prove this. Rent 2 fucking airplanes. Fly them at 2 different altitudes. It'll cost you $2,000 to do this.
All right, hold on. We got a pilot in the panel. I hope you know that, Lux.
You got 2 of them, motherfucker.
Lux. Yeah, Lux, you're wrong.
I agree with Lux.
It takes about 24 and a half seconds in the difference in time. Both of them identical ground speeds. You can look up and see the one above you when you start. But when the flight ends, the other guy at the altitude going the same exact ground speed is 24 and a half seconds behind you, which equates to about the diameter of the Earth that they say it is.
Okay, Lux. And I fear that you might just start talking through me.
Because you're an idiot. Answer only what I ask. Answer what I ask.
Hey, Lux, you seem to be very disrespectful. I don't really want to enter into.
No, because I've been stepped on, and you know, like it's a non-question. Answer it. Answer it. Answer it.
You're not going to make demands of me, young man. I'm trying to have a reasonable conversation with you, but you seem intolerable.
Thank you, sir.
I was going to answer your question, but you just keep talking through me.
Okay, answer it.
No.
Okay.
Your chance was gone. With
I was going to answer and prove that the Earth was flat or round, but
you're talking through him, Locke.
There
How
we
can
go.
he answer?
Now
you're
I will not expose
because
this
you're triggered. You're triggered and you're angry.
Bullshit.
And you won't
you
let
can't
anybody
answer it.
You're doing it now.
I'm pissed off that you won't answer it.
You're doing it now,
Answer
Locke.
it. Okay, I'll be quiet. Go ahead and answer
I don't
it.
think so. Because we've been trying to talk to you. Jedi was trying to speak to you.
Because you can't answer it.
There you go again.
I will fucking cash app your shit $1,000. Give me something to fucking prove this shit.
I will tell you this. You're
a dumbass.
Dude, Locks, don't write.
And the original Bible word, by the way, meant expanse. A great expanse or a gulf. Not a fucking dome, you dumbass.
What the fuck does expanse means, you moron?
I think we should just remove Locks.
You want to remove him?
You go right ahead. It doesn't matter because you're too fucking low IQ to... Dude, I got satellite tracking equipment on my desk.
Moron. What does expanse mean?
Sorry, Alpha, but he was
It means
unreasonable.
extended surface, you idiot.
Yeah, I did it for you, Jedi. I removed him. Otherwise, we could have had him up here, and I was gonna let Superfly run him through the ringer, but he didn't. He wouldn't listen to him.
I mean, I don't mind if you want to bring him back, but he just keeps talking through everybody. It's not good content. I mean, if he wants to take 5 minutes and chill out, then maybe we can bring him back in a moment or two, so he can have a reasonable conversation like an adult.
Yeah, I know Chip was agreeing with him, but see, what Chip failed to realize is that he was using a question proof. Within what he was trying to prove, he asked me the question instead of proving the affirmative that the Earth is a globe. He didn't do that. And a lot of these guys who are really hot under the collar, they come up here using their question proofs as definitive proof of the Earth being a globe, and it's not. You have to start from the premise, how you know the Earth is a globe, how it's affirmed to be a globe, and demonstrate that to us with some kind of way that you can show us a method that it's been measured to be so. But he was so obtuse that he did not let anything come through except for his question proof, where he was begging the question and reifying. It's a fallacious argument. He was reifying a position of a conceptual idea. That's all he was doing.
Well, did you notice that when he started off with two balls? I mean, he started off with a beach ball and a basketball. Already a glober. Man, I really wanted to get to my little 5-minute experiment that Jedi was showing me, because I really like Jedi's way of putting this out.
Dude, Jedi is an amazing speaker, but sometimes he gets run over by these guys, and it's hard to let him have the mic when somebody's just running him over like that. It's painful, dude. You know, and the guy was triggered, right? So I have to listen through it, and I don't like it. You know, anyway. Let me just do this real quick because we do have people chomping at the bit, Superfly, and I'm sorry.
I have just noticed that some guy that I had let up here posted a bunch of stuff in the Jumbotron that I can't delete anything. I don't have the option to, for whatever reason.
We're getting bombarded with porn. Of course we are.
Yeah, that's cool. We'll just delete it. Here, let me get Elbow. Do you want to be a co-host? I think because Jedi can't receive co-hosts, so.
Yeah, I'm going to delete those.
Yeah, if you don't mind, sir.
Yeah, no problem.
There you go.
Thank you.
So Alpha, can I proceed?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Superfly. I was gonna let Peaceful come up because he was waving. He was like waving his hand. So I do want to get to you. By the way, if you don't have some time. I mean, how much time do you have? You got some time? Because I do want to.
Yeah, I just wanted to really get this going, because a lot of people, this is kind of going in what everybody's talking about, where they don't believe, they believe, and so I wanted to really get down to the why they believe and what we believe in.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and get to Peaceful, and then I'll come back.
All right, sir. I'm gonna bring Peaceful up here, and then we'll see if Lox can cool his jets, and then we'll bring him back up. That was a pun because he was talking about jets. Anyways, doesn't matter.
I got it. I laughed, but I was on mute. So.
Okay. I don't know if anybody caught that. I'm trying to make puns while we're doing this, not make it too serious, because Lox is being a bit obtuse. Go ahead. Peaceful, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Alpha. It's a pleasure to be in your space. And of all the folks in this space, I think Concave is the only non-glober that I'm familiar with. Lox is a friend of mine. We've had several arguments over this point, and he's had an extensive career in let's just say the government. So he probably has some kind of vested interest in maintaining the globe conspiracy. Let's call it that.
Is he a part of the new administration? No, I'm just kidding. I don't even care. Like, I don't care.
Yeah. A question I'd like to put to you and your panelists. It's not that I struggle to get a clear answer from anyone, and I know every group is different, because there are other flat Earth groups out there that host spaces and that I've had the opportunity to listen to and speak with. Is there a particular flat Earth model that you guys, on a general basis kind of agree upon? And is it or is it not the one that's on the so-called official Flat Earth Twitter page?
Official Twitter page. I don't know. Like, is there something that's being presented that from Flat Earth side? I don't even know what they're presenting.
It kind of looks like a United Nations map.
Oh, yeah, I get what you're saying now. No. That actually, funny thing about that is people think that that's what Flat Earth is. And do you know that that is actually the globe flattened out? I don't know. A lot of people don't know this, man. I'm going to actually point this out to you right now. That is the Mercator projection squished. It's not a Mercator projection. It's an AE map. It's an azimuthal equidistant projection. But it is a globe flattened out, definitely. So really, when you're hearing globe actually trying to disprove that specific map projection, they're actually disproving globe single-handed, simultaneously approving it and disproving it at the same time. If you can figure that one. But yeah, it's not. I guarantee it. That's not a flat Earth map, because you don't need to think of the Earth as a globe. Period. So traverse, and it's going to get kind of like mixed up here for you if you're hearing it from me like this. But needless to say, there isn't a globe at all. So we don't have to think of the Earth as a globe. So every map is good enough to understand that the Earth, as far as cartography goes, has been understood to be traversed and mapped out as a flat Earth. But of course, every map projection comes with its own difficulties. And of course, if you look into the subject, you'll find out there's hundreds of maps that have been proposed. But if you look into each map, one is not like the gold standard over the other. They're just useful in very different ways, So map projections have been utilized throughout antiquity. So what we do know is the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant projection, is what people are clinging to, or the Gleasons, either one, depicts the Earth as a pizza disc. So it's not that. Definitely isn't that.
Okay. Okay, so just so that I understand, is what I'm hearing that there is no universally agreed upon model for what the flat Earth is or should look like?
No, because okay, first of all, I'll put it this way. Imagine if I told you there wasn't a dichotomy between globe and flat. What if I just told you there was only flat Earth? The Earth that's just displaying itself just what it is. Let's just not even call it flat Earth. Let's just call it Earth. So when people were traversing the Earth a long time ago, they didn't think it was a globe. Okay, it's like the new kid on the block. The propagation of this information moving forward into time. There was certain niche groups that held to the idea that it was a globe, but definitely it wasn't through mainstream public information. That's not how it was. Not only until recent history was it actually instituted in like the educational system. But it's like the new kid on the block still, like maybe 500 years old. That's how new.
Believe it or not, it was my history teacher teaching us about the conquest of Christopher Columbus in the Americas that led to an understanding that hang on, we were sailing what we thought was towards India, but we've actually found this other place.
Yeah.
So that's something my public government funded school decided to poison my mind with,
amongst other things. Okay. But yeah, I would say like this.
Amongst many.
If you remove the globe from the equation, there's only Earth being displayed as whatever cartographers had put down in their map projections as what they think the Earth is overall, like the world maps. None of it has to do with the globe. So every map is, and I'm going to say it this way because that way you can understand there's no dichotomy, is a flat Earth map. Everyone, all of them. Do you understand what I'm saying now? Like there is no globe.
I do.
So globe is kind of it's a false dichotomy to say, well, we got the globe over here and we got flat Earth over here. Where's the flat Earth map? I'm trying to show you. If you take away the fairy tale, then Earth is what it is. Cartographers have been just doing their job, going over the surface of the Earth as a flat Earth. Like it was never a globe. And so that was the whole mix up. Where people think that, well, okay, we have our globe over here. Now demonstrate to us a flat Earth map. It's like, my friend, the whole history is filled with people understanding how they navigated across the surface of the Earth as a flat plane. I don't need to show you a flat Earth. That's what they understood it to be as when they were using, navigation across the surface of the Earth. That's important. That's why I say I don't need to present it because it's already presented. But just
that's fair enough. Okay. So then my only follow-up question to this is, what is at the edge? Are we talking an Antarctic ice wall, or are we just talking endless ocean?
Yeah. No. Okay. So here's the way I'll frame it to you. It might not be agreeable with you or anybody else, but it doesn't really matter. The extremities of our realm cannot be traversed or logistically traveled to because of our restricted abilities on travel. Now, I'm going to say this, hopefully it doesn't get lost on you, but we cannot freely travel the surface of the Earth. It's a big shocker, but you can't go anywhere you want to whenever you want to. You actually have to have permission to go places and or passports to actually go to different places.
That's bullshit. I've traveled around the globe. I've circumnavigated the globe.
Chip, let's not pretend that you can travel freely on this Earth as you wish. There's something called the international waters that you can travel. If you go into somebody's territory, sir, they're gonna stop you. You're not just a free person on this Earth. Can you travel to a different country without having any documentation and just say that you just want to go visit? No, that's the answer. You will get stopped by their military or their police, and they will ask you questions. You are insane to think. You and the rest of the people like you are the reason why people are misinformed to think they can travel everywhere, Chip. I thought you were a person that was reasonable. I don't think so anymore. You're not reasonable.
I'll tell you.
Not with this comment. This comment that you said, it kind of debunked everything you said prior. So me thinking that you were a reasonable guy, I don't think so anymore. If you think that people can freely travel on this Earth without getting stopped, you are off your rocker. People have been pulled over. They've been stopped. They can't travel anywhere they want to. And that is a fact. That is an absolute fact. You can't travel places just because you want to, Chip. What is wrong with you?
I do it all the time. I go to Mexico. And
really. Really.
Sorry to interrupt. What's restricted airspace? No?
Yeah. Go ahead, Chip.
I just walk I walk right across the border in Tijuana.
Yeah, walk right into Area 51. Walk right into Area 51. Do that for me. Walk right in there.
I'm not trying to go to Area 51.
Yeah, let's see if you can travel anywhere, as you say, liar. You can't go anywhere you want, Chip. That's not how this works.
What I'm saying is that I circumnavigated the globe long.
No, you didn't, dude. You are such a liar right now, dude. You are such a liar. You haven't done what you say you've done because, number one, the Earth isn't a globe. Number two, you can't freely travel unless you had gotten permission to do so. Well, you freaking liar.
Well, I did have to get a passport.
No shit, dude. No shit, dude. That's what I was saying. You can't freely travel, Chip.
Yeah, but that doesn't make the Earth flat.
Yeah, but that doesn't make what? No, that debunks your horse shit that you said a minute earlier that you could travel freely. Dipshit. Now I'm gonna get upset because you lied. In my space right now, you lied.
Well,
it's funny, isn't it, Chip? It's funny. Now, I'm upset because I have the least. I don't put up with fucking fools, dude. I don't. That's the shit that I hate. You want to be a fool? Take your ass out of my space and go somewhere else because you don't belong in a place where intellectuals are discussing matters that are relevant to our nature of our reality.
Well, I agree with you when you say that you need to have a passport. I did have to have a passport, and I had to have money.
Yeah, but you just finished saying earlier, no, that's a lie, because I could travel anywhere on the Earth. I circumnavigated it. You said some bullshit, dude.
I think I was misunderstanding your statement.
No, I don't think you did. I think you wanted to speak out of turn because you wanted to prove your precious globe. That's what I think happened. And I think everybody else listening probably heard the same too. That you wanted to prove your precious globe at all costs. And that means to even lie for the globe. Just like as you did right now. How do you feel about that, Chip? You're being a liar.
I think you're being
You like that? No, I think you are. By saying these lies that you traveled the Earth just freely. Without any passport. Now you say, oh, I got a passport. No shit. Don't say shit like that, dude, if you don't want to reap the fucking whirlwind.
I just misunderstood what you were saying.
I don't think so. That ain't going to fly. That shit ain't gonna fly.
You can travel the world, but yeah, you're right. You do need to have a passport, and you good to have money.
Yeah, I know that.
If you show that you don't have any money,
every human that has a couple of brain cells knows that you can't just take off anywhere you please. It's not how this works.
Well, it used to be a lot more fun.
All right,
that's all.
Yeah, no. Don't start with you're trying to rationalize bullshit. I already told you, just cut it. Knock that shit off, dude.
I'm not trying to.
We want to get to everybody. Yeah, you are. You were actually. So you're not. You were trying to. You were.
Alpha. Have I missed something? Is our friend a pilot?
Well,
which one?
Look at my website, you'll see.
This guy?
Chip.
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Awesome stuff, man.
Pardon?
Awesome stuff.
Actually, it ain't Chip. It's Scott. It's
right.
Chip is his dad.
Right. My dad was also a pilot. Yeah. Me and my dad. I took aviation ground school when I was in high school. They offered it in class, and so I was a pretty young pilot.
I just don't like fucking liars in my space, dude. If you're going to do that shit.
I apologize. I wasn't lying. I was misunderstanding the question, and I was speaking out of line. I apologize for not raising my hand. And
fucking hell, dude.
I wasn't listening clearly enough to understand what you were saying, I guess.
Well, there went the neighborhood.
So when you went to ground school, Chip, you should have learned a whole lot about measuring the earth and all that.
Somebody's speaking when it goes quiet and I can't hear them.
Oh yeah, I did.
Did you hear Superfly? Did you hear Superfly? Did I?
No, I didn't. I'll be back in a minute.
This fucking space, dude. I swear.
I'm gonna redo my browser. I'll be right back. Okay.
I'm shuffling everybody around, so.
All right, I'm back.
What's good, chat?
What's up, CB?
We are live.
Are we live, guys?
No, we're live. We're definitely fucking live.
We're always live.
So you guys can hear me? Bullshit.
Oh shit, we are live.
Right on.
Yakub, what's up, man?
Alpha, can you give me co-host again?
Yeah.
I have a whole bunch of
let me get the co-host. Nah. We got me and Elbow. We got an arm wrestle for this.
No, he was on a mission just a while ago because we got a little porn bombing going on because the haters
honestly,
gotta
it's
hate.
in the it's still on here though, or maybe it's gone, but it was still on there last when I joined.
Yeah. Hi guys. I'm just gonna chime in.
Spam the shit out of us.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's really bad, man. I jumped in and I can't even count the number of items that are in the fucking thing now because like on my phone, in one item it gives one little gray dot. You know what I mean? But there are so many gray dots that it's literally created a fucking line, and it's all the same thing. So I was hoping that you guys didn't fall asleep at the wheel here.
Now, we have to blame Flatsy on that one. That's
my fault.
I don't know. Maybe
kick her off the co-host. Kick her off the co-host.
No, she's fine.
Maybe Flatsy's enjoying it. I don't know, but it's not.
Hey yo!
Hey yo!
No, I'm not enjoying. I was trying to address it. I can't delete them.
No, it seems like they don't delete, but it's just the same one repeated.
You
over
can,
and over
or you don't want to.
But
I can't.
All right, let me. CB knows how to. Are you guys doing it? You want to switch with CB?
It's just that it's the same one over and over and over again.
You're damn right.
So it doesn't seem like it's deleting, but they are deleting.
Yeah, they are deleting. Just keep deleting. Yeah, it's gonna take a minute.
Are you guys able to like deactivate the thing? No. Wow. That's not gonna be fun. Who the fuck's Sir Toshi?
Yeah.
Can we like?
Hey, can I chime in about Sir Toshi real quick? He comes into my spaces as well. I came in here to tell you guys this, but he does this to my spaces too. I've already got him blocked and reported. I just came in here to ask you guys to do that same thing.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
With him. Yeah, guys.
No, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. I think we should do that. Everybody report him. Then Twitter will take care, or X will take care of him.
Puke worthy. Fucking shameful.
Horny bastards. So who's next, bro? Wait, let me get co-host.
All right.
Who did this?
You only get co-host
So
if you help delete some of that stuff.
I got you.
So who's doing this? The whole that needs to be kicked out. I didn't get the name.
Toshi, I think you said. Wasn't it Toshi?
I think the
Something
name
like
was Superfly. It was Superfly, Miggy.
Nah,
No,
it wasn't Superfly, dude.
Dude, I don't even know. I don't even, man. I'm not that smart, man.
He's more concerned with shellacking these ballers that come up here and they testing. Dude, how many times have people were talking about? That's like, if you know what, Superfly, if you become like a permanent resident to come to this space, we're just gonna hand you all the people who talk about like flights over the Earth, proving that it's a ball with a flight. Like, dude, you can just easily take those guys down, each and every one, because they always sound like they're confident enough to like.
But
it's so
Alpha.
cringe, dude. It's cringe.
Alpha.
It's cringe.
Alpha, that hurts. Alpha, that hurts my. It hurts my heart when you tell me that I'm not like a regular. I'm always on your. I'm always.
Dude, no. What I'm saying is, you need to be like a permanent staff, dude. Like whenever somebody comes up, we're like, all right, Superfly, this guy says he's a pilot. Like the other guy.
I just want to stay on the download, because then when they come up with some bullshit, then all I can tell them is, well, let me see. I only flown to Area 51 for 3 years straight. I mean, well, look at my page. But anyways, hey, listen, let me do this real quick, so that way, in case I want to go to bed, I'll go to bed. I'm in Massachusetts, so the sun's gonna come up here in a little bit. I want everybody to be able to, we're going to call this Operation Being Deceived, okay? So nobody, don't interrupt me, please. That way I can get this done. I don't want there's no questions to be asked. I'm going to give you some information. You can call it bullshit or whatever, hearsay or whatever. Okay. I want everybody that's listening that has a phone or a computer, go on Google Maps and go to California, home of Hollywood, and the vast deserts with canyons and valleys with different soils and mediums. Okay, find Yermo, California. It's on I-15, only about maybe 5 miles away from Barstow. Okay, when you find Yermo, just go north to northwest, and you'll start finding just kind of like in and out with your finger, like zoom in and out, and you'll find like, it's on my maps right now, so let me go there. Okay, so I'm over in Yermo, and then I went up maybe, let's say, 10 miles. You go north of that, you'll find Fort Irwin. If anybody know what that is, Fort Irwin is a military base that's restricted. Okay, you just can't go there on your own and just waltz on in and say, hey man, I want to find Apollo, or I want to find Venus, or they'll just kick your ass out. They'll say, we don't know what you're talking about. Now, the only reason I know this is because it's on maps. I know a friend of mine that works there. He's an MP. So I got him one day to talk to me about it. He goes, man, I can't even go up there. I go, why can't you go up there? He goes, oh, you got to have a separate clearance, and I don't have that clearance. I'm over here at the guard shack. I said, all right, but do you know anybody that works up there? He goes, well, let me find out. Well, the reason why I wanted to find out, because now I'm a flat earther, and I'm wondering why on the map does it show like Venus, Gladstone, Echo Antenna, DSS 12, Apollo. And son of a bitch, above Apollo, about maybe 10 miles, 5 miles above that, there's one that's called Mars. So why do they call these different places like Mars, Apollo, Venus? What is that all about? So then he finally got me an answer. But it's all hearsay because I don't know the guy. I only took the word of my friend. So then when I was listening to Jedi talk about evidence, phenomenal, cause and effect, here's my evidence. So the evidence is that we have Yermo, California that exists. Everybody knows that. If anybody been in California and have traveled from Barstow to Las Vegas, you're going to go through Yermo, California. It's very small, but there's a base there, a logistical military base. I believe it's a Marine base. Okay, then you have Fort Irwin. So then now that's evidence that that place exists. Now, what's the phenomenal of that place in Fort Irwin, where they have Apollo and Mars and all that, is that everybody knows that California has like deserts that are called Red Rock Canyon, Red Rock Desert. So I found out from my friend that was up to him, the guy he knows that works up there, that that place is, red rocks, red canyons, real deep canyons. There's sand. Some of it's powdered, so then there's green rocks, crystals on the floor. So then we've been taught now. He told freely, that gentleman, I don't know what his name is, but this is a hearsay now, that he told my buddy that is an MP. Yeah, man. Haven't you ever checked in those guys that come in with those from Hollywood, they're big movie cameras, trucks and stuff? They come in with all those trucks that they take video and they set up. They make movies out here. So when he told me that, I said, well, son of a bitch, there's where we get our our rover, our landers and shit that they put out there in the desert. And how do we get to see these pictures of that land rover that landed on Mars supposedly so many years ago? And here's this land rover now going through bingo. So I put two and two together. I'm not that smart. I said that they must be using that place. Why? Because they know that we all can't go there. We can't go freely, just like we can't travel freely wherever we want. We can't go to Antarctica and just waltz right in and say, hey, I'm here. I want to check and see if we got an edge here. No, you're not doing that. Well, you're definitely not doing that in Fort Irwin. And then you're definitely not doing that at Area 51. Mr. What's his name? I forgot.
Chip.
Is he here?
You mean Chip?
Oh, yeah, Chip.
Ow.
Because they're going to stop you in a heartbeat. And there's a lot of signs when you go to Area 51 and some of these bases that say, we have the right to shoot your ass dead. So I'm just saying, if you guys want to take more of a look at what I'm talking about, if you opened up your maps and if you listen to what I was saying, that's Operation Being Deceived, because I think that's the way they get us. If we landed on the moon, it's because they put out green screens out there and they took video, and I was told that there's craters out there, so take it for what it's worth. This is what I heard. For me, it's hearsay because I've never been out there. Maybe I had flown over it, but at a very high altitude. But and everybody can fly over those military bases like airliners and stuff because they're so high up that they just get the clearance to go over. It's an MOA at that point, military operation area. But you're not really, unless they're doing some like military flying real high up at 30,000 feet, you're not going to be in their way. So I just wanted to let you guys know, the listeners out there, study some of this stuff, because this will let you know that the bullshit that you see on TV from NASA, the landing of the moon, the landing of Mars, I believe that it all comes from right here. So I'm just letting you guys know, man. I wanted to leave the space with a little bit of that, So I thank you for Alpha for letting me have the mic for a few minutes. Hopefully I got into some people's heads, and maybe some of you guys might know somebody that works out there in Fort Irwin and will, basically concur or, find out, that what I found out might be truth, That's all I wanted to say.
W's in the chat. Holy, I was about to get my yappuccino ready, but nice, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, we got I think we got a request coming up. It looks like he's got enough people that are following him, so I don't think that's a
Also got rid of all the porn. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was a lot, bro.
I was starting to get horny over here. Holy.
Yo, yeah, I don't think you were looking at what they were putting on there.
No, I'm just kidding.
I
I
wasn't.
didn't look at it. I didn't look at it.
That's fine.
I'm only playing as well. That was an interesting statement our friend made there.
Definitely.
Who, me or the other guy?
No, the other guy, not you, CB.
Oh, okay. Because I'll be saying some weird shit.
So we got.
Oh yeah, always.
We got see and forget. If you're there, what's up, man? Welcome to the speaking panel.
You guys are all retarded.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you're a crypto degen, but I mean, I don't know why you have to open up with that.
Back in a minute.
Wait, are they talking, bro?
Yeah, they were. He was. He says, "I think you guys are all retarded." That's what he said.
Me and Jenna.
Have you guys read any science books?
All right, so let's actually work through this because I think you might have an argument for the Earth being a globe. I don't know yet. So what is your claim about the Earth? Do you think it's a globe, and do you have any evidence to back it up?
You need to read basic science.
Do you understand?
Watch your fucking mouth.
Do you understand if you're able to present any evidence for the Earth being a globe, or are you just a tool? One or the other. Can you do it, sir?
What?
Are you able to present any evidence that the Earth is a globe, or are you just a tool? Which is it?
How would it be flat?
So it's a tool then, right? So it's tool.
Constantly
so you're just a tool. Present the evidence.
Every theory I've heard about
dude, can you just get to it?
Half the flat earthers go out
to flat earthers. You see how you're sounding? Okay, listen to me. Listen to me.
And they're like,
dude.
Excuse me,
yeah,
sir,
no, you need to excuse yourself. Listen, present the evidence that the Earth is a globe, or you don't have any evidence and you're just a freaking tool.
Dude, so many flat earthers have gone out to prove
is that all you got?
And come back
determining
the Earth is round.
Buddy, is that all you got? Is that it?
Keep the bugs, globe science, guys.
Is that it? Because you didn't bring anything to the table in the way of evidence. And that's all I'm asking for. If you can do it, then belly up to the bar and let's go. What evidence do you have of the Earth being a globe? Go. Go. Tool. Answer, please. Do you have any evidence?
Tool?
Yeah.
What tool am I?
You are being a tool used by the information that you think you live on a globe. Yeah, they got you good, buddy. You completely are enamored with the idea that you live on a globe, and you don't have a response as to how you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe. You have just a funny little laugh, nervous laugh, it sounds like. Provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, sir. That's all I'm asking.
Crickets.
Go on. Everybody's waiting. Can you not do this thing that you thought you could when you accepted to speak? The limelight is on you, man. We're waiting. What evidence do you have that the Earth is a globe like you believe it is? Don't tell me that's all you had. That's very disappointing. I had my hopes up, man. I thought maybe you would be the one. After all these years, the one guy who would prove the evidence that the Earth is a globe was coming into my space right now. But it sounds like you lost all your energy, didn't you?
But basic science.
Not so easy, is it? I didn't think so. All right. Now that we dispatched that guy, he's got the microphone, but I'm guessing he's not going to get back on it to bring any evidence. He's just probably going to repeat what he was doing prior. Oh, you guys thinking the flat Earth? Do you read a book? You just shut up. Again, how many times have we heard that over the years? It's boring.
5 times just today.
Damn.
Damn, bro. What was that?
He was giving us like 10,000 yappuccinos.
Oh, man. We're already caffeinated for the night. We're good, bro. We don't need another yappuccino. We're good.
Anybody else? Or was that it today?
No, but what was he actually saying, though? Is he still here?
No, he's gone.
Basic science, bro.
Wow.
The basic science.
Read a book.
Did you guys read a book? Have you read a book? Oh, dude, just the lowbrow troll that is so cringe, bro. Just listening to that.
That's like preseason one. Come on.
It's so funny because you hear this from people who actually sound like they don't read any books.
Exactly. That's so ironic, right? Like when he's on the mic, he's just like, dude, you probably have never read a book.
Yo. It's 2024. You guys are flat earthers. Yeah.
He requested to speak just to come up and do all that. Well, and he's a crypto degen too, so but I think he's living up to his name about being a degen.
A degen? Wow, classic, bro.
We have Concave.
Seriously, they have no smoke for us. They have no smoke.
Nah, dude, it's we got Concave Earth raising his hand. Go ahead, Concave Earth. What do you guys say, man?
Can you hear me? I never used this mic before.
Yeah, we hear you, or at least I do. Yep.
Okay, cool.
I'll back in a minute.
I wanted to talk about one piece of evidence, and that is the Antarctic Circle. Flat Earth theory, which I used to be a part of a few years ago. I used to believe in it. They say that there's a big circle going around the flat Earth, right? Instead of it being a continent. My whole thing is, how come you can see the sun 24 hours a day in Antarctica if it was flat? Because I feel like that piece of information throws a massive wrench into the whole flat Earth theory.
Oh, jeez, Louise.
How does an observation in the sky change a measurement of the floor?
Well, you're saying it's a circle that goes all the way around, right?
No.
The Antarctic Circle?
Sorry, hold on. No. You're saying that there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Are you saying? Oh, okay. So you're saying that's not true?
Hold on. Oh, my God. My response to that is, how does that change the surface measurement of the Earth?
Because at any point of where you were on the Antarctic Circle, if it was flat, that would be impossible.
No.
I don't think you understand that, because it is impossible.
No, sorry, my friend, I don't think you understand.
I do, trust me. I used to be a flat earther, so I understand.
And see if you can placate me. So I'm asking you this simple question. If you observe something somewhere in the sky, how does that negate the surface measurement that you took?
What surface measurement did you take?
What, the surface measurement of water laying horizontally over distance?
Yeah, let's talk about that, because lasers measure concavity, not flat. I've never seen an experiment done that proves flat, ever. I've never seen it.
What?
Yeah, I'm being honest with you. I've never seen it. If anyone wants to send me a DM with that.
I know that I already heard what you said about that, but you said concavity?
Yes.
Are you so just like your name, you're a concave, or you believe the Earth's concave?
Correct.
Awesome. So we're going to need a measurement of curvature.
Okay, Tamarack Mines experiment. Has anyone looked that up?
Sorry, that's not a measurement of a deviation from horizontal over distance.
Laser experiments. I could send the link to anyone who's interested.
Sorry. So you said that lasers show that the surface is curving upwards?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to need that measurement.
I could send that to you.
Okay, what laser? Where was it done? What distance?
It was over a lake. I don't even remember any of the details.
Oh my God! You don't remember any of the details?
Hold on! Don't say "Oh my God" like I'm a liar.
Yeah, no, I'm saying
give you the information.
You just finished saying that you had all the information. Now you're saying like, "Well, I had the."
I got it on my computer, bro. All right, you give me 2 minutes. I'll read it to you.
Yeah, I do want. I do want.
I'm not gonna have you fuckers act like I'm a liar.
It sounds like it. It sure sounds like it.
Oh, does it? Because I asked you a question and all of you are lying off the bat. The Antarctic Circle has 24 hours of sun in the winter, And you idiots can't even explain that on a flat Earth. So go fuck yourself.
Who hurt you, bro?
Yeah, let me see. When have you seen this?
You motherfuckers are idiots.
So you're not going to get it. So you're not going to get the evidence.
When we ask you the right questions, you don't have the
answers. So you're not going to get the evidence? Is that what we're hearing? I'm
getting it right now.
All right, that's good.
Sound like you're getting angry.
And what about the Tamarack Mines experiment?
Bro, just go get the evidence. Go get the evidence. Come back.
Experiment.
Go get the evidence. Come back.
I'm telling you that lasers have measured concavity.
Just go get the evidence.
There's many experiments that have been done showing this.
Just go get the evidence and come back.
So if I show you one, what are you going to say?
I don't know yet. We haven't seen the evidence. Go get it.
How can we keep this on this platform? We can't show it,
dude.
Oh my gosh!
Like I can't show it to you visually right now because
put it. Listen.
Your voice.
Put it on your. Really. Just put it on your profile, and then we'll upload it to the space. For God's sakes, it isn't that hard.
Rub it on your chest.
Rub it on my chest.
No, just Yakub. We don't need that shit, bro.
Bro, yeah.
Just put it. Listen, just put it on your profile, and then put it up on the space. We'll look at it. You can't tell us what we're gonna say. You have to present it first, and then we'll tell you what we'll say.
Okay, but what's the difference of you telling me that you measured flat and you're not telling me or showing me anything? There's no difference.
Because when you, in the process of you saying that it's not flat, you said I have a measurement of concave. So it's like, well, that seems interesting that you got a measurement. That's what Jedi was asking for. So now that you do have that,
I'm telling you, there's several people in this world that have measured with lasers and measured concavity.
I know that's what you keep saying, but we don't see shit. Present that bullshit.
From flat earthers either.
Because
I've only seen shit with concave, actually.
Bro, check this out.
I've seen a flat Earth documentary where they set up lasers and then it showed concavity. It was hilarious.
Oh my god!
Because flat Earth is a psyop. You understand? They have two main arguments: globe Earth versus flat Earth. Both have valid points on each side, and they have you idiots arguing day in and day out. You're never getting to the bottom of it.
Go get your evidence, please. Jedi was going to say something. Go get your evidence.
I gave you evidence. Antarctic.
No.
The first thing I brought up was you guys, some English fucker was like, "Oh, well, how does that matter with the land?" Like that. You didn't explain anything. You just don't understand what's going on in reality.
Concave.
And how come?
Excuse me. Would you mind holding your breath for a minute and not just fucking yammering on and insulting people?
That's all flat earthers do, man. That's all you do. Trust me, that's all flat earthers ever do. I was listening to this space for a half hour, listening to you talk shit to other people. That's all you guys do. You can't see the real evidence, and that's all you do.
You haven't presented
You're a hypocrite.
Evidence.
You're a hypocrite.
Excuse me.
The flat earth movement is a bunch of hypocrites, period.
Concave. What real evidence? You haven't given any yet.
What I said.
I just gave you. If your flat Earth maps,
oh my God,
they don't work. None of them work with the stars.
Would you go get your evidence already? Just go get it.
I'm giving you it right now. You just don't understand.
All right. Well, we won't until you present it.
How does the southern hemisphere of stars spin one direction and the northern hemisphere of stars spin the opposite direction?
Question proof.
How hard is it for you to go get the damn evidence, bro?
Please go and get the evidence that shows that the Earth is concaved.
Yeah,
I have a lot of different points I could bring up. I don't know why you're so obsessed with me sending you a link to a laser experiment, which you're going to deny anyway. Like you guys always do. You always deny every piece of evidence that debunks the flat Earth because you guys are cultists. You love your flat Earth. You have cognitive dissonance, and that's just what it is. I never expect to get in these things to get anywhere because they never get anywhere. If you guys were smart, you'd figured it out by now. It's 2024. Flat Earth became popular in 2015. Oh my God.
Are you going to go get your evidence or you just want to
by shills? Can you people even discern the shills out there, or are you one yourself? Like,
all right, concave.
I had to remove him, man. He's just it's too much.
Okay.
We can't hear anything.
That's bloody crazy. Concave, now that you're down in listening, take a breather. You were saying an awful lot of things and people wanted to address you. It's kind of hard to do so when you wouldn't shut the fuck up for 5 minutes, though. You said a lot of things. Take a breath. Raise your hand and maybe somebody will bring you back up to the speaking panel. Maybe.
I just wanted to give him time to go get his evidence he said he had. And then we'll go look. We'll look at it.
I want to see that too.
Yeah, I'll bring you up, Concave, but you got to go get your evidence, man. and then you can post it on your profile or upload it to the space, whatever it is, and then we can take a look at it and go from there. But you're you're unhinged, bro. Way out of pocket. We can't deal with that right now. We just go get the evidence. We don't need to hear your soap. He said, it'll be 2 minutes. I just got to look for it. That 2 minutes turned into like 7 listening to him yammer on. Like, damn. All right, I'm bringing some people up, so you must forgive me. Let's see. We got Kyle coming up. Hold on. Let me vet them real quick, see what they got. One second.
It sounds like somebody really, butt hurt him, and he's arguing from butt hurt.
Yeah. All right. So we got Kyle coming up. We got a few people coming up, guys. So we need situational awareness coming up. All right. We got Blaze. Hold on. Let's take a look at some of these names here before you hit the accept button. So we got Kyle up on the speaking panel. Kyle, welcome.
Hey, thanks. I could make it quick. There's not everybody, you guys, the Globers, and what was the guy's name that just came up that was all heated there? Concave?
Concave Earth, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, like, we're all going down our own rabbit holes. Like, I sort of discovered the flat Earth stuff way back when, after 9/11, and all the conspiracies came out about the inside job, and then you're just a suspicious character. You have your own thing. So I made a bunch of posts. You see that, for me, I just made a post like, they say that the Earth, like your globe, whole story, all the space movies and everything, it all includes a whole bunch of other fucking information, unfortunately, that seems out of like unreasonable. Like I posted, if you can take a road trip from one point to another point on the planet, that's 25,000 miles. They say the entire thing around is 25,000 miles. Like, it just doesn't really make sense when you start saying, oh, it's like, to me, it's got to either be much bigger or it's got to be flat, because they've proven that it's a flat surface. So we're all just going down our rabbit holes. I don't know why these guys get so heated.
Yeah.
And they have such a short attention span, right? Anyway.
It is the way it is. I'd just like to give a shout out to a couple of people in the listening panel. Welcome. If this is your first time coming here to 24/7 Flat Earth, we just came on X, but we have a lot of experience in having conversations about Flat Earth. So we definitely can give you a Flat Earth perspective. I do see somebody who's a part of like a radio broadcast. I don't know if you are. But Trelly, it seems like I was looking at your profile. It looks like you have you do like a podcast show. And I was going to say, man, I'm just going to throw it out there. If you ever think about having like a provocative podcast with some flat earthers, we definitely have some people in here that could intelligently discuss something with you in the way of that. So in case you wanted to go in that direction, I don't know if you ever do, but yeah, definitely have some kind of a different perspective for people to look at. And really, it's just like, just a simple kind of an interview or whatever, if you want to do that. Anyway,
do you see? Just one more thing.
Yeah, one second, Kyle. 1 second.
Sorry.
Yeah, 1 second. So just basically what it is people's misinformation about what they think the Earth is, and so it's just kind of giving everybody a fresh perspective and having a second look is really what I'm concerned with. And so if you were to ever think about that, myself or Jedi, we'd be game for that. And in case you ever wanted to go in that direction, you can contact us, whatever. But just to kind of keep things fresh with what's happening with the red pill movement and all that kind of stuff. It's something to look at and something to think about. But anyway, I just said that because, you do podcasting and it's what we're doing now. So anyways, but yeah, so back to the panel. I just was going to put that out for Trelly because it looked like somebody that's seriously doing podcasts and, that would give her content and people would raise eyebrows if they would hear it. Definitely going to be upset. Like, what's going on? What is this Flat Earth podcast? But anyway, go ahead.
Who, me? Kyle?
No, I don't know if anybody else was speaking. Yeah, I was just telling that to Trelly because I was saying she seriously does podcasts. So I think that's kind of cool.
I don't want to talk to you. I mean, my picture on my profile is the picture of the kid in the Kubrick movie, The Shining, where he's wearing the Apollo 11 sweater. So I'm kind of going down the rabbit hole of the whole space thing's fake and that. So we're all chopping down trees in the forest in different places, I suppose. That the whole narrative is the point. But that's all I'll say.
All right, so we have, I guess, Concave Earth wanted to come up, and I don't know, Jedi, did you want to see if we can attempt to do another conversation with him?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like genuinely really interested in the laser test.
All right,
I'm genuinely interested in it.
So what it looks like, concave Earth is a different perspective. For those of you guys who don't know, there's convex Earth, which is the globe Earth. Of course, it's presenting curvature of the Earth, a sagittal or a bulge. And so we have flat Earth, which is saying that there isn't any curve. And then we have concave Earth, which is the opposite of convex Earth, which would be, it's a bowl. You're inside of the inside part of a globe. So it's different. It's a different perspective. But of course, concave was all up in a tizzy right now, and so we're trying to figure out if he has any evidence. So when we bring him up, hopefully he does have something to present and not more of his like grandstanding, because I think if that's going to be the case, we'll just put him back down as a listener, because we want evidence. In this format that we have here, if you make a claim, you got to back it up with evidence. So we're going to go ahead and do that. If he wants to, we'll bring him up. All right, give him the mic as soon as he's able to speak. Yeah. It's in my DM. You have to give me a moment. Give me a moment.
It was done in, all right, while you're looking, I'm just going to talk about it. It was in Poland. It's Lake Zagrinski.
I'm going to post this. Actually, I got to post it on my timeline. So you have to give me a moment. But Jedi, anybody else can like strike up a conversation, because I'm gonna actually get this thing posted.
Bro, who hurt that concave guy? Girl, sorry, the girl. My fault.
I also wanted to talk about sun speed. If the Earth was flat, it would have to speed up and slow down, but it doesn't do that. But it works perfectly on a concave Earth.
Incorrect.
How is that incorrect? And don't say height, because that is not true.
Yeah, I'm not going to say height. I'm going to say your goofy ass.
Say fuck you. Fuck you. You talk about being in a tizzy, and then you say goofy ass. You're a fucking bitch, dude. Don't fucking disrespect me, and I won't get in a quote unquote tizzy. You motherfuckers are assholes.
Always on.
Yeah, who hurt you, dude?
Did I not come back calm, saying I sent you the evidence to the other dude?
No,
and then you call me a goofy ass? Why don't you take that back?
No, honestly, hold on, never. Concave, but you gotta concave. I think listen. I'm just giving you a little advice, man. You're wound up just a little too tight.
No, buddy. He just called me a goofy ass.
I know.
So I'm not
dude,
wound up.
Check this out, man. Check this out. Check this out. People are people, right? We're just having fun. Sometimes we're a little bit lighthearted.
It's not fun.
But I feel like. But I feel like you're just wound up just a little too tight right now, man. Just relax, all right?
The dude just called me a goofy ass.
Are you one? Are you one?
Are you?
Well, if you got all mad about it,
all right, let's have fun, you goofy ass. You're right, this is fun, goofy ass.
Yo, man.
I'm just saying, man.
Sorry, can you?
All right, you're right. You're a goofy ass.
Bro, I really be trend setting in here for real. I swear I be setting all the trends. Hey, listen, Concaver, bro, just relax.
Don't call me a goofy ass and I'll be fine. I mean, do you know how to?
All right, well then maybe don't be goofy then.
How am I goofy?
I'm just trying to address.
How am I goofy?
Because you're trying.
This shit isn't a game. Do you think this is a game that the whole entire world is being lied to about this shit?
Hold on a minute. Hold on.
This shit isn't a game to me. Maybe it is to you because you're a goofy ass.
All right, we have to
get back on topic.
Hold on.
Yeah, keep laughing.
Okay, I'm just wondering. Yes, I will.
Okay.
You said on a flat Earth, X, Y, and Z should happen. You are not really in a position to be telling us what the Earth could, should, or would be like. That's why you're incorrect. The Earth is the way it is. Flat, not moving, not concave as well. And so, saying if it was flat, blah, 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 blah should happen. Nah, that's not true. Okay, you can keep your sloppy flat Earth version to your goofy self, and that's all I have to say.
All right, give me a moment here so I can post that information. So,
Yeah, did he send it to you?
Yeah, but
we really need a live chat.
I gotta.
As well. We need a
I
live
know, dude. It's They gotta up their game over here on X.
We need a live chat. Bud.
I gotta say, man, like,
Earth.
Yeah, let me.
There's a little ball in the middle. That's the stars and stuff.
Yeah, have you heard about it, Yakub? I don't know if you've heard concave earthers yet. And I was gonna
That's a
actually.
first for me.
Well, hold on, because I'm gonna let him come up here and actually explain the image. I downloaded it right now. I'm just gonna post it on my timeline. So just give me a moment here. Every little thing is gonna be all right. That guy is just wowzer. Like,
bro, like, who heard him?
He's coming off. Woo, man, he's got.
Jedi, did you heard him?
I think I did. I think so.
Don't worry.
Clearly.
About things.
Don't worry.
Every little thing.
It's gonna be all right. Yeah.
Don't worry.
Man. That guy is hot right now.
Like, chill, bro. Chill.
Jeez. Oh my God, dude.
Yo, man, it's the concavers, bro.
You think so?
Always the concavers, dude.
Yeah, it is. The concavers are the ones that are ruining it for everybody, man. They're coming in here just like, starting shit.
Hey,
like,
man, don't make me call up Lord Stephen Christ in here.
See, you can tell when someone has like a sound argument because they're quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to anger.
Quick to listen. What do you mean? I just.
That guy was firing on all cylinders, baby. I mean, he was coming in like Superfly. Like, whoo, man.
Hey, oh, man.
Alpha, how long do you think you're going to be going for? You got a couple of hours left, do you think?
Let's see.
4 more hours. 4 more hours.
You guys are crazy, dude. Yeah, nah, it's like 3:51 in the AM for me over in the Midwest, and I'm looking at like probably if the way things are going, man, we got a good panel. I mean, we got a lot of fire going on right now, so it's pretty hot.
Yeah, the new inside joke is 44 more hours.
Oh shit!
And you guys are like some Red Bull drinking freaking psychopaths.
I'll get another one right now. Don't get me started.
Nah, we're not drinking White Claws, but bro.
I ain't got no White Claw, man.
No, you're trying to have what Concave's having, man. So in like about 10 minutes, you're gonna be like him. Like,
hey, don't tell me you had a good time.
Hold on, man. I'm gonna put this shit on. Where the hell did that thing go? Give me a second.
All right. I'm gonna have to I'll disappear for about 10-15 minutes, but I'll be back soon, guys. All right. Speak to you in a bit.
W's in the chat for everybody in the panel. Alpha, Elbow, Jetty, not Concave Earther. We got Flatsy. We got Kyle, Superfly, Yakub, Mike, and a whole bunch of people listening. So welcome one and all. We got some blue check marks in here. Earth Scout First League. Shout out to you. We got Really Trill. The Red Alert. Okay. Radio Broadcast Farmer. Trump MAGA. W's in the chat for Trelly. We got Vitali Z. That name is copyrighted, sir. We got CC Bloom and a whole bunch of people listening. W panel, guys. W panel. We are live. Are we live? I think we're live. I'm not sure. Flatsy, are we live?
We are live.
And we are live. I'm your co-host this evening, CB. And if you're new to this channel or have not done so already, hit the subscribe button and the bell notification to stay up to date on the Flat Earth debate. How was that, Flatsy? That's my Nathan Oakley impression.
It was great.
Yeah. All right. W panel.
You're not up to date because you would have known that
not.
the new inside joke is 44 more hours.
So tell me about it. Like, what is that all about?
It's kind of a long story. So
Hey, we got time. We got time today,
Well,
Flatsy. Let it
QE
rip.
got mad. QE got mad at Nathan Oakley's panel because they took forever. Like he can even say anything, but they took so long going over a video that he did the math that it would take them 44 hours to cover the whole video if they kept going at the same rate. And I put in the Skype chat that we have, I put 44 more hours. And I guess it made QE fall out of his seat laughing that he didn't see it. And they left that open for me to just come right on in with that one. So now everybody says 44 more hours.
All righty, 44 it is. All right. Cool. Dude, QE, man. When is his next show?
Tomorrow, but I won't be there because I have a Friendsgiving to go to.
Okay. So no booger super chats?
Nope. Sorry. He'll be here with his daddy, and I'm sure his daddy's not trying to get on QE's live for just booger to say super chat.
All right, so I did the best I could because I couldn't download the image, so I could only I can take a picture on my screen share on my computer. So what I did was I put that in the nest. I put it on my profile, then I put it up in the nest. So can you guys see it? You might have to click on it in order to enlarge the image, though.
I see it.
That's what he gave me in the DM. All right. I guess if you can all see it, I'm looking at it right now. I'll just have him come in here and see if we can do that.
So what are you working on right now?
The image that's up in the...
Hey, Mike,
do you see it?
Mike is fucking... He's laughing his ass off in the chat right now.
Oh,
Wait, what are we looking at?
Look at the image that I posted. It's on my profile page. You go to my profile.
Oh.
Anybody that wants to go to my profile, if you can't see the image correctly, go to my profile. It's the very top post that I just made.
The repost?
By the way, no, the one I just posted.
Underwhelming.
Yeah, that's what he sent me. That's what he sent me in the DM. For you guys that don't know, this is what this gentleman, he thinks that the Earth is concave. It's like, remember, convex is the other way. The curve is the other way around. So this is like a bowl. So that's what he thinks.
Hey, yo, the hell, man! I thought Waterhill was funny. These dudes are talking about water valleys, bro. Come on, man. What the hell?
Water valleys, yeah.
Water valleys. Like, what is this? What are we doing?
He's being creative, I guess. I don't know. I gave him the mic, but he declined, I guess. I don't know. Where'd he go?
That's why we're spinning. It's gonna do a kickflip.
Oh, is that Sterling?
Did he hear? Did your husband hear?
Yeah, he did.
That was funny.
So
no, but tell it. Hey, show him the image.
In the chat for Sterling.
I just showed it.
Show him the image.
I did already.
He's coming up. He's coming back. Hold on.
Said, "Didn't you know that the Earth is a skateboard? That's why it's spinning, because God's doing a kickflip."
He said, dude.
All right, here we go. All right, here he is. He's coming up.
All right, Sterling. W's in the chat for Sterling. A bit.
Oh my God.
Oh, my bad.
I mean, no gaslighting. And if you mute me again, I'm just going to leave. So.
Oh God! Heaven forbid.
No, please stay.
Heaven forbid.
Say less, bro. That's how.
Yeah, I know you guys want to talk evidence.
No, go ahead and walk us through what you sent me. What is this? Go ahead and tell us.
It's a laser experiment that was done in Poland that showed concavity.
Yeah, what type of laser were they using?
I don't know.
There's literally no information.
So hold on. Let me.
Hold on.
Hold on.
You guys' tactics are so cool. Do you tell me the exact specifics right this second? Let me pull it up, and then you could ask me. How about that? Did you even go to the link?
Yeah, but check this out, man. When
Did you even go to the link, bro?
When you present,
no? Okay, that's a no.
Yeah, when you present something, you're supposed to know the information that precedes it. That means that you should know a bit of the specifics. You don't think that's important?
Sorry, man. I'm a little rusty. I solved this about 3 or 4 years ago. I don't even focus on this topic that much, to be honest with you.
I know, but I know. But check this out. At presenting it like it's evidence, and then you don't have the information, the subsequent information that would.
What do you mean? I just sent you one. There's more than that too.
So when what we're looking at is an image. Basically, it's not the Earth. We're looking at the image, right?
There's a link to a video of it too.
I know, but check this out. The image is depicting something. It's showing that somebody did a laser test to like a boat, and it looks like in between that person and that boat, there's like a concave, kind of over the. Is this a body of water? I would imagine, right? Is that what we're looking at? Like a body of water.
Duh.
Okay, so then we have a curved surface going up like a bowl. So you said this was.
Hold on, is that so shocking for you that it could be curving upwards? Because people have like this knee-jerk reaction, like, "Oh, that's so funny." Could you guys fathom that? First off,
it's not about. It's not about the fathoming. It's not about fathoming the concept, dude. It's not.
Well, I heard people laughing before, like, "Oh my gosh, that's so
all right,
hilarious.
Dude. Like honestly,
like you guys are immature. You're immature.
You don't have to be so. You don't have to be so touchy, dude. Just relax.
Well, I care about the truth. Sorry, I'm not like you.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So if you care about the truth,
sound like you care a lot.
Yeah,
I do care a lot, which is why I'm fucking yelling. I'm pissed off. You guys are dickheads. You don't want to listen or learn nothing.
Listen,
brother.
Concave, you just said that you don't remember the evidence of your claim.
No, he asked me what type of laser. Do I need to know?
Yeah.
Is that really relevant?
Yeah, it's your evidence for your claim, dude.
Yes.
How is that relevant? If many laser experiments were done, and I could say a whole plethora of other evidence.
I'll tell you.
Put it all together.
Dude, you're so wound up.
You're trying to nitpick is what you're doing. That's all you're doing.
Here's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, fact.
Oh, you don't know the exact.
You say you don't care about the truth.
Okay, we have to put a pause on him, dude, because he doesn't know how to. This guy's got to be in his bonnet, man. Like, I get it. He wants to present the information, but here's the problem. When you present something, you should always have the subsequent information that's going to back up your claim, like the specifics, what type of laser it was, what was the distance that was measured, how much drop, or at least at this point, it's not drop, it's curved upwards. It is like everything needs to be parsed out so that you can have like an unpacking of your information so that everybody can know. Otherwise, we're not going to know anything. Like, we're just going to see an image that you basically showed me, and we're just all going to believe because you want us to. That's not how this works, dude. That's how we got in the mess in the first place about believing the Earth was a globe, because they presented little cartoon images like what you'd done, and they didn't give us the relevant information that was needed to back up the claim. That's all we're asking for. We're asking for you to back up your claim. But you're too heated, man. You don't know, like, it's important. You got to know, give us what type of laser it was, because every single laser is not the same. Like a pen laser is not the same as one laser that they use like targeting systems in the military, what they use for targeting systems. It's a very different kind of laser. So when you give us the specific type of laser, we can look into that information and know how much it actually would, the beam dispersion would happen over a specific amount of area. So as it propagates through the medium, depending on what type of day it was, we need to know the ambient air temperature outside, what time of day it was, what was the elevation from the laser from the ground up. Like, you have to know specifics, dude, if you want this to actually stick as empirical evidence. You can't just put an image and say, there you be, I proved the concave Earth. That doesn't work like that. Like, dude, if you're serious like you say you are, you would have come in here locked and loaded, man, with every detailed information about what you were going to present.
Cool and calm.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like you're really frustrated. You're mad because people don't believe in the concave Earth as you do. But we're not here to believe people. We're here to listen to people present evidence of either the globe, concave, hollow Earth, or whatever, and then we'll go through their material. And if they don't have any information to substantiate their claim, then we hand wave dismiss it. It's, it is what it is. On the other hand, we have empirical evidence to back our claims up. So that's the thing. We have evidence based on our side. We're asking you to do the same. But don't get angry about it. I mean, if we bring you up to the panel, we're not going to waste our time listening to you yammer on and be upset. I don't know, man. Maybe you guys think he's worthy of coming up again, but I don't know. I'm getting a distinct feeling that he's too, I don't know, he's touchy, man. Like you bring him up here, he's just upset, and who knows? What do you guys think?
He didn't present any evidence that proves his claim of concave.
And
I think we should give him another chance.
I tried going to the link and his video's not there. So
You just want to call him a goofy butt again.
Wait, who? Somebody's using my slang words in here. What happened?
No.
I thought that you said that you wanted him up again.
No, that was Elbow. Or no, that was Yakub. That was Yakub. That was Yakub that said that.
Yeah, I think he's still got a point to prove. I think we should give him one more shot.
I get so triggered, man. What did you just call me? Goofy? It's like, well, maybe don't be goofy.
You guys
You could have called him something so much worse, like something degenerate or something. But you said goofy, and like,
I know.
I'm so mad.
I'm actually taking this seriously. It's concave, guys.
Yeah, but he's.
I've tried going to the link. I've tried going to the link and it does not work.
Yeah, I don't know. We could try one more time and then see what happens. I don't know. Could bring him up there and see if he's able to prove concave Earth. What do you guys think?
I wonder if he can say,
I don't know.
calm and cool.
I have no idea. We'll find out. The listeners are like, I don't know. Okay? How about this? Hands and thumbs up if you want that concave Earther to come back up in the chat. If you guys are listening right now, appreciate you. I'm gonna go by consensus. Thumbs up if you want him back up here speaking with us. Thumbs down if you don't want him to come up. That way I'll know that you guys are listening. You don't want him up here. Oh, we got thumbs up. Okay, we got thumbs up. Seems like, how about the listening panel? Waiting for the listening panel. I'm scanning the chat. See if there's anybody in the listening panel that wants him up. Thumbs up if you want him up. Thumbs down if you don't want him up. Kiwi's just laughing. All right. Oh, no, we got thumbs up. That's fine. Like, I don't care. I don't care. I mean, but if he's out of control, man, we'll just.
Bro, just let him smoke. Let him bring up the smoke because I got smoke tonight. Let's do it.
Let him cook.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Let's cook, bro. Let's cook, man.
All right.
Well, I just want to.
He's not cooking.
Yes, again.
Let me talk to him. Is he talking?
No, he's not. I haven't brought him up yet. Like, he's coming up. All right, here we go.
Okay. Wait, let me ask him a question. All right,
You're gonna trigger the shit out of him, dude. Like he's.
This is gonna get.
Hey,
great.
I'll just replace CB as co-host.
No. Can you guys hear me? All right. Where is he?
No, he's here.
I'm right here.
Hey, just question. Like, I'm assuming you kind of started off like most people, globe first, right? Okay. And then, did I hear you say you were a flat earther at one point?
In 2015 for about 2 years.
Damn, you're an OG. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you just tell us a little bit about that period? Maybe some of the things that walked you away from flat earth, or what was your understanding of, did you understand flat earth really well? Or, just tell us a little bit about your time as a flat earther.
Sure. So it started blowing up on YouTube in 2015. There was like 2 main channels that came out. One of them was Eric Dubé's channel. I'm sure most of you know who he is, if not all of you. And then there's another channel, this guy named Math Powerland, who claimed to be from NASA. He claimed to be an artist for them. And that guy's real weird. Like, talk about shills, like this dude was like one of the most obvious shills that you could come across. It's actually a blessing in disguise to have someone like him, because he would lie and make it obvious. So that's a red flag right there. And but obviously it's not a globe, so seeing all of the evidence put out that it's not a globe was pretty compelling to me. Seeing NASA doing fake flights, what is it, the wires they use, the CGI, all that type of stuff. It was pretty glaring that they're lying about the shape of the Earth, and it's not a globe. Curvature math dictates we should see a certain amount of curvature. We don't observe that in reality. My stance for concave Earth is we do actually see things rise the further the distance. So after 2 years of being into flat Earth, I started to get into concave Earth once I started seeing all the concave Earth evidence, and some of it was too glaring for me to look away from, like some of the stuff I'm trying to present to you guys. But like, yeah, I get mad about it because people start laughing at me and stuff, and it's like, it's crazy because like this is a heated debate for everybody. Like there was a globe earther getting mad before. You guys get mad, like everybody gets mad about this because everybody's basically putting everyone else's intelligence into question. And you know, what am I?
Yeah, we got you,
Mike.
Thank you guys. Sorry about that.
No problem. Twitter be on some goofy
Yeah.
shit. No, okay. So wait, let's just get into it then. So the physics of water. So like if we have bodies of water, something you can put your body in, a swimming pool, bathtub, pond, lake, ocean, are all of these bodies of water behaving the same at the surface, or do they differ as they get larger? What is your stance on the nature of water at the surface for bodies of water? Are they all the same, or is there some like variation?
As far as curvature goes, you're asking?
Yeah, the surface. Yeah, because if it's concave, would you say like all of them are concave, or some of them are flat, and then the bigger ones are concave? What is your stance?
It's all the same, no matter where you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a bathtub is concave
Well, not
because it's
in a
like
bathtub, you wouldn't be able to detect it because it's so small. The Earth is so giant.
no, I understand, but I'm actually not asking if it's observable. I'm just asking about like the physics of the water. You're saying it is curved. It's just you're not able to notice
Basically,
it.
the center of the firmament, it's like from that point outward, all around 360 degrees, all around. That's like where your gravity's coming from. There's a push force that's coming out from the center, all different directions. If that makes sense to you.
Honestly, I was trying to think for a moment. Are you talking about like how a flat earther would see it, or how you're
Flat
talking
Earth
about it?
says
I just got
that's all
confused.
right. The flat Earth says it's like a dome, right? Like a glass dome or a crystal. If you look at my picture, there's a picture of it. It's like
Yeah, I like to say something concave before you go on. There's people that would claim that there's a dome above us,
right?
But this 24/7, like I don't know, it's a generalized way of looking at flat earthers. There's a bunch of misconceptions of what flat Earth is, and I would say it like this: a large group of flat earthers that would claim what you just said, but we're not doing that in here. Like none of us in here would say that claim the dome.
Okay.
Like it being a dome, or what is the material that it's made of. So let's just kind of like, I don't want to misrepresent who we are versus like the rest of the people who are making these claims.
What do you guys think it is?
Just a container.
Container. Yeah, stop there. Pretty much.
But you think there's like a hard surface in between?
Yeah, it's physical. It's physical, but it's not. I mean, we don't know the material it's made of.
Okay, I'm saying it's physical as well. It's just a sphere in the center, essentially.
Well, you have a different look, but I'm saying right now, that's not who we are. We're not those guys that are saying, it's got a specific shape to it. I just, you know what I mean?
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I hear you. Yeah.
So if because you're going forward and probably putting us in the light that's not who we are.
Okay, that's what most of them say. Like it's a dome,
Yeah.
right?
Well, check this out, man. A lot of them would say things that you probably think that's who we are. I would say, how about let's just figure out what we say versus what you think we say, and then attack us like a straw man. Like we're.
Oh, I'm just asking what you think it is, and you didn't really. You were very vague.
Yeah, a container. It's all we say. It's a full stop
Container,
right there.
What shape is that
We're
container?
not. It's not a.
How would you? First of
go
all,
ahead.
hold on. Let me just answer this quickly. It's not that we're not wanting to answer that question. You have to ask yourself, how would you even know that? Like, for someone who is a globe earther, oftentimes I ask them, what shape is the universe? Or what shape is, outer space? And they're like, well, I don't know. if you think about it, how would you be able to get that POV, that point of view? I call it a God's eye view, looking at reality from some outside place, outside of reality.
Right.
Like that's not really. So if you're asking a flat earther, what shape is your reality or what shape is the container? It's the same question. We're not able to leave reality and then, it's shaped like this blob here or whatever.
I got you.
So
I'm just going off of like the data we have available to us, which would be basically the time lapse of the stars. And when you do a time lapse, it looks like a dome, which is something interesting I can get into for concave Earth too, because when you pass light through a spherical glass, it actually inverts the image. So it looks like a dome, but actually it's inverted. So it's an optical illusion. And that, in my opinion, that's a big problem why it's so hard for flat earthers to understand that.
Wait. So you've come up with an explanation to replace what we were already told?
Say that again?
So you came up with an alternative explanation for what we've already been told, right?
Already being told being what?
The Earth being a globe, and that's why we see the stars move the way that they do.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so you have accepted a logical fallacy and a burden of proof reversal that you don't have any claims that you can make about.
Settle down now, because I could show you glass getting light going through glass, and the image is inverted.
Yeah,
so that's not
but that's
fallacy.
still not.
That's reality.
No, it's a burden. You've taken on a burden that wasn't yours.
What are you talking about, dude?
So the burden of proof.
You gonna take that, Flashy?
Huh?
You just don't sound like you're making any sense.
Hush up, CB.
I don't see the point you're making. It.
Okay, so do you understand what a burden of proof reversal fallacy is?
No, explain it to me. Explain it to me like I'm 5 and I don't understand.
Okay, I will. Okay, so when you're given a claim that hasn't been proven, and then you take it upon yourself to replace the claim that already wasn't proven to begin with your own claim that you can't.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying we can see the stars, we can observe a time lapse of what we see, and then I'm taking another scientific experiment and saying it's possible that we're seeing an inversion of that, because when we take a spherical glass and pass light through it, it inverts. So I don't think that's a fallacy, to be honest with you. That's science.
Brother. Yeah, burden of proof would mean that you have the burden to prove what you're claiming.
Wouldn't the fallacy be like you're trying to get a one-up on me, but you're doing the same thing?
No, I'm not trying to get a one-up on you, buddy.
Yeah, you are. This is a debate, and
no, you're arguing from butthurt. I don't know why. I didn't hurt you.
Dude, I'm not butthurt.
Okay, so listen. Let me just say this. She was just explaining what a burden of proof reversal was. So essentially, right, the globe makes a claim to like what the cosmos are, and then you don't have the burden to take on your shoulders to have an explanation as to what the cosmos are. But since you took that burden and said, you know what, I'm not going to explain it like the globe earthers do. I'm going to explain it like the way I know how, with concave Earth. So what you've done was you've taken the burden away from the globe and now put it on your shoulders. And now the claim that was theirs, that was theirs is now yours. So now, okay, so you said that light works in a specific way with a dome, like the way you're describing, right? So since you've taken that burden on, now we're going to have empirical evidence of what you're saying to be true. You know what I'm saying? Like now it's because you shouldered that burden that was theirs, and now it's yours. You're going to have to prove that that's absolutely true, what you said. That if it's a dome, like the way you say it is, you're going to have to provide evidence of the shape of the dome. Can you do that?
Flat earthers say it's a dome. I'm not.
No. Forget about flat earthers for a moment. Well, because you're a concaver now. You're not flat earther anymore. So when you've shouldered the burden of how the cosmos work, right? When you look up at the night sky and you're depicting how it all works, you've taken that burden away from the glober who says that the cosmos work this way, and you're like, no, I'm a concaver now. This is how it works. You shouldered that explanation. So along with that explanation, you're going to have to show a demonstration of what you mean, how it works, and meaning that you can't just show us. You're going to have to be able to depict how you know the information is true, the information that you're claiming.
Yeah, and I thought we were talking about it, and I got derailed on this whole.
No. You were doing that.
We could proceed, but I guess not.
No, you were doing that. But what I'm saying is there a way that you're going to be able to provide empirical evidence of your claim of the cosmos? Because you're now saying that there's a dome up there. Can you prove that there is a dome?
I never said there's a dome up there.
Oh, what did you say? What are you saying?
Dude, you guys can't.
He spoke about the refraction of
Yeah,
light
didn't he say that, Jedi? Am I mistaken that he said?
I said it appears to be a dome, and that's why so many flat earthers say it's a dome.
Okay.
You
were speaking about.
Hello, am I here?
Again,
Please.
Yeah, you're here, but you made the claim that light refracts through the medium of glass.
Apparently, I shouldn't have said that because you guys are going crazy off that one.
Not going crazy, sunshine. Just trying to fucking have a conversation.
I was getting lectured about the burden of proof and putting it on my shoulders for about 10 minutes.
Excuse me.
You keep that dog on a leash, Conclave.
A sentence without you fucking speaking through them. Would that be okay?
I mean, that's what just happened to me. But
oh no,
I wasn't done talking about my evidence. So
okay. So my friend, it seems like you're a little bit defensive when challenged on your evidence. That's all we're doing. We're challenging you on your evidence to see if it has validity, and we can test it with veracity. Now, please don't act so defensive when we're just asking you questions about what you said.
Okay, I got defensive because you guys are not even listening. I didn't say it was a dome. So
you spoke about how light refracts through curved glass.
That's true.
You said that you
Do we all agree on that?
No.
Okay. Well, I could show you something on that. You want me to send you it?
Dude, can you just answer? Can you just answer what Jedi's telling you? It's frustrating that you're not listening to him, and you're like, just focus, dude. That's all we're asking.
I'm asking you guys to do the same too, because I wasn't saying it's a dome.
So why did you bring up the curved glass?
Because flat earthers say it's a dome, and I'm telling you why it could appear that way, but it's actually not that way.
We were talking to you about your cosmology. No one in Alpha asked you.
Well, I'm also here to debunk flat Earth. I'm not just here to, maybe it's something.
This guy's impossible.
Dude, excuse me. It seems like every single time I almost get to a point, you get defensive and want to jostle away from the point that we could just reach as men and handshake on it. You're making this difficult.
I just said I'll send a picture of this glass ordeal so you guys can maybe understand. I mean, I'm holding the truth here, so if you want to learn it, you can. If not, hey, that's on you.
We understand your premise. That's why we're trying to ask you questions on it. And yet when we do so, you start getting defensive, so we don't get anywhere.
I mean, did you hear the girl speaking?
Fucking talking to a woman.
Word salad.
Yeah, that's what you're giving us. We're trying to be really clear on the things that
I know. You flat earthers are such geniuses. You have all the evidence. It's just brilliant. I know, right?
Excuse me. Again, you're talking through me, which seems to be a defense mechanism. I almost get to the end of my point, but you have to start talking. Please stop being so defensive. We might get somewhere.
I doubt it.
Oh, fuck
who's the other guy I was talking to? I'd rather talk to him.
He was talking
I don't want to talk to you. Who's that other guy?
always
He was doing good.
No, let Jedi cook.
No, he already did.
Cook, bro. No, I'll talk to him.
Nah, he's Jedi made the announcement. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it is Jedi's turn, so.
Damn fucking
Maybe I could give it a shot.
He doesn't like Jedi, bro. This is so funny. This always happens.
Okay. Let me just say this. Let me just say this to the panel, right? Did we not hear him say that? Because I'm kind of confused right now. Is he saying that the concave is saying that it's a dome or it's not a dome? Which one is it? Is it a dome or not a dome for concave?
Oh, brother.
Can someone tell me?
Or it's a sphere or something?
Well, honestly, on what he said, it sounded like from his conception, there's a dome in the sky.
No, he said it's a sphere, bro.
Sphere?
He said it's a sphere in the center. That's what he said.
Yeah, a sphere in the center.
I don't even know what that
means. But
what
was it? Why was he trying to explain what was the whole dome about? Like, he didn't have to say that. He could just tell us.
Well, he was talking about the flat
I know, but we were asking him for his cosmology.
I'll tell you.
Cosmology.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I'll tell you.
confused.
So the sphere in the center would have the light shining from it, and it would invert the arc of the sphere, the dome side, or it, it would be a sphere, but like think about it like a hemisphere. The light shining through it would invert it,
Flatsy, let me ask.
like a rainbow.
Flatsy, let me ask you something. You're actually speaking a bit more coherent than he ever could as a concaver, and that's because you're not one. Isn't that weird?
Because I'm listening to what he's saying.
You would actually,
despite what he thinks.
Yeah, it's like you have to decipher that, like in hieroglyphics, like what they actually like. You can't get him to actually make some coherent sentences.
You said hieroglyphics.
Like seriously, man, you have to investigate like a super research as to like what he really means. Like what did he read between the lines? And like, dude, he can't even plainly tell us like you told us. He would have been done a long time ago if he would have just said that. I'm just saying. I'm just telling you guys that, but he's yammering on.
QE gets on to me for doing that, like trying to go into and beg the question of their paradigm and explain it in a way. You know what I mean? I get a lot of like flack for doing stuff like that. So.
Well, no, I mean, because like está loco. He doesn't know what he's saying, man. And then you pieced all the incoherent words together. You made like a giant puzzle of like coherency out of it. Like now we all get what he said. Like, oh, I get it now because you actually put all the jibber jabber together like a giant jigsaw puzzle. Now we all we got like a picture. Okay, we understand now. But he couldn't say that. I don't know why. Anyway,
but also he can't prove that either. So
yeah. I mean,
that's really where the problem lies. It's like he's asking us to believe something, and we're just like losing all belief systems at this point. We don't want to believe anything. We want to know. If you know something, then present the evidence for it, and then we're done. Okay, like if it can be proven, then there wouldn't be a debate about it.
See, here's the thing. Because they're coming out in force. How many? Because there's two. I see two concavers in this chat right now. We got two concavers. So how many more concavers do we have in this chat? I mean, throw me the 100s. How many of you are concave in this chat? Because we got two so far. We got concave Earth, who is really terrible at explaining things. I mean, absolute worst. Can we get somebody that's a coherent concave Earther come up and give it to us like the way someone could explain it? Just tell us, Well, we don't mind listening, but my goodness, I mean, the guy is he's just every little thing. He's just defensive. I don't know. You guys heard.
Hey guys, if I may ask, I had a bit of a connection issue a bit earlier. What did the guy say his reasoning for leaving the flat Earth in favor of the concave Earth was?
He said the Earth measures to be concave.
And what did he provide for them?
It's in the nest.
Yeah,
it's the Cheerio. Yeah, the water Cheerio. Oh yeah. Okay. But did he justify it with anything else?
No.
Not at all.
So what?
No, his anger. He's angry about it. Because you're not listening to me, and I'm a concaver, and it's just like the way it is. I'm like,
you guys
dude,
are all flat earthers.
Can you just explain this shit, man, without the drama, you freaking diva? Like, he's such a, like, coming in here and, like, you guys are this and that, and this is what, like, dude, just shut the fuck up. You know?
Yeah, I heard a bit of that. You know, what my first impression of that was, after one single prod or pushback, hey, can you support this? He blew up. And the problem with that is, sir, if you're listening, I don't think it's the case that people are expecting you to know everything about your position. It's okay to say, oh, I don't know this, I don't know that. But what's pretty pathetic is upon the first try, hey, can you back up this main thing that you have? You freak out. Had you just said, oh, I don't know, it probably would have gone a lot more cordially, and then we could have just de-escalated from there.
Mick, hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say I have to disagree with that, man, because it's like this, right? If people want an explanation for the theory, idea, concept, whatever you want to call it, that he has, and he's like, look, man, the Earth is concave, right? Okay, that's cool. You got any evidence of that? Yeah. here's an image. Okay, let's see the image. And it took him, I kid you not, about 10 minutes of fucking yappuccinos that he was given to chat. 10 fucking minutes, because he said he was going to do it in 2, right? He'll do it in 2 minutes. He gave us 10 minutes of nothing but straight caffeinated yappuccinos, dude. We were fucking dying over here.
Bro.
And so after all of that, Mick, and then I had to remove him down to as a listener. I said, dude, go get your evidence. I'll bring you back up as a speaker, and then you can present it. So he shot it to me in the DM. All good, right? I got it from the DM. I posted it in the Nest. It's up there for everybody to look at, by the way. And then when he came back as a speaker, I wanted to ask him subsequent questions about the image. Dude, okay, the first thing I asked him was, what type of laser was that? Dude went bananas when I asked him.
Oh, yeah.
He went ape shit. Like, why do I have to know that shit?
Why do I need to know the laser for?
I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
Absolutely. Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about, right? 1 or 2 prods, with a follow-up question should not warrant that type of behavior. If it should, for example, you guys were talking for 5-10 minutes back and forth, asking clarifying questions, and at some point he said he doesn't know. That's okay, man. Maybe come back another day to present it. So far, it doesn't look convincing. I don't understand what you're talking about. It's probably fishy. Thank you very much. Try again. And that could have been the end of it. But it didn't go like that. And that's what I'm criticizing him. It's like he couldn't even take one, he could barely take one question to begin with at all, let alone 2. So terrible performance.
Yeah, if concave was a thing, he's doing a terrible job at being an ambassador for it.
Terrible,
dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, you said there was somebody else.
Yeah,
you said there was somebody else in here.
Hold on, bro. We got Flatsy wants to come in. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just gonna say, if something is the truth, with a little bit of scrutiny, it doesn't just fall apart. So, if you are holding truth, then you're gonna know it and know very well what you're gonna present as truth, down to a T, and under any kind of scrutiny, it holds up. But it's like we can't get past or scrutinizing your position. So you're gonna crumble. So I don't actually, my discernment, because I have discernment, and sometimes it doesn't always, pop up. And I need to sit on some information for a little bit before my discernment kicks in. Sure, I'm not perfect or anything. So I would say, buddy, if you want to believe this stuff, that's fine. But you really did expose yourself when you don't know what a burden of proof reversal, you don't know what that is. You need to learn these tools to be able to discern what is the truth and what isn't. So learn please, if you can take anything from me, learn some fundamental things about logic, the principles of logic, the laws that make it up, that govern our discourse, and that we develop languages, mathematics, symbols, and syllogisms to be able to come up with things like the scientific method. These things have developed because of our laws of reasoning, the physical and natural world around us. You clearly haven't learned any logic. You didn't know anything about a burden of proof reversal. And I'm going to guess that you don't know a lot of other logical fallacies that you probably commit and don't catch other people committing.
Yeah. Well said. And unfortunately, the guy thinks that some of what you said is kind of funny, unfortunately. But hey, not your problem. Not our problem.
Well, no, I can only just try to hopefully help him. Yeah. Because I've been deceived before. I've clearly, I mean, I was a globe earther at one point. I've been deceived with winds of doctrine and stuff. I needed to root myself in something very solid. And I'm telling him the keys here, what I did is what I'm telling you to do.
Damn, bro.
Maybe his friend could, do better.
Damn, Concave, you gonna take that, bro?
The second one in the chat. Did you guys want to open up the floor to another one, or?
Yeah, who's next? Kyle with the Superfly, Yakub, and some other Listen,
I don't know. I think we got some people at the listening panel, but I don't know.
I threw a mic at the other concaver.
Yeah, yeah. The other concaver was. I don't know if he's as spicy as this one was, but who knows?
Who's the other?
He waved in the chat. Wasn't sure if that was a request or not.
All I'm saying, man, only thing I got to say about that is, man, if you are really into this and you've been looking into it, you've been researching it, dude, know your shit. That's all I'm saying. You present something, know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I don't know what's worse, man. The usual Globers that come in here or that.
Yeah, right. I think, know, bro.
They're all in this, dude. Even esoteric flat earthers, dude. So they're all. There's just no end to this, man.
Yeah, it is something. It is something crazy. You know, I really try to like level with other folks, especially for a while there. I was coming on here and joining spaces with other flat earthers already on here, but I just. When I feel like I'm going to only engage in people who don't care to be critiqued, they don't care, they don't want to be critiqued, and they won't be critiqued, and they're just hard-headed and so staunch in their belief system. They even say it's not a belief. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't understand it, man. I can't.
W panel. Still trying to figure out who the other concave person is, though.
Just know if you have truth on your side,
He's at the bottom.
It will hold up to any type of scrutiny.
He's at the bottom, and it says concave under his name too. So,
oh Lord, I see it.
Kind of gives it
the
away.
Universe in a nutshell.
Yep.
Sorry to cut you off there, Jay. Concave cellular.
You're right. See, the thing about concave cellular Earth is, I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark. I'm probably one of the people on this panel that's actually really looked into this subject. And I pretty much think that most of us have looked into the concave Earth or the cellular Earth, however you want to term it or whatever. Now, I'd be a concave Earther in a nanosecond if you could demonstrate that the surface of the Earth is curved.
Ooh.
Yeah, and stop trying to hijack. Stop trying to hijack the way that our eyes see and optics work. That's what the globe did. Like,
right, backwards engineered.
Exactly.
Made to fit, retrofitted.
You guys want to talk to him?
Is he here?
Hell nah. It's up to you guys.
That means
I'm down.
Yeah. All right. Fuck it. We live. We throwing a wrench at him or what? A mic at him.
Yeah. All right, let's try this. Let's try this again. You guys were sure going in there on me and not letting me defend myself.
You think, sir?
Let's go back. So, Mike, you want to jump in, bro?
No.
Oh shit!
How do you do, sir?
Yeah.
I mean, I know how to explain it. I mean, the woman understood, so I don't know how you other guys didn't.
Misogyny.
Well, to be fair, I only heard maybe about a third to half of it because my connection was horse shit. But so if you could run me through the gist of it, maybe we could start.
Please no. Just ask him a fresh question.
If you look at my profile picture, it shows the firmament right there. It's not a dome. I never said it was a dome. I'm just saying what the typical flat earther says.
Understood.
Okay, well, they were going on and on and on and saying I don't know how to explain myself, but yet the woman understood what I said. I don't know, Flatsy Clint.
Yeah, dude. Once again, can you just tell Mick what your position is instead of saying that I just disprove flat Earth, I disprove convex. Yeah. Just tell us what you say for concave, for God's sakes. That's all.
I just said it. I even said it's in my picture of my profile.
I understand, but please start from scratch. State your position, please.
That the Earth is concave, the land curves upward, the water curves upward. It's measured several different ways, and the firmament is a sphere.
Okay, so let's start with the ground. Okay, the so-called these measurements of concavity.
Yeah.
Okay, where do they come from?
rectilineator experiment, Tamarack Mines experiment, P900 experiments or P1000s, laser experiments.
Very interesting. Okay, so check this out. Here's my thing. If we have a set of observations, okay, that demonstrate that we live on something concave, and then another set of observations that demonstrate that we live on something flat, how do we reconcile that?
By what is more compelling? Is there more evidence on one side or the other? And the way I see it is there's more evidence on concave than flat.
Okay, so how would you go to assess that degree of certainty on your part?
Any information you can get your eyes on.
Like what?
Like some of the experiments I just mentioned, the rectilineator experiment's a good one. The Tamarack Mines, I think, is a real.
Okay, hold on.
Hang on. So you're restating the things that you just said. That I brought other things up that go in go to conflict with that.
Well, I'm sorry, maybe I missed it. What experiments are conflicting that say it's flat?
Okay, so you weren't listening. There are laser experiments out there that would demonstrate that we're not living on anything that's curving up or down. We have flush measurements basically. If you have a laser shot at 3-4 feet above the ground, at a water shore of a lake or something like that, we have observations over 10, 15, 20, even up to 40 miles, whereby the laser is basically at the same height, plus or minus a little bit of error at the receiving end, demonstrating no degree of curvature, or at the very least, not to the extent that is expressed as not to the degree that is told to us that we should expect on a ball, right? So if it's the other way around, we would expect something drastically different in the inverse.
Okay, I'd have to see this. Could you send me some of those experiments? I've never seen one that says it's
sure.
Okay, I have to address this. This is driving me insane. Okay, detail to me the 3 constituent parts of an experiment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Concave.
Say it again. I didn't catch all of it.
Detail to me the 3 constituent parts of an experiment.
What point are you getting at? You tell them to me. I don't know them.
Because you keep using the word experiment.
Yeah.
And I've heard it when you guys were both talking, you were saying it, and it's driving me insane. So you need to detail that you know what an experiment is before you start labeling something an experiment.
Yeah, you're right about that. I would like to clarify. I meant to use the word observation. I just had the word experiment in my head.
That's fine. Yeah, I got you.
So if I said observation, you'd be okay with it then? You're.
Well, yeah, of course I'll be okay with it because you'd be using the right term instead of the wrong one.
Okay, I feel like you're splitting hairs here. I mean, I'm talking about observations.
I'm not splitting hairs.
Okay, observations.
That's kind of funny.
Observations.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I don't know if I have the ability to post anything in here. I'm trying to. Oh, there was a little bubble button. Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna post 3 links, or 2 or 3. Give me a second.
By the way, while he's doing that, I'm just going to make a quick plug to the space.
Plug time.
Yeah, thank you guys for joining us on the 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 26. It's a continuing series that Flat Earth has been doing, 24/7's been doing on X. We're well established on Discord. We have like a 30,000 man server. There is a lot of people looking into this. I think a lot more people would look into it. Have they understood the fact that they don't really know what they think they know about the Earth being a globe? And now it sounds like a huge, provocative, taboo subject, but when you think about it, let's just say this. If you were to ask yourself how you know the Earth is a globe, you wouldn't really know how to answer that, except for, dude, science, duh, or something simple like that. So if you were to really think about the question, you really wouldn't know how to answer it, like articulate your point from a, let's say, academic standpoint. So therefore, it seems like and I would say this, the challenge would be if you could figure out who measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance. Now, sit on that question because there's actually two more. But just plug into space and saying thank you for everybody joining us. Don't forget to shoot us a follow. We do this series at least 2 or 3 times a week. So I'm on from 11 at night Central Time all the way to 6 in the morning Central Time. Usually a little bit more or less, kind of just judging. But I appreciate everybody joining us. Don't forget to shoot a follow to everybody in the panel from the 24/7 team. I'm going to read them out to you. Myself, Alpha Veritas, Flatsy Klein, Mick B. We got Jedi, Creation Bear, Shoot Superfly a follow. He's our pilot, a resident pilot who's flown for, I don't want to misrepresent you, Superfly, like 30 years, I think it is. So a lot of people know that the Earth is flat, but there's a lot of closet flat earthers out there that wouldn't dare say it because it's so taboo, because most of their friends and family would ostracize them for it. So it's a very touchy subject when it comes to like actually talking about this. So we have this platform, thankfully. There's a lot more other platforms like Rumble, and we have our Discord channel, of course. But we've been getting out the information succinctly and coherently. So we do have a lot of conversations under our belt. Between me, Jedi, Flatsy, and the rest of the 24/7 team, we've spoken to PhDs, cosmologists, astrophysicists, everybody you can think of that could answer for the topic that we're speaking on. And I guarantee you, they do not have an answer for the questions that we give them. So, as interesting as that sounds, I'm actually challenging anyone that's out there. If you think you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, you can request to speak, and we'll bring you up here to the speaking panel. And you are able to talk, and we'll go ahead and have a conversation with you. But I guarantee you, it will be very challenging for you. So it might not seem like it, right? You might have that urge in you when you're listening to my voice, like, honey, hold my beer. Like you're going to come up here and tell us what's what. But I guarantee it. I can say this with all assurance. I'm 100% sure you will not be able to prove the Earth as a globe. I can just say it right now. I don't know who you are out there listening to me, but you will not be able to do it. All right. So that being said, I'm going to turn it back over to the panel. We're talking to a concave earther of all people that we're coming in here. The opposite of convex Earth, which is, the Earth is a globe. This is like concave is like inside of a globe. So you'll be in the inside instead of on the outside. So, okay, I'm going to kick it back over to the panel. And there you go.
I have to say this before we go anywhere else. My husband just said something so funny because you were talking about platforms. He said, "Are you talking about a platform?"
W Sterling in the chat. W Sterling.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, tell him have a good day at work.
He doesn't work today. He's staying at home with the kids, and I'm going to a Friendsgiving. He's dropping me off because we'll be drinking and having a gal day.
Cool beans. All right, so back to the chat, guys. All right, who else we got? Right, we got concave Earth presenting his evidence, or I guess, Mick, were you talking to him? So, did you get what you needed?
Yes, sir. I just posted it in the chat. There are 3 YouTube links from a set of individuals over the last few years, I believe, that did a handful of observations over various distances. One being at, 14 miles, the other one at 23 miles. Those are in one of the videos. The second video is a 28.6 mile laser test. And the last one, it's labeled as a 40-mile long laser test. But in the video, it actually, it's a series of tests from shorter distances leading up to the 40 miles, kind of echoing the other video. So in them, they are kind of long. So I would encourage anyone interested in this to give them a shot. Maybe start with one of the shorter ones. But they all present their evidence in there, all the details as to how they're setting their stuff up, leveling their stuff, and outlining what should be expected if we were on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, and contrasting that with what they actually get. So Yeah,
They're
go ahead.
also
Bars.
they're also detailing the divergence of the beam over a distance because that happens with lasers.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's actually being considered on the concave side. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but there's a divergence of a beam when it comes to lasers,
Yeah.
especially if you're using a laser that's not like something that you would use in the military, something more precise, or that would be more expensive on your part. So most people go with something that works. They can understand the divergence of the beam with distance and factor that into their results.
Absolutely. So what's interesting about that is on the 40-mile long laser test video, it's a group of engineers. They call themselves FE Corps, and no, it does not stand for Flat Earth Corps. It stands for Field Engineering Corps. So it's a group of nonprofits that set up their stuff, and they built a crap ton of their equipment. So they detail in that how they did it, why they did it a certain way, and they talk about all that, beam divergence, power reduction over distance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, if you jump to maybe the 45-minute to 50-minute mark, you'll get to the section more or less where they actually do the long one. But you might have skipped over the section where they go into more detail about the equipment. So I encourage you to check out the entire thing. But yeah, they don't measure the divergence that we expect on a ball.
Bars.
And in contrast, they don't measure what would be expected if we were on the inside of a ball either, because that would mean that their beam would go down into the water basically sooner than they do, or sooner than it does, I should say. So Concave, if you got anything, please post it, because I would like to see.
Okay. I got a question about Polaris, guys. For the flat Earth, where is it located?
Hang on.
Here we go.
So you're just gonna hard segue off into something totally different than what we're talking about initially?
Yeah, because I sent you some laser. I sent you a laser experiment. I don't have any on me right now at the moment. I wanted to move on to something else. Is that all right?
Hang on. How did you send me something?
I sent it to Alpha Vision. He could send it to you.
Okay. Why don't you just post it in the chat bubble thing?
Okay, hold on.
So we could all see it. So everybody has a chance to scrutinize.
I didn't know there was that was an option. I'm trying to go to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you see the little bubble, chat bubble at the bottom?
It says 38 next to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's why I posted mine.
Okay, gotcha. All right, yeah, no problem.
A good thing I pointed that out. Otherwise, you would have no way of scrutinizing my material.
Right. Okay, cool.
Funny you didn't even ask about that, indicating you probably don't even have any interest in scrutinizing the claim.
No, don't put words in my mouth, sir.
I didn't put any words in your mouth.
Or assumption.
I'm supposing your intention. I could be wrong, but I just had to point that out so everyone everybody witnessed that.
Sure. Okay, so can we move on now to Polaris?
Why do you want to move on? Do you not want to talk about the material?
Whoa, yeah, exactly.
Because this debunks flat Earth.
Sir,
here we go.
Then hang on. Why did you not bring this thing up that is supposedly the key to your claim, and not this other stuff leading us down this little?
I have many. I got a whole folder of all different types of evidence. Just because I bring up one first doesn't mean it's my best.
Hang on. Well, why did you not start with that and not even have the audacity to go to see it through to the end before moving on to something else?
Wait, hold on. Can we? What are you so worked up about?
Worked up about what, sir? I'm listening to you Babylon talk shit and then hard segue.
What am I talking shit about right now? I was staying quiet for the last 10 minutes.
I'm not talking right now. I'm talking since you got in here, sir.
Okay, well, let it go. We're moving forward, okay?
Moving forward, i.e., hard segue off of your initial evidence piece.
So you're talking about lasers still, right?
Was that not what you claimed initially, sir?
It was one of my things. Yeah, sure. I sent it.
No. So yeah, thank you. So do you?
He didn't listen to you or me.
Yeah, so sir, do you not want to see this part of the argument through to the end?
You want me to look at your side of flat Earth arguments? Because
I would like to talk about yours, and if you have any questions, maybe you might want to talk about mine, right?
I don't really want to look at flat Earth evidence. I've looked at enough.
All right, then we're done. We're done.
Okay, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah. You guys want to avoid
We're
Polaris?
done.
Destroy flat Earth. You're scared.
Oh, you mean like your way of not addressing your initial claim?
We're done.
Yeah. We don't care.
Yeah, we're done.
What a fucking sap. That was fucking pathetic.
Yeah, we're done.
God damn.
That's crazy.
See, the thing is, you were being charitable, and everybody heard that, but he was not. So
Yeah, we just had to see something through to the end because everything else was jibber jabber. Everything that I heard. So at least that came to a conclusion. And
if he really cared about the truth, he would have seen it through to the conclusion with you. He doesn't care. He wanted to scattergun or just divert away to another topic without seeing this one through first. And he presented this argument for his claim of concave Earth.
yeah, and I asked, how do we reconcile this? Here's some stuff that I have. Here's some. Apparently, you have stuff that that you've got. Let's reconcile it. And he's like, oh, herp or derp, I got this other thing that's better. Why didn't you start with that, you fucking retard?
Yeah, don't get
God
Kwame.
Oh shit.
Kwame, you don't need him. He's gonna only post like porn bomb.
yeah, don't bring him or Casper, and nor Concave up here.
Yeah, I don't know about Casper, but I was just gonna leave that to your judgment. But I know that Kwame, I just checked out Kwame, and no way.
Yep, no.
Kwame, no way, Kwame.
And Casper as a no-go. Casper's a no-go as well.
Well, don't be such degenerates, guys, and maybe you'd get invited up to talk.
Yeah, I don't mind bringing people up here, man. That's the important thing. But, when we've been already attacked by a few porn bombers, it's not going to work.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
I would say this, man. Level up your game on getting followers and putting some content on your page and doing all that good stuff. And then, I would look through your page and see that you have something to lose if you come up here doing that dumb stuff. So it's
literally no content on Casper. That's why I didn't invite Casper up. But I knew Kwame already had like censored content on his post.
Yep. Yeah.
By the way, concave earther, you should know that Flatsy Klein is a play on words for Patsy Klein. Come on now. He didn't know that. He was like the woman. He kept referring to me as the woman.
Misogyny.
Yeah, well.
My name is Flatsy Klein, and it's so clever. Max on 24/7, he's the one that gave me that name, and I use it. So shout out to Max.
All right, so let's just kind of review what's happened so far. We've had tonight's engagements were porn bombing. We got concave Earth in the house. We had, let's see, a bunch of spaz outs.
Wait, are we on YouTube right now?
Not at the moment. We're just here doing this. But I mean,
say corn, bro. It's the new hip thing.
Do the what?
You can't say the P word on the internet. You gotta say corn.
Oh, I don't know.
You're not hip enough, Miggy.
Dude, I'm so tired of
missing out, I guess.
be politically correct. This is so annoying. Just call a spade a spade.
Yeah, we're dealing with kindergartners. Let's face it.
You gotta say corn.
It's like PhDs up against pre-K, rather.
That does happen doesn't it happen on Twitter, though? Twitter, that you have to use that kind of, like,
I don't
language.
know. No, I guess Elon. Yeah, I guess we're good.
Yeah, Elon was all about free speech, man. That's according to what
Elon,
free speech.
Hold on, except when he, doesn't let your spaces be viewable.
Oh, you're yeah. If we're gonna get into that, that's a whole other. That's a whole nother ball game. But no, I don't know. Some people have noticed him, and some notable people, like people that have like 140,000 followers. We got I think Brodick, or I think his name is Brodick. He put me on one of his posts. He just put me up on one of his like enlightened minds or something. Yeah, I have it. It's on my profile page. Yeah, I reposted it on my profile page, and he gave me a shout out. So yeah, kudos.
These shows are great.
Wait,
bro.
what? Did somebody say a naughty word? I missed it.
No, Brodick is a individual who has 140,000 followers, and he shouted. He shouted me out.
That part. I got that part. I was just talking about why, like. Never mind.
We moved on, dude.
No, he's like 10 minutes away from the. He's lagging, man.
It's all good. It's all good. No, but these shows are great, bro. I went to go to politics, and there was literally nobody in there. I'm like, Maggie's live on X. I'm like, perfect. I log in. You guys are all here. These shows are great. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, we're trying to actually get a bit of good provocative conversations going, and it seems to be working out really well.
It's the people going.
Because the content is, people think that they know what they're talking about, and when we have them up on the panel, it's like crickets, dude. Like, they're just like, dude, yeah, science. And you're like, is that all you got? It's like, seriously, we brought you up here to speak, man, and you just have like that only one word answers, like science, dude. Duh. It's like, no, that's not gonna fly.
That's so season 1. Come on, man. You got to do better than that. We're so like way past that. Is Elijah in here? Because he talked about evolving as a flat earther, right? You kind of have to evolve past season 1. But it's like these guys, man, like they're so stuck in season 1. It's not even funny. Science. Oh, well, they don't even know what that means, dude.
All right. So we do have people listening right now. Guys, if you want to come up here, just request to speak. We got a little bit of time left, so maybe we can just chat with you. If the first time you come in here to this space, or if you just want to talk to us and have a conversation, that'd be kind of cool. I'd like to break some things down for you. If that way you get to know us better and, keep coming into this space. Because I know that there's another flat earth group that's doing spaces, and I've heard somebody will shoot me a DM and they were like, dude, it would be great if you combine forces with the other. I was like, I don't know. We kind of don't play nice with other people. Like, we do. Listen, I would say it like this, man. This group, 24/7, is at the cutting edge of the best flat earth arguments on the internet, period. Like, some people would be like, so who do you recommend to go to when we're looking for good flat earth content? I'm like, you can look no further, man. You've arrived, like, right here, man.
I need to add that to the soundboard. Look no further, Philly, you found.
I'm just saying, man. Like, I always try to put us up on game, man, because a lot of people are just like, well, maybe you would look at a Eric DeBay video or a Mark Sargent. Like, dude, did you forget that we put thousands of hours of content on YouTube and Rumble, and we're doing X Spaces, and some people are even doing Twitter. I mean, like, but we're putting the content out there constantly, challenging people. So yeah, and we have terabytes of information on the home server. I mean, we got everything you need. It's all on lockdown. All you got to do,
numbers, figures.
What I'm saying is, like, all you got to do is participate. Just keep coming in here, joining us, like, seeing what we're all about. I mean, it gets kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. All right, we get kind of hostile sometimes, but it's because we match energy. The people that come in here, they're trolling, they're doing crazy things. So I mean, we're gonna reciprocate that back. We're regular people, just like you are. So
yeah,
I don't know.
It's just kind of like a crazy standard that we're held to, that we have to be the most cordial, the most all of these things at every single minute of every single day.
Oh, facts.
And it's just not. It's not something that's possible, and it's crazy that we're held to that standard, but the Globers aren't. Like, they can be any way that they want to be, and we have to just be okay with it.
No, Flatsy. It's even worse than that, Flatsy, because they were like, drink bleach and do this, delete yourself. And then they're like, well, why aren't you being nice? It's like,
exactly. I'm like,
you threw the first stone.
We have a guy that comes in here all the time, get vaccinated, who says that he's going to have all of us locked up.
in jail.
I mean, come on. What are we doing? We're telling you to think for yourself, to have the tools to be able to have discernment for what's true and what isn't. Come on.
Crazy.
we do give them. We do give. We do give them a fair shake. We do give them a fair shake at the very beginning. It's not like that's not our opening. Isn't just like straight like hammering them down. Like we do give them a fair shake. We ask them cordially, at the very beginning. Then we find out that they're just they're misbehaving or they're just acting a fool. Then
Yeah, but
Alpha,
that's... you got a superpower where you know what they're gonna say before they say it. Like even before I would know what they're gonna say before they say it. I have a pretty good idea of what they're gonna say before they say it when they go down some sort of trail of thought and they let that be known. But you have like this superpower, man.
I'll tell you what, man. I can kill a yak in 200 yards with mine bullets. With mine bullets, I can kill him out there. So I'm just kidding. Nah, it's just I've been around people that are talking bullshit, so I can spot easily when somebody's just start talking bullshit. I'm like, dude, this is just not.
This is cat, bro.
Yeah, you can feel it. It's I don't know. Maybe it's because I grew up in the streets or whatever, but it's just that I can sense when somebody's talking bullshit, dude. Like they're just trying to get one over on you just so they can continue to say what they want. It's like, bro, you haven't even produced any evidence and you want to continue saying words. Like, no. Like, first,
hell no.
Establish what the premise is and then bring the evidence.
The sad thing is, like Flatsy pointed out, like, we kind of know what they're going to say before they even know that they're going to say it. I think it's more to the point, right? We're so far down the road in front of them with regards to this argument that, yeah, we know exactly where they're going, which I think adds a little bit to our frustration, because we don't need to go down that long, windy road about this, that, and the other. The question is really simple. It's about the surface of the Earth and whether it curves or not. Not whether we can make a model, not what the sun, moon, and stars are, not the cause of things. Just that one question. The surface description of the Earth. How do we measure that? How do we determine what it is? I gave half of it away. We measure it. We look at it, we study it, we measure it. A deviation over distance from horizontal, a rate of change of slope. That's all we need to know.
100%. And what I was, one thing that I want to detail because of something you said, like we get frustrated because we already know what they're going to say because we've heard these arguments and these points so much that we already know. But that is also a cognitive bias. It's called the curse of knowledge bias. So you got to be able to check yourself on that not that I'm saying that you don't, by the way, it's a royal you. So you have to be able to check yourself on that kind of cognitive bias because you've been where they haven't been yet. You already know these things, and so you're not able to understand that they don't know what we know.
I got something that you can probably give them, Flatsy. Tell them about the laws of logic and why it's so important when we have a conversation with these individuals that the laws of logic are important. Like the 3 laws of logic that you've asked certain people that come in here and they're lost on what it is and they don't tell you and they're just like acting like they know what they're talking about. And because most of our conversations have like a fundamental basis of why the laws of logic are so important. I don't know. Can you detail to the panel why? I mean, the listeners too.
Yes. So the laws of logic are the base and the premise of it would be that we have this ability to have discourse and understand what we're talking about in detail, like fine detail of everything. So you have the law of identity. The law of identity would detail to you what is question, like a what is question, and you all understand like an apple is an apple. Even if you have like a slice of an apple, you know that it's an apple because of its attributes and what makes it up to give it the identity that it has. Then you have the law of excluded middle. So you know that a proposition put forth is either true or false. And then you have all of this ties in together. So the law of non-contradiction, this is the third. The law of non-contradiction would mean that a proposition put forth cannot be both true and false simultaneously.
Thank you so much for that, Flatsy. Round of applause. That was great. But also, like, she can go more in depth with those. She's trying to keep it brief and concise for the audience so that it's easily digestible. But I would say you guys go look up the laws of logic, and the reason why most of our conversations are really laced with that, because if we don't have logical coherency within the context of a conversation, then we lose track of like how we're going to propose to speak and reason with the mind if the mind can't reason with us and speaks illogical things. So it's important that we establish a foundation. I mean, we talk about it, but often at times we just assume that people already have a base for a foundation of what their epistemology, their worldview is actually based on, on the foundation of, on logic and reason. So sometimes when go ahead.
So those laws, those laws have developed languages, mathematics, symbols, and syllogisms, formal and informal. So you got 4 types of logic. I just laid them out for you: formal, informal, and mathematics and symbols. So those laws will dictate those 4 types of logic. It's really good to understand what that is, how you can be wrong in your line of reasoning because you are caught up in some sort of cognitive bias or a logical fallacy. So these things are really important to understand before you come out here and you try to make arguments in the positive.
That first law that you mentioned, the law of identity, what something is. People seem to get really pissed off when we ask others to define things, what they mean. What is the identity of the thing that you are speaking of? For example, mass or gravity. I mean, it's just a logical framework, right? We're just trying to get things down to a very simple logical understanding. What do you mean by what you say? People get really fucked off with that.
It's semantics.
It's sorry, before you carry on, I'll be very, very quick. It's because of this behavior, I think we realize when people are bullshitting. Because when you challenge them on what they are saying and they get really pissy and upset, that demonstrates to me that they don't understand what they're saying. They don't understand the words that they are using and what identity that they are casting upon them without realizing. Go on, Flatsy.
No, I mean, here you said it beautifully. This is why semantics, that's so important to be to go into the semantics of terms, because some people have an understanding outside of the term that they're trying to define because it's based off of their worldview and their cognitive bias. So they just assert it in there like it's a foregone conclusion. And when you ask them a simple question like, what is that you're talking about, like mass, they can't give you an actual definition and they can't detail what it is.
Can I say something real quick?
It's like I said, when we challenge people on the things that they say, the way that they react is.
It's a tell. It's a tell.
It doesn't sound illogical. It sounds illogical, Captain. It's what it sounds to me. This doesn't sound logical. I'm asking you a logical question. Your answer's not logical. It's really weird. That third law, the law of non-contradiction. So we can apply that to the second law of thermodynamics, I think, where something is true and not true at the same time, where something expands but also contracts. And these laws are there for a reason. When we apply them to the things that we're told with regards to the Earth, just a very simple piece of scrutiny and it all starts falling apart. What's the excluded middle one, Flatsy? Can you remind me of that one?
Yeah, the law of excluded middle means that a proposition can either be true or false, or it can either be true or false.
Yeah, well, that just makes up.
Do you mind if I interject for a second?
Right. Don't really need to explain that one any further.
Did you hear Kyle, by the way, Jedi?
No, I do apologise. I'll leave and rejoin. Before I do, Carl, I do apologise.
didn't mean to interrupt you if you're
I thought it was Yakub.
Yeah, it's me.
Oh,
Can I
sorry.
speak real quick?
Yakub, did you hear? Oh, never mind. He left.
No, I'm here.
Go ahead.
I'm here.
No,
Can
not
hear
you.
me?
Not you, Jedi. Now go ahead, Yakub.
All right. So, on a serious note, if the round Earth theory was a lie, right? Could you imagine how many intelligent people would have to be in on this conspiracy?
No. The way that compartmentalization works, people focus on their tasks at hand. They don't
You mean
always
departmentalization?
Right, but Elon Musk has us thinking that there's a literal fucking Tesla floating around space with a space cam.
But check this out. Yeah, Jakub. Yeah, I was just gonna say, Flats. It was departmentalization. Compartmentalization is a different connotation.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So department, like every department, just like at a company, right? If you think about the different departments that a company operates in, not everybody knows what the top of the company knows, right? So in the departmentalization, meaning that whatever job you're doing, be it a menial job a task that you do for your company, you don't know. You're just taking orders from the higher ups, right? So it's like, think about NASA, right? We use that as an example. Do you think everybody in NASA is in the know about everything they're doing?
No, I don't mean that everybody at Tesla or everybody at SpaceX would know, but I would think every single rocket scientist would have had the peace of mind to at least contemplate whether it's true or false, or even if they had the information, they would try to get to the bottom of it on their own. They're not.
I get what you're saying, Yakub. I get what you're saying, man. But the problem we're having here is that people that design technology design it for whatever they think they're going to be designing it for. Whether or not it achieves going to that specific logistical location, that's something different. That's like you building a car.
So they all just have one-track minds?
No, they just know what they're doing. They know their job, their task, what they're going to do. Just like you at your job, you know what you're going to do. Outside of your job, you don't know what the CEO is going to do with the company in the future, like whether or not they're going to expand or what they're going to. You're just doing your job. That's what they're doing. They're doing their job.
Okay.
You got it? And so like even Elon Musk, he's a really wealthy person and he owns his company. But do you think he's ever taken a ride on one of those rockets that he's talking about? With those rockets? He hasn't done that.
No, I don't think so. But I do think that he's not investing his life into going and colonizing Mars without knowing at least for almost certain.
Have you vetted this person?
Yeah. So
have you vetted this person
hold on.
at all that you're vouching for?
Yeah, hold on, Flatsy. So if you're thinking about Elon Musk and you're saying, well, he's investing all this money, therefore he can't be wrong. It kind of sounds like a fallacy.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that he would have to be in on a bigger conspiracy.
Yeah,
for
what
him
if he
to
doesn't?
Be shelling this to us.
Yakub, what if he's just a wealthy person and this specific company is making him tons of money and he knows how to make money? So what if that's all his end goal was, to have a company that makes him a lot of money? You're putting a lot more into something that you don't know what the person's ideals are. You don't know what they're thinking. You don't know what their aspirations are. You don't know much about only what's presented to you in mainstream media. So that's all we know from the person. You don't have a specific intimate relationship with this person. You don't have that type of information.
I think you're angling what I'm trying to say in a different direction.
Well, no, I'm saying you can't presume to know what a person, like what they're wanting to do or why they're doing it, because you don't have that intimate relationship with that person. That person has their own family whom they speak to, but it's definitely not you. So you're not in that know. You just hear what mainstream's saying, and you're going based on that.
I'm not, though.
You get me?
I'm not.
Or you have an intimate relationship with the person then.
No, dude, stop putting
That's
words.
what I'm saying.
Me insinuate. Like, I'm not insinuating.
You are insinuating,
that.
Yakub.
No, I'm not.
You are. Yes, you are, dude.
All right. Allow me to tell you what I'm saying instead of just assuming that
we're not assuming
what I'm insinuating.
You plainly said it, Yakub. You plainly said, dude.
Listen, so all these people are just compartmentalize or departmentalize.
Departmentalize. They're doing their job in their specific whatever department they're in. They're completing their task and they're going home.
So
That's
we're
what
the
they're
only
doing.
people with free thought. Nobody expounds.
No, listen. I'll tell you like this.
You're
I'll
the
tell you
one
like this.
insinuating.
Yeah, I'll tell you like this, dude. Everybody's doing their job and going home, and everybody that's still not, that hasn't had this conversation like we're having it here, they still believe the Earth is a globe, just like every single other day they've always thought it was. Nothing's changed to them in their mind. They believe they live on a globe that's spinning in the vacuum of space. Nothing's changed. They're doing their job exactly like the way they think they're doing it, and to further humanity and to fly around in the cosmos. That's what they're doing. They don't think anything different. They probably don't even have time to think about coming into a flat Earth chat because they're so far in. They're so invested into the globe that it doesn't even matter. I mean, you know what I mean? They're living good lives and stuff.
Underestimated the human race.
No. What you severely underestimated is the fact that people will just be like, dude, I'm living a good life. I don't need to hear flat Earth shit. I mean, I'm doing well. So who gives a shit about those guys?
They're just like you and me. They're just like you and me. You're putting them on a pedestal that they don't belong on.
I mean, it's the same pedestal that I would put me and you on.
Yeah, but you don't have to do that. You don't have to put anyone on a pedestal.
No, I'm saying it's a level plane, just like the so-called Earth, bro. Like, I'm just insinuating that there are people with free and an open mind that contemplate shit, and I'm not gonna, think about going to space without, being 99% sure that space is out there.
Have you ever kicked yourself? Like, have you ever wanted to kick yourself for not realizing something that was obvious? Like, just in your everyday life, have you ever had an instance where you're like, dang, I should have seen that? Or, have you ever had those,
you should have invested in Dogecoin, for example, whatever.
Yeah, hindsight. And in hindsight, I would have.
So, right. Okay. Yeah.
Not as big as creating a second NASA though, nothing that big, not a big oopsie like that.
Chill.
Yeah, but we're not trying to give you some sort of crazy knowledge. We're not over here trying to sell you on anything. We're just asking you to think about what you're told. Maybe these people haven't thought about it like we have. That's fine. I mean, if they come in here, that'd be great. I would love for them to come in here and have a talk with us. But we're not afraid. Okay. We're not afraid to engage in the conversation. It seems to me like most of when we have experience in this arena where we're talking about these provocative topics, where people get more emotional and act off of emotion instead of just having the conversation, right? So you can be in here, you can think whatever you want to think. You can think the Earth is a globe. Go ahead. Like, we're not trying to convince you. We're trying to have these conversations that aren't being had. And this is where the control mechanism of the lie that was originated will break down very fast.
And that's what I'm saying. I agree with you. And I've been in this space. I've been coming to this space for like over a week now. And now I'm pretty sure that we've been lied about the Earth being flat. Or I definitely don't believe that we went to the moon. Let's just put it that way. I can't say that I believe the Earth is flat. I'm not 100% sure it's round anymore. But I'm also it blows my mind the fact that if it's fucking,
you're not wrong.
If it's not round, then it is then we are being lied to. Everybody's not just fucking mistaken. This has been indoctrinated.
It's just indoctrinated,
a lie. And then if it's a lie, then it's so much deeper than the fucking flat Earth.
Yeah. Listen, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You and Jedi and everybody else could affirm that have been down this path, Yakub. You know what? Like, you might get to a point, and me and Jedi know what you're talking about, where it's gonna get like goose pimples all over your arms and your back. Like, you're gonna feel like, what the fuck? Like, you're gonna have that. If it does happen, I'm not sure if it will, but if it does happen, you'll have a moment of clarity where you're gonna want to come on here with enough vigor and like, I mean, you're gonna be like, dudes, you don't really understand the situation that's at hand here. Like,
It's way bigger than the Earth being flat.
Yeah, dude, it encumbers so many times. Like, first of all, this is okay. It's too exciting to actually tell you the scope that what it encumbers. Like, it would blow your fucking mind, like straight out your dome.
Man. So we need to start having next 24/7 flat Earth. We need to do that.
Dude, listen, I'm telling. Go ahead, Jedi. You want to say something?
I like this guy.
It's my birthday, so let me know.
No
worries. Just trying to point out that, Alpha's correct. You're having those emotions or feelings or revelations that most flat earthers have gone through. You're not wrong. It is bigger than the flat earth, but it's one of the reasons why we don't talk about the rest of it so much. Because, like Alpha's pointing out, it will blow your mind so much so that you might just fucking run away and never look at the flat earth.
Yeah, it's too much all at once. So we like to just stick to fundamentals because honestly, really, that's where everything goes back to. We can always.
Where's step 2 at? Where lead me to step 2, please.
No, listen, bro.
You need to fully. You got to embrace the step 1 first.
Yeah, I would agree with Flatsy. There's listen, Jakub. There's enough time to actually take you through, and like I would say, be patient because the answer. I sound like freaking Morpheus. Be patient, Neil, because the answers will come. Like you can't be. You can't just like go head first because what's going to happen is anything could trigger you to fall straight out again if you go that hard in. You have to just be really, very skeptical and ask some questions. Like,
bro, scroll through my fucking Twitter feed. I'm way past flat Earth.
I want to go ahead, Jedi, and then I'll go.
I mean, look, I'm trying to listen to what Alpha says because he agreed with you, and I'm trying to bite my tongue. Like I said, I like this guy. I mean, part of me wants to help him because let's be fair, it's not like I've never spoke about this before, right? It's usually where we get down to at this point. So I'm just going to ask you this question and then you can do with the answer and you can think about it and whatever. After you discover that the Earth is flat, what's the next question you ask?
Who's in charge?
Right. So there's quite a few questions that you ask, okay? Who's in charge? Why did they lie? Like the things that you're going through at the moment. My question is, what do they gain about giving us a ball that spins in space? What they get to give us is a creation story. How everything was created. This is called the Big Bang.
Boom.
Nature exploded into existence, created physical matter and the laws that govern them, and then from this physical matter, conscious life and information. So they get to give us a creation story. This brings into one of the longest lasting questions that's ever been known to man. It's called the ontological primitive. It's a true dichotomy. You've got two choices when you ask the question, how the fucking hell did the Earth get here then? On one hand, if the Earth's a ball spinning around in space that came from the Big Bang, then nature created itself. On the other hand, we know that to make a clock, you need a clockmaker. To make a building, you need a builder. To make a painting, you need a painter. To make a creation, you need a creator. To have a creation, you need intelligence. You need information. Some people call that intelligence and information God. So one of the reasons that I would say to you is when you get to the understanding that the Earth is flat, ask the next question. Well, how the fuck did that get here then? Because all my life I've been told it was a ball and it came from the Big Bang. It's not a ball. So how the fuck did it get here then? Why am I here to ask that question?
It's philosophically a lot deeper than you could imagine. And also, even thinking about like the other avenues that can spring from this, but the reasons why me, Jedi, and Flatsy you don't usually hear us talking about these topics is because this is for a conversation that's not meant usually for a panel like what we have right now. This is like getting people acclimated with the fact that they don't know their own reality. And the only way for us to get them to question that is to challenge them. So if we were to have those conversations, Yakub, it would be so far past anybody that was in here just listening. They would have, glossy eyed. They would be listening like, I don't know what are they talking about? Like it'd be too much. Right. So we can't do that. So for the sake of that, we're sticking to this and getting them to realize like the laws of logic, logical fallacies, getting them to realize how we communicate, how we understand the nature of our reality is real, how we can understand we know things. Like it is so hard because these days, I'm going to tell you this, these days, people just believe that everything is malleable. Your truth is your truth. My truth is my truth. You can believe in a globe. I can believe in flat earth. They can believe in concave. We all can believe whatever we want because nobody knows any truth, because really all life is just everybody's just in a dream. We're just a brain in a jar. Like you can only know something 99% of the time. Like you can't really know anything to be 100% true. Dude, it's so twisted the way they got people's heads like their brain spaghetti that nobody can ever focus on what's really true. That their God-given senses are able to discern what reality is because they've been taken off the beaten path of how to think logically, because now they're replacing that with this weird philosophy that we can't know anything to be true. It's called solipsism. And they think that is reality. So we have a clashing of what's real and what's not in this whole understanding of what flat earth is. So it's us getting people acclimated with it, because think about it like this. Flat earth isn't presenting some real niche, crazy idea that's on the internet and nobody knows. It's not even that. We're only telling people, dudes, this whole time, the earth has been flat. It is nothing but flat. You guys have been deceived to thinking that the thing that you think is a globe has never been a globe. We're just pointing to the fact that reality has only been demonstrating that it's a flat and stationary plane. That's all we're doing. We're just waking you up to the fact that you're already seeing it, but your mind has been twisted so far back that you can't even understand reality. And then that's why we have the cognitive dissonance when people come in here. They're just reeling. They're like, dude, but science. And you're like,
it looks flat, but it's not actually.
Oh yeah.
You don't see the curvature. It's over yonder somewhere where you can't see it. We're spinning, but you can't detect it or measure it.
Let me ask you a quick question, right? If you guys went much deeper than what you're actually doing on this panel, do you think you would be censored for it?
I don't know, man, but all I know is you'd probably run out of your house and probably plug your ears and go la 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 la. I don't want to hear this anymore.
I don't think so, man. We all kind of dig for this our whole life, don't we?
Yes, I would say everybody does. Everybody wants to know the truth, but they're too afraid to peek behind the curtain because they know when they peek behind that curtain what's going to be behind there, and that's the truth, buddy. And everybody's scared of it. They know that what's back there.
I do want to say something because Yakub is so new to the subject. You may think that you've been in here for a week and that's a long time, but I want to say one thing to you. Sometimes for me, I'm going to just tell you from it's just my own experience. I need to sit on some information for a little bit. It may take a week. It may take a month. It doesn't matter. Sometimes you just have to sit on some information first before you move on to the next. Like, you don't want to overwhelm yourself because then you'll just turn away and you'll be like, that's just too much. I don't want to even talk about it or deal with it. And we don't want that. We want people to, that's why we stick to the server topic or the space topic, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I'm used to Discord, sorry.
Yep.
So it's really important to sit on some information first. Let it sit well with you before you move on, because people aren't just wired to take on a bunch of information all at once and understand it on a dime. So we're not asking you to do that, and I would never want to rush you in whatever path journey that you're on.
I know you wouldn't want to rush me, that's for sure.
Yeah, I want to take you. You need to take a step by step process, because it's always going to be the case that hindsight is 20/20. Okay.
You know why? Let me tell you. I'm going to give you a good example. We just had just an example just a while ago, and you were here to hear him. You know that guy that's a concaver?
Yeah.
The reason why he's a concaver, the true reason why, is because he was like the way you were, wanting to know more all at once, just hurry up and get it over with. And it was like a flash in the pan for him when he was a flat earther. It happened so quick and so fast that he was like, yeah, so what, flat earth? Well, concave, ooh, what's that? Because concave gave him those explanations that he wanted, because he couldn't solve a lot of those problems. What is the sun? What is the cosmos? What is that? And concave was like, buddy, I got you. Don't worry about it. I got explanations for everything. And so he was mystified by what concave had to offer, so he quickly made that switch. You see, we don't have that.
Though. That's not what...
Right. But I'm telling you him, right? So I'm talking about like his perspective. So him and the ones who do follow after concave, they were in the frame of mind. They were trying to like figure what flat earth what was saying. But like when we say things like, oh, what's the sun? How does it work? Like all that stuff. And we're saying, we don't know. We just see them like lights in the sky, and it appears to be like what we all see. Everybody can see what it is, right? We feel energy from the sun and harness that energy, things that are applicable. But as far as like what forces guide them, that's something far beyond anybody's like explanations. But when somebody gives you those explanations, what happens is people are mystified by those. They're like, dude, you didn't say what it was, but this guy with the concave earth gave me the explanation. So I like it. So here I go with them, because you flat earthers are not telling me what's what. They are. So that's important, right? I'm thinking that's the reason why we don't like doing a lot of like giving you all the information at once, because just like the concave guys, they're a flash in a pan. We asked them when they come in here, hey, what made you, like CB was asking him earlier, what made you become, a concaver? Well, he's like, well, he didn't really understand flat earth at all. When you actually listen to him, he was in there for a little bit. That. Yeah. And he dipped, dude. It's like, well, you didn't understand any of the arguments. You didn't understand the laws of logic. You didn't really apply yourself, it seems. And then you just switched over to concave. Like, I get it. I know why, because they gave you explanations and you were mystified by them. Just like he sounds like a glober, bro. Like
he wasn't able to detail any of his so-called evidence. He couldn't detail it to us. If it was the truth, he would know it and he would be able to stand on it. You get what I'm saying? The problem here, there's a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems.
Is that me losing reception?
Rushing.
Yes. Can you hear Flatsy?
Yeah. Hey, listen, my whole thing isn't about the shape of the earth, man. My whole thing is understanding what's going on so I can have foresight. I want to know how my kids' life is going to be. I want to know what the world is the world going to be a giant communist one world government by the time my kids are 20 years old?
Well,
that's what I'm concerned about.
Can you hear me, Yakub?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, the one world religion is the globe Earth. That's if you already know about the one world anything, you know that there's supposed to be a one world religion. That's already in place. It's the globe.
Science, right? It's science.
Well, it's
scientism.
Yeah, scientism, not science. Let's make a distinction. We're not talking. We're not talking about applied science, which is actually what's real and true. We're talking about
hijack science.
Yeah, we're talking about pseudoscience or scientism, which is masquerading around as science. So that's not science.
Yeah, the best way to cover up truth is to act like you are the truth, masquerading around as it.
The trust me science.
Exactly. Absolutely. 100%.
Always have a different you have to be able to differentiate between the two, because we were called when this first came out on the internet as science deniers. That's what they were saying about flat earth. You guys are science deniers. And what it turns out today, it's the other way around. They are denying science. When we talk about gas pressure, they deny gas pressure. Did you hear the chap that was in here earlier? His name was Chip. He was denying the fact that he read the definition for gas pressure, and it's physics, dude. He denied it straight out. He's like, that's not good enough. It's lacking. I was like, really? What is it lacking? Can you tell me what? And I held him to it. I didn't let him go. And we all realized that he didn't have that extra definition to how you can expand on the definition for gas pressure to say that it's not what the definition stated. So clearly he was the liar in this chat. So do you get what I'm saying?
He also didn't have an experiment to prove it, which would be the foundation of what science is, right? Hypothesis and experiment. Yet he's denying science. It's not us.
Yep.
Yeah, but we always get these people that come in here, they're so confident when they're so wrong. So they're so confident in such a wrong idea that they tell us, they project to us that we're the one that's shutting down the conversation, that we don't want the truth, that we just mute people. I mean, if you're in here as long as you have been, even a week, you realize that what they're saying isn't true.
All right, we got some people on the panel that just come up. We got Trace that joined us. We also have somebody that wanted to request to speak. Perhaps we can.
Right. Trace is the one who's been.
Okay.
Yeah, that's next.
Go ahead, Trace.
Your arm's falling off. Sorry.
Hey, y'all. Nice to meet ya. I do believe in flat Earth, just as of fairly recent, and I am one of yours that you're gonna say, go slow. I need to know where to start. I know that that's why they took those guide stones down, because of the North Star. I know that's why. I just do. Am I right?
We usually start off with a different way to actually talk about this. So, introducing people to the discussion the way we do. We don't go so far into like I don't know, maybe speculations about what guide stones are why they took them down,
motives.
Yeah, so we want to stick to just base reasoning, right? So what was your reasoning for understanding that the Earth is flat and stationary, Trace?
My reasoning, I've been watching the sky, and it seems off. And then I started doing a little bit of research. Then I think I might be following you, but I can't see anybody's icons right now.
Yeah.
It's just all I got's the bubbles.
Yeah, I'm AV. I'm Alpha Veritas. I'm the host of the space right now.
I think but you do go by the flat earther, right?
No. Well, yeah, I'm a flat earther, but I'm saying I don't. Yeah, I'm Alpha Veritas. My handle's at AV_overdrive. So.
Okay, well, I'm gonna look to see that I make sure that I am following you.
Okay.
I think I do follow somebody that is the flat earther, and I've picked up information from there.
I would say, Trace, we're a bit different than most of the other groups that you've probably been in, because there's a lot of flat Earth groups that are out there, and I would say, and I hate to toot my own horn or our group's own horn, but we are the best of like flat Earth. And I'm sorry that I'm saying it this way.
Intelligent. That's why I stayed. I couldn't get. I came and left. When it came in anonymously, and the icons would still not come up. So I just said, "Oh well, heck with it. I'll just try." So here I am.
Well, thank you.
I like this group.
Yeah, I do. But at the same time that we say that we like to engage with people, that every individual that comes in here is a different person, so we interact with them very differently than the last person. So we'd say that we want for people to understand flat Earth in a very how can I say this? Like
coherent.
It's not. Yeah, it's coherent, but it's not as like the esoteric side of things. We're not going to talk woo-woo things with you like, oh, did you know that the moon has a map of the Earth, and that there's more lands out there, the outer pond theory, and we're not doing any of that, because people have already been distracted by what the Earth is as a globe, that they don't know what reality is. So we're trying to get them to focus on what is already out there. So we want to start with the reasoning, just really base, really simple. I don't know if Jedi wants to run you through a crash course of what we say when we talk about flat Earth. That way you can kind of understand. I don't know, Jedi, if you want to.
What we say when we talk about flat Earth, I guess, very simply, because Alpha's talking about, the reality in which we observe. We observe and we measure and we practically use the Earth with regards to things like aviation, navigation, cartography as a horizontal, stationary plane. We observe it, we measure it, and that's how we use it, as flat and stationary. That's literally the end of the conversation, or should be. We'd obviously go into what we see with regards to the observations, what we measure and how we measure with regards to the surface of the Earth, and then how we use that surface of the Earth. So we can expound on any of those 3 points, but those are the 3 main points. Can be addressed in another way. They tell us 3 physical things. The Earth is a ball, denoting curvature on the surface. This ball spins, denoting movement. And this ball that spins does this in a vacuum of space, which denotes an environment. 3 physical claims upon which they tell us. So you can look at it either way, but we say it's flat because it's observed, measured, and used as such.
Yeah, those are really good points because you're dealing with what we can know and empirically prove. So if we're only visually seeing the Earth as a flat and stationary plane that we experience gas pressure, so our experience has to come into play here. These are fundamental claims that they go against with the globe. So it's so good always to get down to the fundamentals of everything. So we don't go off into woo woo land or what you can speculate about. We want to just hit the fundamentals. That's why I laid out the laws of logic and all of that would be detailing fundamentals. So it's so good to go back to the source information of everything. We have a guy that he is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord owner admin, Indio. He's a genius in his own right because he can recall information at its source on a dime, no matter like you can be anyone asking him about any subject, and I guarantee you're gonna be able to understand that he has an eidetic what is it called, an eidetic memory. Yeah, so
Yep.
he's able to recall information at any point at any given time and give you the source of the information, not just like what they say on the fringe or whatever. He goes to the source, he understands the source, and that's the way that we should all like strive to be. So you get source information. He gives us a very good position if you're gonna like look at someone on the flat earth side. We all mimic that sentiment that he has. So that's why we tell you that not to toot our own horns, that this group of flat earthers, 24/7 flat earthers, are on the cutting edge because we understand the source information and also how to attack a topic at its fundamental level and not all these other derivative topics. You don't have to argue derivative topics till the cows come home if you can just get to the source of the information and the fundamentals.
Trace, if you're there, what do you think about what we're saying? I mean,
I
kind
think
of.
I'll dig into the fundamentals and do just what she said. You guys know what you're talking about. I don't. I'm so early in this. Yeah, I'm very dumb about it.
Well, no,
Just
no. I would say you're dumb about. Don't say that. You
Stupid.
don't have to
okay,
condemn yourself.
naive to it.
You don't have to
Naive to
condemn
it.
yourself. Please don't. I don't want you to condemn yourself. Actually, I like the approach that you're taking. It means you're honest. But I want to also not let you condemn yourself. If you have this drive, then let that be your drive. I love it.
Yeah, this is my drive. Now that I have become, I guess, awake with everyone else that's awake, the small percentage that we are, it's all coming to me. Too many holes at once. This one's been on my mind, though, for quite a while, and I thought, okay, I think it's time. So I will start, like you said, in the beginning with the fundamentals, and I will go from there. And I'll keep listening to you guys. You know, that's what I can do.
Yeah, we do appreciate the support, Trace.
Appreciate it.
And, yeah, we do. And I'll just make a quick plug before we get to the ending of our space here. But guys, if you like what you've been hearing so far, 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 26, we're doing a continuing series on X. And of course, we're bringing the goods when it comes to like having the conversations of taking it back to the fundamentals. So if you like what you hear, I'll give you the shout outs to the team. Myself, Alpha Veritas, I'm the host of the space. Flatsy Klein, the co-host right now. Give her a follow, please. Jedi, give him a follow. Creation Bear, give him a follow. Superfly, give him a follow. He's our resident pilot, and he's flown above 30,000 feet, a little bit above it. So we can say that he understands aviation. Definitely been doing it for a while. Mick B, who's down there at the listening panel. I'm gonna look
can't see the listening panel, guys. It won't show it to me.
Well, we got a few people for whoever's listening right now. I'm gonna see if we got any more. Aaron, I think that's Helioskeptic. You want to shoot him a follow. And Dad 68. Shoot Dad 68 a follow, please. That he's also 24/7.
I would say also shoot Yakub a follow because you're going to be able to witness his journey because he's so fresh into
don't
it.
follow me. It's way worse than 24/7.
No, we're going to be able to see the progression of your growth.
Yeah, and you're ahead of me, so I can be behind you. Yeah, I could follow you a little bit because you put other stuff out there too. So
I'm about 3 posts and getting banned. Don't do it.
All right, so definitely thank you guys for like joining us on the space, but we're getting about to the end of the space, so we'll probably be wrapping it up here shortly. I think everybody's feeling it too. So
thank you very much.
Peter out.
I'll be back.
Definitely. I do appreciate everybody joining us. Like I said, shoot us a follow. We're growing. We're becoming more prolific as our time in on spaces. I'm about hitting close to 500 followers, so that's going to be great. I'm trying to get to 1,000 followers, and we're going to be doing bigger spaces. Hopefully, bringing you better content, more conversations, more knockdown slug fights that we do. The way it goes. It's the nature of the beast, man. It happens. We do what it does, but
Wait, real quick, Mickey.
Yeah, go ahead.
While you're still plugging, can everyone just go repost this stream right now? Like that's super easy. Click on Alpha Veritas thing and repost the second button over. Repost it. There's only 8 people that have done that so far. Something small we can do to bump it up on the algo. Back to you.
I sure do appreciate that, CB. Yeah, I forgot to say that, but yeah, definitely. Every repost that gets put up gets eyeballs on the content, and people will be listening to this this space, so they'll be able to like follow us as well. So yeah, I do appreciate everybody that's already looked at us already with the follow. So definitely appreciate everybody. We're trying to get that good content out so that you guys can come in here and find out for yourselves that the globe does not have an answer for anything. So I want to make that very clear to you, that it doesn't matter if a professor comes in here, an astrophysicist comes in here, it doesn't matter who it is, you're going to find out how little they actually know about the Earth being a globe. Hopefully we can demonstrate that to you.
I think my globe that I had when I was young, on the bottom, it lit up and it said for entertainment purposes only on the bottom of the globe.
Yeah, I think so.
You don't remember that.
So there you go. They told us.
Well, not for
educational. Are you wrapping us up? It's so sad that we
not for educational purposes.
You're right. I'm sorry. I did phrase that wrong. Not for educational purposes. Are you kidding? It was right there. They printed it on the globe. Duh.
All right, how about this? We'll see if anybody else from the panel or the listening panel, I would say, wants to come up and have a conversation with us shortly before we make our exit. That way you guys can get to know us a little bit better, like each one of us, and ask us. Maybe you have a question for CB or Jedi or myself or Flatsy, or maybe you like what you've heard for the space. I don't know. But if you do want to come up, just raise your hand, request to speak, and we'll bring you up. Don't worry, Jedi won't bite you.
Jedi.
It won't bite your head off.
Jedi's probably the sweetest person ever. But if you make him mad, it's like righteous indignation. It's so warranted. So
Yeah, because he was being gracious. Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
always
he trampled all over it.
Yeah, I always wonder why people have their conclusions about him. It's so funny.
Because he's from England and he sounds proper.
It's because Nathan Oakley gave you a bad name because he's so not cordial.
That's what it is. Fucking Nathan Oakley.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Nathan Oakley. He just has a way about him that's just it's like nails on a chalkboard sometimes.
Not for me, bruh. That shit is popcorn.
I'm glad you think so. I thought it was so funny that someone said that he was pleasant. It was universal. He said that Nathan Oakley is actually pleasant, and I repeated that sentence back to the panel, and I couldn't help it. I laughed so hard. It's just not true.
I think he's ace.
Oh, actually, I have to say he is ace. I get to talk to him in the back channels, and I understand him a little bit better. He's just not like that in his everyday life, like being on, online and having to deal with trolls, having a
crash out on a globe head.
Yeah, like he's
sometimes you
actually
gotta put it into an extra gear.
Yeah,
that you had.
2022, Nathan Oakley was ace. If you know that inside joke. So,
No, I don't.
Yeah, because you're not up to date on the flat Earth debate.
Damn, I'm getting cooked right now.
You're so getting cooked.
He actually is a good guy. Like he just has he doesn't have a good, like, I don't know, maybe his.
You need to get PR team. Try to get over there.
No, I would say
there.
that maybe it's because of the location and the way that they speak about things in Jedi's location is a lot different than what we do here in America. So it doesn't translate very well. So what you think is nasty, they think is normal.
Yeah.
I mean,
I have to think about that one for a little bit. Yeah. Does you guys want to say anything final, like Flatsy or Jedi or CB, or make a plug or anything before we close out the space?
I would like to plug Quantum Eraser and his. He is going live tomorrow at.
Oh, he's going live? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's going live tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central Time. And I won't be there, so Booger won't be shouting out the super chats. And you're missing out because it's super cute. Super chat, super cute. Yeah. Anyways, you should pay attention to Quantum Eraser and his YouTube channel. He's got a lot of information. You have to weed through like his vernacular sometimes, which is fine. Everybody has their way of, being a human being. Everybody's different, so you have to be able to embrace that, and that's fine. Most people can't seem to understand that, that there's different people out there. They're not you. So, anyways, his vernacular can be a little bit pressing sometimes, but he's got a lot of information, a wealth of information on his channel. You can learn all the arguments for flat Earth. You can go to his website, theglobeterminator.com, and learn all of the flat Earth talking points and arguments, and also learn the scientific proofs of a creator. You can learn a lot of stuff over there. You just have to apply it.
Hey, Flatsy, when can we get Booger to read the super chats?
he does try to read them through me a lot of the times. I'm just
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah, I'm just taking over and talking over him because he reads well, but he's a 5-year-old. So he's not reading the super chats like fast like I can.
So like 2025, you think we can get him to read the super chat?
Absolutely.
Like, or no?
Absolutely.
2026?
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be able to do it.
All right, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, but I have to be careful because we're on Discord and he's not allowed to be a member of Discord. So I have to be very careful.
Right.
So him just
Imagine-
shouting super chat is fine.
Imagine him reading out like, "Hey, Globe Dart That would be so funny. Yo.
Hey, I don't necessarily teach him that way. I'm not teaching him to be rude. And I'm also not teaching him I'm teaching him about all the things. Not flat earth necessarily, just, what the globe earth claims are, but what reality is.
I'm already thinking about the chat now. Like if Booger was reading the chats, people would send in chats purposefully and have him read some crazy stuff, dude.
Yeah, but you
We'd
know,
have to filter him
talking
out. We'd have
about
to filter him
Booger,
out.
focusing any type of on Booger, especially with this subject, could be detrimental to my actual home life. So I have to be careful.
Yeah, maybe you're right. The super chat thing is iconic though. I'm glad you guys see that.
All right. We hit that magic hour, so I guess that'll be it for us. And
all right, W's in the chat. Hell yeah.
Yeah, appreciate everybody for joining us once again. Yeah, just shoot us a follow. We'll increase our following and have better content to bring you when we do another space 24/7 Flat Earth episode number 27 in this continuing series, bringing it to you live. Now we do it. That'll be it for us, guys. Talk to you later, guys.
And we can still see too far. So, like, even in the evening when the temperatures cool down, when the sun is set, the horizon's pink, we can still see the base of these oil rigs and the horizon line. That's the important part, the freaking vanishing line to the horizon, well beyond that, at the same place. We can see lights reflecting off the surface of the water up to your eye, because if the camera optic is going to be above the water surface, right? It's going to be above, in some cases, 3 feet or 8 feet, depending on the observations that we produce. The surface of the water in that far distance, if you're seeing like green light from the oil rig flashing down onto the water, it's reflecting up at your freaking eyeball over the curvature of the horizon. The law of reflection, in this case, not refraction, is what's debunking Earth curvature. We call that the ice swan image. Yeah. Crazy, dude.
No, I mean, I don't know. I believe in a globe. I think it makes sense.
Well, let me just. That's cool. Yeah, I just wanted to summarize. If refraction is the reason that we see too far on the globe, like way too far, right? So we pull out infrared to get rid of all the refraction. We should see the true geometric edge of the sphere. We pull out infrared and we see twice as far, not half as far, twice. It gets even further away. Disproving that the reason we see too far is due to refraction.
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it's always due to refraction. I was mentioning specific atmospheric conditions that don't always occur, but also I mean, like, in terms of seeing too far, quote, like, I mean, I've seen some of the evidence. Like, people will say, okay, well, we have, like, at this height. I mean, I would really love to see, I guess, I don't know, like, when I see an image and there's just like text on the image and it's like, oh, it's like this far away. It's like, Where is the experimental setup? I want to see. Not only do I want that photo, I want a photo of the camera that in the tripod that camera is on. I want a photo of like the height. I want a photo of like I want the coordinates to know where they are, to know actually how high it is, because I feel like the numbers.
Me too, Baltimore. That's what I wanted to know when I first went into this, and I first saw the black swan image. Right? I'm like, okay, where the hell was this numpty? What time of day, what time of year was it? Where was he looking at? He provided a lot of, like in the black swan image, the guy provided a lot of this information starting off in the video. But I went to Google, I went to the internet, I looked at NOAA data to confirm the weather information from the buoys that were floating in the ocean and stuff. I mean, there was only like half a degree Celsius of difference between the water temperature and the air above it. Like, I'm trying to find all these cases to suggest that there should be a lot of like bouncing, refracting light waves that would make the surface of the water appear flat. So let me pose this to you real quick, okay? So if there's terrestrial refraction or some kind of refraction, what's happening is, and what the claim is from Globers, is that every single ray of light hitting your eye, all trillions and trillions of these, are bending at different rates over the scene of the terrain that you're looking at in order to conspire to produce a flat image instead of the true globe image. Is that freaking crazy or what? That's what Globers are saying, that every single ray of light, independently, all trillions of them from left to right, from all around, from every point along the surface, from your feet out to the horizon, is bending not at one rate, but at different rates, and those rates are conspiring to produce a flat image. That's a tall order to freaking, like, are you serious? You're okay. Prove it. Prove it, bro.
I mean, I'm not saying
razor.
I'm not saying, I don't think refraction, like I said, is only under specific conditions, and I don't think it's like the ultimate reason. I mean, I think that it's, well, the reason, what I would say why it appears flat is just that the curvature is imperceptible. It's too gradual.
Oh, so the argument is curvature is there, but it's too small to notice.
Yeah,
so it may as well be flat. Like, it may as well be flat, and you can't tell if it's curved. Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, no, I mean, the reason why I think it's curved is just because of, the general, I mean, in terms of, like, I think that there's more explanatory data, explanatory evidence, there's more explanatory power in, the whole model that constitutes, like, the, astronomy as a field. Like, so, for example, like, why would the Earth be a sphere? Well, because...
Okay, let's pause. So philosophically, you're telling me that the force of an explanation determines the truth value.
No, I mean, if there was like,
No, right. Well, you told me that. Like, a good fucking con artist is going to have a great forceful explanation to try and assert truth value.
Sure, yeah, and you have to experimentally verify it. I mean, I happen to believe that we went to the moon, for example. I happen to believe the moon is also a sphere. The sun is a sphere.
It may be a sphere too on flat Earth. Okay.
Everything's a sphere, right? I mean, there's a reason. Yeah, I mean, everything out in space is essentially a sphere.
Well, Earth isn't in space, though. Space is above Earth.
Okay. I don't know, man. I just like when things start gravitationally attracting and accreting, and it's spherically symmetric.
Gravitationally attracting some mass attracting mass now.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you determine that?
I definitely believe in gravity, man.
So, like a sideways attraction of stuff. Like, I have two salt shakers on the counter, and they're mutually attracted to each other. Awesome.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Nope. Prove it.
Well, that's obviously a very small attraction. The gravitational constant is very small, but I mean, the tides prove that, and you can measure that the moon has a gravitational attraction, for example.
No, actually, I mean, we've got not only evidence, but a statement from NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Aeronautic or whatever administration. Yeah, I mean, they've come out and said no, like, the moon does not determine tides on the Earth.
What do you mean, bro?
It's position. There's a coincidental relationship, but it's not precise. There are some places on Earth where the tide happens 3 times a day.
Okay. Well, yeah, but I'm talking about like, no.
Not
There
twice.
were more,
or once.
There were more. Okay. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, there are. I'm pretty sure there are. I'm pretty sure I've seen someone with like a scale go to during like a like a is it like a spring tide or something where if you're like in the right location on the Earth, you'll actually weigh a little less. If you have like a precision.
Yeah, gravity's not uniform either. Not only from different elements, but at different latitudes.
I mean, yeah, it's an average. I mean, there's like difference in densities in different places.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. It doesn't quite fit. Nothing ever quite fit the globe. And things break down even further the more you look at it.
But what I'm saying is like, I think that I'm not the whole model of astronomy and physics and such. I think it has explanatory power in and of itself.
I concede to that. It is very well developed.
Yeah, and what I mean by that is like, so you have gravity, and I mean, I don't know if you doubt this, but like you have gravity, and gravity is a fantastic explanation for why all of the celestial bodies are spherical, because a sphere minimizes potential. It's the least energy configuration, because if you have something that
it's equidistant.
Yeah. So it just follows from the basic like principles of physics that like matter out in space, when if it gravitationally attracts, it attracts and compacts into a sphere.
Right. So the problem here is like if that exists, then gravity must be pulling radially inward.
Yeah.
To a barycenter of Earth.
Yeah.
So not only is Earth's barycenter not determined precisely because of different gravitational effects, right? You've got like the sun, moon, Earth barycenter, the moon, Earth barycenter, the sun, Earth barycenter.
Yeah.
They're all different barycenters.
Yeah.
Like the moon Earth barycenter is probably like considered the strongest. And the moon Earth barycenter is like maybe a 1/3 down from the surface of Earth, presumably on the ball. Mm-hmm. And it's always moving around. And we don't have nobody's ever measured that. It means the radial vector of gravity is such that the radial lines of gravity, the down vector, is pulling towards some center that's not only moving, but is radial, that is curving. And nobody's ever measured that either.
Well, I mean, are we just talking? I mean, so I feel like people have. I would have imagined people have measured that, right? I feel like that's definitely something that people have measured.
Yeah, we see satellites do gravimetric readings of Earth, but nobody's been able to produce a rotational vector of any satellite in orbit around Earth.
Well, how does Starlink work? Like they have that shit down pat, man.
I don't know. The day they show me a rotational vector in their orbit might be the day that I give up flat Earth, because I've never seen it and it's never been used. In fact, they produce one mathematically because it's not there.
Mm.
Yeah, when they go from
what do you want, like just an arrow and like of course it's mathematical. What do you mean?
Well, no. So here's the thing: like if Starlink is orbiting Earth in an orbital period of every 90 minutes or so, right? It means it has to be doing a 360-degree rotation every 90 minutes to maintain a down vector with the gravitational vector of Earth. So there should be a rotation associated with Starlink. At the gimbal, there should be an attitude adjustment.
Yeah, I don't know.
And the signal phase itself. This quality of the signal should produce a rotation in its measurement, not just a normal Doppler effect, but we should be able to see a rotation. So it should be curvilinear, it should be even maybe logarithmic. And nobody ever detects this crap. It's just a straight line all the way to the horizon.
I don't know. Like, I mean, it's kind of like. I mean, I don't. There's like all sorts of stuff that you can put into that. I guess I don't know. Like, I think that makes sense why the horizon looks flat. It, I would expect it to, given how big the Earth is. Like, I grant what you're saying about, like the barycenters and all that, and that's true. All of it's true. I mean, like, there are so many other tests for gravity, though. Like, I mean, you can imagine, like when they, what's the dude's name? Eddington goes to Africa, and
Oh
there's
gosh, I've been posting all day about this. Eddington,
yeah.
He threw out 33 of 43 observations he took, the photographic plates, because they didn't conform to Einstein's predictions. And he selected stars that he thought would produce what is predicted by Einstein. So you got selection bias and cherry picking. The guy's a fraud, dude, and he's a Quaker.
What's wrong with the Quakers? What's wrong with the Quakers? Wait, bro, click up.
Nothing wrong, man. Quakers are great. You want them in court because they're honest. But Arthur Eddington engaged in scientific fraud in his 1919 eclipse observations.
No
Absolutely.
way, man. No, I don't know. I don't know if I don't know why he would throw out I don't know. I think there might be a different explanation for that, given just I don't know,
the bias. He was so excited about Einstein's relativity. He wanted everything to prove it.
But we need relativity to make sure the clocks synchronize on Earth and with the satellites, and we use this and it's used in GPS, and it's everything works on the basis of.
No, we don't. I just wait for the sun directly be above my head. I set it for 12 o'clock. That's it.
You want to talk about GPS? I love GPS. We were talking about satellites earlier. GPS uses an ECEF reference frame, which doesn't have a rotational vector.
Oh man, I don't know.
I was talking about. It's a flat Cartesian plane.
I mean, you can make certain approximations, and you can prove that the approximations are within a certain tolerable range.
Right. They use what's called quaternions in mathematics to do rotations of presumed Euler angles around the Earth to conform to Keplerian orbital elements for ECEF.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it's all mathematically induced, and this is done in order to produce the latitude-longitude spherical gradical coordinate system to give you a globe Earth on your receiver, so you think you live on a ball.
Well, yeah, but again, it makes sense why they would do that. I mean, first of all, I think they're in space, and they. I don't know. I don't want to reduce this to but do you think that what the people who are space tourists to watch a video, they're looking at the Earth, whatever, you think the live feed from the ISS, it's all fake,
yeah.
You think that what do you think about Elon Musk?
Okay, here's what I think. Okay, so Elon Musk only holds a secret clearance by his admission. Everything I'm going to say from here on is public knowledge, okay? So Elon Musk has a secret clearance. And we know SpaceX, as a company, has a facility clearance that is above secret. It's actually top secret with SAP and SCI, and probably beyond that. So somebody in SpaceX has to have decision-making authority in order to mitigate foci concerns, foreign ownership, control of information, foci concerns of the company. Somebody in SpaceX, not Elon Musk, must be able to make independent decisions of the company that oversees these government contracts with these high-end freaking clearances. Who is that? I'll tell you who it is. There's a couple. It's Gwen Shotwell and freaking Robert Shotwell, a husband and wife power couple. One of them is, I think, the chief operations officer of SpaceX, who holds the highest clearances. The dude is a JPL employee, and his wife is the facility clearance officer of the company, who's responsible for managing all the cleared programs. Both of those people, their job duties basically require them to sanitize classified information about SpaceX and lie to Elon Musk. In order for them to have cleared government contracts.
Okay.
Yeah, the Shotwells.
I mean, that's okay. So, but you think that
Elon Musk doesn't know anything, dude.
But do you think that when the rocket goes up, it just kind of where does it go?
I don't know.
What about ballistic missiles like ICBMs?
Yeah, those are cool. I think they prove flat Earth too.
You're saying they don't go above the firmament?
No, I don't believe in any firmament. No, none of that. Yeah, sorry. Wrong saloon. Go find David Weiss's channel.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just assumed. Okay. Well, how do ICBMs prove flat Earth? I'd be interested.
They use a Cartesian reference grid in order to determine location and where they're going to land. So, yeah, the XY plane beneath them is flat.
Yeah, it makes sense.
They find parabolic arcs over that plane in the Z direction. I mean, you could say X and Z and then use Y for the vertical. Doesn't matter.
What do you think the best flat Earth model is? Like,
I don't know. I use reality. So I use reality as a benchmark, not a model as a benchmark.
What? Like, you need models, man. There's nothing wrong with a model either. Like,
no, but just know that models are not the benchmark for truth. Reality is. You benchmark a model to reality, not the other way around. People come in all the time asking us for a model. It's like, okay, I don't have one. I'm using reality. Reality is the ultimate truth. Nature is the true reference. Water at rest is level.
okay. Man. It just, I mean, if we go to Mars or whatever, right? Are you gonna think that that's all a lie? It's all just staged.
Dude, they show us like 8K live streaming from Mars in infrared, and I don't see any curvature. They got these gigapan images of the Martian horizon going out forever, right? Well, Mars is like Mars is like supposedly 1/3 the size of Earth. So the curvature drop should be about 3 times as drastic as Earth. Nobody sees that.
Do you have
an infrared?
Well, because it's still huge, bro.
Oh, okay. So we say 8 inches per mile squared on Earth. What do you think 1/3 of that is?
I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, it still is going to look like the horizon is flat.
It'd be like 24 inches per mile squared.
Okay, but it's still going to look like the horizon is flat.
Okay.
Have you tried Have you tried looking through a telescope?
What, looking up away from the Earth to determine Earth curvature? Yeah, that's smart.
Well, no, but you were talking about Mars, right?
Okay.
But I might have misunderstood. Was your point that there's like no video of like Mars being round?
Yeah, so I was saying like they've got all these rovers on Mars with infrared imagery to look through the haze and look through the atmospheric effects of Mars. We got gigapan images in freaking 8K or something. Better than 4K. And nobody's seeing drop over distance. And the drop over distance on Mars should be way more dramatic than Earth because of Mars's like much smaller size. I think that's curious. I haven't looked into that much. I'm just throwing that out there as something funny to think about.
Well, have you looked at Mars through a telescope is my question.
Wait, I came into this conversation a little late. Is he saying he has a much smaller size than other men? Or I missed a bit.
I was just trying to ask, like, you're saying Mars, we haven't established that Mars is round because we don't have like video evidence from the rover, but like, couldn't you just look at it through a telescope?
Yeah, you can. I don't think anything's landed on there. I don't think there's any land on Mars to put anything on.
But if you look at it through a telescope and it's a ball, then I don't know, does that inform your perspective at all?
No, because I think space is above Earth. And Earth isn't a planet, and the planets are something else.
The
I think Earth is a flat plane, and space is above Earth.
So are
not below Earth or around Earth, but above Earth.
But that's an assumption, right? You're assuming that it could not be the same. No,
it's a logical deduction. I don't have any reason to think Earth is a ball to begin with. I've never seen curvature or felt it spin. So I see space above Earth. So I think things above Earth are in space, and whatever's happening up there happens up there.
Well, I think my argument would be that if you're looking up, you can see that there's a large body that's a sphere in the sky. That could be a reference for like what we can.
Yeah, Mars might be spherical. Cool.
Right, but couldn't that inform our understanding of like the large body that we're on?
No, because our large body has absolutely no curvature measurements and no rotation. There's no rotational vector that can be measured on Earth, about Earth, or for Earth. Not in any satellites, not in any inertial navigation systems, nothing.
I mean, bro, how do you explain the seasons?
The sun moves from 23 degrees north latitude to 23 degrees south latitude and focuses its energy on different parts of the land below it.
Why does the sun move?
I don't know.
See, now this is what I mean by
what's gravity? What's relativity? Nobody freaking knows. Nobody knows either paradigm, so we're at a stalemate.
That's fairly well known. I mean,
I have a question. I have a question, guys. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay, so let's say the Earth is flat. So if the Earth is flat, and I see, for example, a ship that's like sailing towards the sea, and let's say that I have like a telescope so I can see the ship like all the way through. So I'm looking at the ship, and then I mean by natural observations, I'll see the ship. The ship will just be gone at some point. Like it's just gonna disappear. Like if I say I have like a really good telescope and I look out at the ship, and at some point it's going to disappear. Now, if the Earth was flat, it should have never disappeared because if I have like a telescope that's good enough, I should have seen the ship all the way. So where would you stick to that?
So what we want you to do: grab your telescope, put it to the side for a minute, watch the ship disappear, then grab your telescope. And look at
but then like if I mean you're telling, so if you have just like telescopes of increasing size, right, or something, you're saying I mean if increasing power, right, I mean it's still going to be gone eventually, like no matter how powerful the telescope is.
I mean, if the Earth is like round, so because of its curved, when the ship sails, it disappears, and that's what we see. But if it was flat, then I mean, it would have made sense that I would just see the ship infinitely. Because
here's where my head is. Okay, I got you.
These ships disappear.
Oh, go ahead, Matrix.
Heartful, I think it was. What distance do these ships disappear at through your telescope? 10 miles, 20 miles?
I don't know exactly, but I just know that by natural observation, that's what happens. So I don't think it matters how many.
That's cool. That's what we want.
No, I mean, I haven't observed it. No, I haven't observed it. I'm just saying it's like an experiment that you can do. Like that's like proven. Like that's something you can see. I personally have never been to do that, but
well,
that's what
if you gave us a distance, if you said that these ships disappear hypothetically 20 miles, that would be awesome. Because we can do laser tests that run beyond that.
Yeah, but so question: Does perspective scale linearly or curvilinearly?
I think that if you have like a telescope that's good enough, your perspective shouldn't curve naturally if the Earth isn't round, right?
Well, hold on. So perspective itself, regardless of using an artificial optic or using your own eyes, does perspective scale in a linear fashion, like twice the distance, half the size, etc.? Or does it scale curvilinearly so that the relationship changes in a curving fashion?
I mean, I don't know if it's... I don't know. What does science say? I mean, it's curved, like my perspective is curved or like linear. I guess it's curved, but I don't know.
Well, for all practical purposes, perspective scales linearly. Now, the problem is if there's curvature, you've got not only perspective that scales linearly, but you've got the curvature of the Earth that should drop it in a curvilinear fashion too, so that the effect should compound. Nobody's ever observed both of those effects at the same time. And if you can prove it, please drop it in the chat. I'd love to see it.
I mean, I don't know the exact I don't know the answer to the perspective thing, but is that right? Like if you're twice as far away from an object, it looks less than half the size, right?
Yeah,
It's not like half
actually,
the size and twice the
yeah,
distance away.
that's like my point. I think if the Earth was flat and I had a telescope that's good enough, the ship would just appear smaller. But instead of appearing smaller, it just kind of goes like down. Like it's like it gets down and down, down until I can't see it anymore. It doesn't get smaller like yeah, it doesn't get smaller in size exactly.
Yeah, it should do both. It should get smaller in size in a linear fashion and drop it in curvilinear fashion at the same time.
But I think
nobody's ever shown that or demonstrated that at all.
I think the linear decrease in size is, I think that would be right?
If I'm observing a natural object like that I can see with my own eyes, if I'm just observing it, I can see that when it's like far from me, it just looks smaller, but it's the same proportions. But with the ship example, the proportions actually change. Like I just don't see half at this. At some point, I can't see half of the ship anymore, but the proportions are still the same. So,
so you're saying they disappear bottom up, right? That's to be expected too on a flat surface due to angular resolution loss. So the further you're looking away, it appears as though the plane beneath your feet is rotating away from you, kind of like taking a piece of paper and you have text written on it and you tilt it away from you. The further away it is, you've got this rotation effect. And eventually you can't see the text on the page anymore due to information loss, resolution loss, and perspective.
Wait, how is it? What do I just say? Angular what?
Angular resolution loss. So
what does it mean? What does it mean?
All right, so Josh, okay, I don't know how much time I have. You've got in your visual field of view, you've got the horizon line. Okay, it's a vanishing line across the middle of your eye. This corresponds to the middle of the aperture of your eye through the middle of the lens of your eye, going all the way back to your retina. 50% of what you see approximately is above that line. 50% is below. It's really not that, but for sake of the argument, we're going to go with that. Okay. So if you're in free space and there's no floor beneath you and no ceiling above you, and if you were to take a ball and throw it in the distance without gravity, that ball would shrink proportionately, top and bottom. It would shrink into the vanishing line of perspective, into the middle of your vanishing line, and disappear. Top and bottom would disappear, would shrink and converge at the same rate. The problem is you're standing on a surface. You're above a surface, above the ocean. And the sky, God knows how high it is, right? Because there's really no reflective surface. It's not like, gas particles are reflecting a solid thing for you to look at. You're just looking up in the sky. You got the sky doing what it does down to the vanishing line. But the floor beneath you does. And as the floor recedes into your vanishing line, it appears to ramp up in your visual perspective into the center line of your vision. And objects on the surface start to compress and compress and compress and disappear. If you have an object that is maybe 30 feet high on the same floor or surface that you're on, so I don't know, picture a building, maybe 3-story building that's next to you. And if you could have that building move away from you to the vanishing line, in the middle of your horizon, across your vanishing line, you're going to watch that building recede into perspective. The bottom part of that building is going to compress. The information loss will increase at a faster rate below that 50% line of your field of vision.
But,
more than it will, the information loss will recede above that because the building is taller than you are and is higher than the vanishing line of perspective at your height of eye. So if your height of eye is 6 feet, the building's 30 feet, you're going to see the bottom 6 feet of that building disappear before the top 24 feet.
Wouldn't it be the opposite?
Wait, but what about the upper parts? Like the upper part doesn't compress as well?
Sorry?
The bottom of the building, in that example.
The upper parts, doesn't the upper part compress as well?
Doesn't the what compress as well?
So you said, if I got you correctly, you said that the bottom part is like compressed, right? When it gets smaller. So
right,
why shouldn't?
Yeah, because the angle of propagation of light from the building and from the surface it's standing on converge faster than the top of the building down to the center of your field of vision.
That's
That angle is still wider, and you can still resolve the top of the building, but you can't resolve the bottom of the building versus the ground that it's on. That merges into one image faster than the top of the building does against the sky.
Okay, and we know that from like natural observation, like from what?
Yeah, that's optics and perspective. Your angular resolution limit on average is about 0.02 degrees.
So is this also something that I can see like at a small distance?
0.01 degrees above your vanishing line and 0.01 degrees below, 50% just about.
Yeah, and that's just that vertical angle. That doesn't even bring in yet that we can see, right? Like I say, you're looking out on the horizon, right? You can see the first like few miles, no problem, right? And then you see something that's 20 miles away. The next 20 miles is compressed. Like if you were to just take a picture of the ocean or something, the first few miles you can see. Right now,
can I ask something?
Now imagine you got the other 20 miles that are further away, all compressed into that little space off in the distance. Losing
That's right. So I created an image panel to teach this topic. Let me pull it up real quick. I'll post it in chat. I don't know how much time I have here. I'm kind of running on borrowed time. I'm going to post this here, and I'll have a few more minutes, and then I have to go. Let me just scroll down real quick. Yeah, sorry. Awkward silence, right? Here I go. Some dumb flurf has to go through his image stack. All right, here we go. So here's the first image what I was talking about. All right, here it is, 4:39 p.m., so 39 minutes past the hour. Do you see that? You see all the radial lines going to the vanishing line across your field of view? Okay, this is depicting that objects are going to compress at the same rate above and below your field of view as from the sides. Objects will compress in their image down to a vanishing point. Okay?
But the same observation can be made from short distances, because the example I gave you was with the ship when it goes really far away. So if this is something that naturally happens, then is this natural observation also apparent on short, when I'm looking like a few meters ahead, there's like the upper part compresses in a different way to the bottom?
Yep, I'm going to address that in just a second. So here's my next panel, 40 minutes past the hour. I'm showing here that the vanishing point is at the same distance from the ceiling and the floor, which is also saying that this has the same diffraction limit. The angular resolution loss of the ceiling equals the angular resolution loss of the floor. Okay? This is if you're suspended in free space and maybe the ceiling and the floor are equidistant from your eye, or there's no ceiling and no floor, right? But objects are going to recede and vanish proportionally. Nobody disputes that. Here's where the situation changes. Here's what we're arguing, and this isn't just flat earth science. This is just optics. So I'm going to present one more image. I'll leave this with you real quick, and you're going to understand. So do you see how there are horizontal lines across the floor and horizontal lines across the ceiling? And you see how they kind of converge at the same rate, which means information loss is happening at the same rate top to bottom. Here's what happens when you put your optic near the floor. The compression of those horizontal lines happens at a faster rate, and you can't differentiate between them on the floor, and yet you can still make them out on the ceiling at the same distance. Things will disappear bottom up because of information loss from the bottom up. You can't see the bottom brick of a high-rise building because it compresses and meets with the floor, and the light waves actually interfere with each other and deconstruct each other. The peaks and the troughs cancel each other out.
So what if I'm standing on like a really flat surface, when like exactly at the middle, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I just see something like if I'm not standing like on the floor, but like exactly on the middle of something. So what would I see when it goes away?
If you do that, well, you'll see what's in the image I posted above that at 40 minutes past the hour. Same distance, same diffraction limit. The range limit is going to be the same. If you were to take another human being that stood directly in front of you and throw him off into the distance, his top and bottom would shrink at the same rate. If you're in free space, like let's say you're in outer space and you watch him disappear, boom, into a dot, and then he's gone. Now, if he's standing on a floor and you do the same thing, because you're above the floor, the information loss is going to gobble him up, bottom up, as he recedes into the distance, because the diffraction limit is changing, has a different ratio from your vanishing line across your field of view above as it does below. And it's because of the presence of a surface. The light from the surface that the guy's standing on destroys the light from the guy that's standing on it. And they become indistinguishable from one another. I hope that helps explain it. I have to go, dude. I'm so sorry. If anybody can take this over.
Fine. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Yep. I hope I don't sound too crazy. I'm just describing optics, regardless of whether or not I'm a flat earther. So take that for what it is and have a good night.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, it's actually pretty simple. Once you realize how simple it is, you understand every other phenomena that is actually optically caused and is unfortunately mistreated for the assumption of a supposed curvature that has never been measured, neither has been found on the Earth itself. Another great example and experiment I can actually tell you, which is, I would say, by far the most easiest one, if you live close to a city or in a city, especially, or have some high buildings around that are next to each other, what you can do is you can look up, get a fixed shaded point in the middle of, estimation between these two buildings. And what you will realize, it looks from your perspective as if the buildings are slowly curving towards each other. What you know is that buildings don't curve towards each other. They're not built crooked. They're built straight. But what you then know for certain is that so-called perspective and the phenomena attached to it will cause you to think and see that the two buildings and their tops are getting closer to each other.
I'm not sure I got it. Like where do I look to see them like curving?
Like train tracks.
Wait, I post a picture. Pictures speak more than 1,000 words. It's probably easier for you to see what I'm talking about. So let me just post a picture of two buildings right next to each other. So, for example, these two buildings. Right? So look at these two buildings. Do you see?
Is it like are you like in the middle of the buildings? Because it looks like you're not in the middle, but I don't know.
No, I didn't make that picture, but what you can see is it looks like as if the gap between them is getting smaller and smaller, right? The higher it goes, the further away the top of the buildings are, right? Yeah, that is the same effect. Now, no matter how this effect applies to the horizon and the blue sky above, this effect applies to railways, this effect applied to when you're on a big hotel and you look down the corridor and you see how the corridor gets smaller. It's always the same effect.
But I mean, if I looked from like a certain position that's like, I don't know, exactly in the middle or like in a certain angle, then wouldn't the distance be actually the same?
No.
Well,
it will always have this optical phenomena going on.
if you
It's not
that's
okay.
that's the vanishing point. Yeah, so the vanishing point is a point, and you're saying, well, that should converge to a single point, not obstruct bottom up. But then, what's his Amish? The other guy had gone, and Clay's doing it great job too, right? But and Amish went through it. The difference is that when you're on the ground, right, that you see about a mile in front of you, real clear, big angle to the mile in front of you. Now there's like another 10 miles that are all compressed into an even smaller field of view. Field of view, it'll be called like foreshortening, right? So you'll see right in front of you, no problem, right? Like it's like a mile in that picture. In one of the pictures that he put in, Matrix put it in there. But now the other 10 miles in the distance is all squished into this tiny little sliver of space where it gets compressed bottom up. So there's a couple different things happening.
Okay, I have a different question. Is that okay as well?
Yeah, Clay's gotcha.
Okay, so let's say the Earth is flat now. That means that theoretically, like, so planes should be restricted at some places because they can't like make the full circle, right? Because it's flat.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how do you explain. I mean, I don't know if that's true, but I'm pretty sure there must be some plane or some air vehicle that goes, for example, beyond like Antarctica or beyond certain continents that should be the edge. So how is that explained?
Well, first of all, what you will realize is that there are no flights corridors where actually almost no flights are going over. They're just mostly on the very, on the south. In many cases, you have flights that go in the northern part, or at least that's what they tell us is the north, But north-centric is mostly what has to do with intercontinental flights. You can see this on Flight Radar. So if you go on Flight Radar and you look for where actually all the planes are around and fly, you will notice that there's a specific area which everything is kind of stuck into. So I'm gonna pull, if you don't know what Flight Radar is, it shows you all the planes that are up in the air on the Earth. So you can see where the stuff is flying, where it isn't.
Okay, so I mean, let's say that this is actually true and the Earth is flat. So like, why would people make so much effort to say that it's round, right? It doesn't make like what's their motivation for it? I mean, why would they care so much?
Well, my answer to this is an intellectual honest answer, which an intellectual honest person would say, I do not know. I do not know the true intentions of the persons who have created the Antarctic Treaty. I do not know. Let's get further back. I do not know the true intentions of the people who have came up with the heliocentric paradigm, which, if you want to go to the very beginning, which are Greek philosophers looking at the sky and making assumptions about the sky. Why they had the need further on through the Jesuits and the Catholics to make that a requirement for educational purposes, I do not know, right? Question is it true that what they try to educate, does it align with observable reality, yes or no? That is the bigger question. Why it would be a lie doesn't really matter as soon as you realize that it is a lie, right? You don't go in a deep dive to understand why your wife might have been going with some other dude, right? You just accept the fact you have caught her. Therefore, who cares what the deep dive of the reason might was? You're gonna get away from that woman, hopefully, right? Because she is not trustworthy anymore. So if I find anomalies of the globe, right? If I find one thing which would be like a black swan, right? If you're familiar with that type of argumentation, if I find one thing that contradicts the spinning, wobbling, tilted, accelerating, decelerating, simultaneously flying through an ever-expanding world of darkness spaceball theory, then I have an issue. Because if there's one black swan, if there's one thing that contradicts the notion thereof, and I'm just talking about one, and I could give you hundreds, then why should I go back to my wife that I caught cheating? Right? Why should I take anything from her if she has showed herself to be untrustworthy as a parable for the heliocentric religious paradigm? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think it's very reasonable to say I don't know. So, but I would ask, like, I mean, what is like the actual proof? Because, I mean, like, for example, the question I asked you about the sailing ship. So you disproved it using, like, you talked about perspective and the upper compression and this thing. So it may like disprove this this kind of claim, but like, I mean, how do you claim the opposite? How do you claim that the Earth is round? What do you use to make that?
Yeah, I definitely want Clay to answer that. But real quick, I just want to remind you what Amish, the other guy who was talking, you said that now we have perspective, right? That causes these things. There's no curvature that's added to that for additional drop. I just want you to remember that part. So that would be like a proof, right? But go ahead, go
ahead. Sorry, can you repeat the question real quick?
So basically, what is the proof for the Earth being flat?
What is the proof for the Earth being flat? Well, the biggest understanding I gotta get through to you is that what if the Earth presents itself to be a certain way, and then there's someone who claims it's the opposite of what it presents itself to be, right? Is there really a requirement of like saying this is the definite proof? Because if I go outside, I know for a fact the ground beneath me isn't moving. It isn't accelerating forwards or backwards. There is no movement that I feel. Therefore, the first thing is thrown out, which says that the Earth is spinning 1,600 kilometers per hour, accelerating, deaccelerating, shooting from every expanding void of darkness. I don't experience that. Therefore, now Earth is presenting itself to be still and motionless. Second,
yeah, but
I look at water. I look at 1 second. I give you a second one as an example. A second easy representation of Earth. Earth is presenting its large masses of water, which are not curving, which by the easy observation of the natural behavior of water, it lays out sea level surfaces, right? So I can go on and talk about how the Earth presents itself, and then someone comes around like you, for example. I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying that you do this, but someone might come around, let's say a random person, and he says, you know what, Clay, you're completely stupid. Even though you see all these things, and even though you experience the Earth being still and water flat, and therefore, I tell you that the Earth is the complete opposite. Actually, you're not standing still. The ground beneath you is spinning at 1,600 kilometers per hour. You know, actually, the sun isn't moving. The sun is standing still in the sky. It's you on the Earth falling backwards 1,600 kilometers per hour, and you just have the optical illusion of the sun moving. But it's actually Earth spinning beneath your feet. And then I'm saying, okay, great. Wow, cool on you, dude. That's a great story. For now, I'm just accepting what reality is until you, which have brought up the burden of proof of showing me that it's the opposite of my experiences, right? Therefore, as a flat earther, I don't even have the mandatory need to explain what the Earth is if you have eyes and ears and senses as a normal guy, right? But if you come around and tell me the Earth is the opposite of what you yourself experienced, go ahead and tell me how it is.
Okay, so let's say, for example, so I mean, if the Earth is flat, then I should theoretically be able to just keep going like through countries and continents, and I should end up in the same place if I'm going for the same direction, right?
Wait, try it out. If you want to, if you want to know something, don't do it theoretically. Try it out. I can 100% practically try everything out I just explained when it comes to water, when it comes to gas pressure, when it comes to the Earth's movement.
I mean, we both can't because, I mean, I'm pretty sure you haven't gone to Antarctica to see like the borders or whatever the borders are, and I haven't been through all the Earth. So I mean, we have to rely on...
I'll be honest, I don't need to. I accept reality for what it is. I do not see you come from the perspective of saying I want to check that it's actually not flat. I want to make it a globe. That is not my way of thinking. I'm saying as long as I'm in the capabilities of what I am, right? As long as gas pressure needs the requirement of a containment to press against, then everything else someone hypothetically in their brain tell me is also happening, like gas pressure next to vacuum, is their hypothetical fantasy world, because I cannot call it reality since I cannot measure it, neither observe it, neither prove it this way. So if someone like you says, then okay, let's make a hypothetical up in our brain, that is nothing to me, right? With all due respect, right? But I don't entertain these hypotheticals, these ideas that I can make everything in my brain work. But when it comes to reality, I gotta have it there to check if what I make up in my brain is true. And if people want to think there's some ball in an absence of matter, which is space, so a positive pressure next to negative pressure, they can go ahead. But what I know for a fact is that is an impossibility due to the law of the natural processes observed in reality, which is gas pressing against its container. Therefore, we can only call it gas pressure because it's pressing. Everything else is unlogical. But if you are a cool guy and you're like, you know what, Clay, you just all get it wrong. Actually, I can show you and prove to you in an experiment in reality how that is possible. Then I'm willing to listen to it. I'm not gonna say, you know what, you're a fool. But as long as you just argument in the realms of, hypothetically, I have some idea in my brain, and hypothetically, if you think that through with me, faith-based, then that's never gonna get anywhere. That's just, we might as well just go into Narnia land and talk about our fantasies. I have fantasies too, right? But it's not reality. That's the main issue I have, right? Don't even look at me as a flat earther. I'm just a guy, a very simple, minimalistic person who has his senses working. My ears work, my eyes work, my every sense, thanks God, because some people don't, but everything works perfectly. Therefore, I just accept for what is presented to me, right? That is my perception of reality. What can I observe? Yeah, go on.
No, I get you. But I can't see I can't check whether there is curvature or not. So when I use my senses to see if the Earth is flat or not, I don't really have an answer just through my eyes and just through my senses, because to be able to determine that, I would have to go a very long distance, or I would have to measure some kind of curvature. But I'd have to go a very long distance. So I don't have, using my senses, I have no way to know if the Earth is flat or if it's round. It could also be a triangle. Like, I just haven't gone far enough, right? So I get that. What I'm saying is
that is not true. You gotta be a bit more intellectually honest with yourself, right? You have a certain experience about Earth. So let me just go through it with you. Right now, beneath your feet, do you feel any movement?
No, but if I would be in a train, I wouldn't feel any movement as well. So I don't know. It's also moving. The train is moving really fast. So I'm not sure if it's like, if I would have been in a train and someone just wouldn't let me see anything and wouldn't let me hear anything, and I would just stand there, I would not know that I'm in a train, right?
Is that a truthful statement, or is it just your perception?
Well, I've been in a train, so that's what I'm basing my answer on, I guess. Or in a car, but a car is a little easier to determine.
But if I'm as an intellectual person, if someone would blindfold me, put me in a trunk, put me in a train, put me on the plane, I would feel something. There is no such thing as an absence of feeling. I would feel some vibration, some sound. I would hear something. There's always a sense to sense. There is no such thing that I can move with and I get from A to B and I would never have realized I moved. That is an impossibility. And I think it is not honest to use that as an argumentation. You can feel the plane flying, right? You can feel the train driving.
I mean, yeah, but I think it's really like because I'm seeing the plane, the train moving. I'm pretty sure that if I would not see the train moving, it sounds to me very, very, very likely that I would just not notice because when I sit on a train, when I put my legs on the floor, I don't feel any sense of very clear vibrations. I may feel them just by looking at the view, but I'll tell you the truth. I'm not that like, and also, it's if the Earth was moving, then I would be used to the movement. So it would feel to me as though these vibrations, the vibrations that I'm feeling right now when I'm standing on the floor, are completely natural. So I still wouldn't have a way to know that.
Wait, can you repeat that real quick? Sorry, I got just kind of got distracted for a second. Can you quickly just sum up what you just said? Sorry.
I mean, I meant like, sorry, I meant that like, if I put so when I'm in a train, I feel the vibrations are different. I feel the train is moving because I already know, because it's relative to the vibrations I have when I'm sitting. So for example, when I'm sitting not in a train, I feel a certain thing, and when I'm in a train, I feel the difference in vibrations. But if I was all my life only on Earth and the Earth was moving, I wouldn't feel the difference. Because I mean, I wouldn't feel the change in vibrations. It would feel completely natural to me that I'm moving. So it would to me just natural.
Mm-hmm.
You get me?
So you're saying that the lack of evidence is the evidence?
Oh no, I'm not arguing for the Earth being round. I'm just trying to find a way that I can know that the Earth is being flat. So yeah.
Flat is a description. Earth is the soil, right? The minerals. And then there is the waters across. Then you are on top of the ground, in a medium, under the heavens above. And you describe your observation, and we can measure the waters across as a horizontal frame of reference and not curving. So if you're asking for, if you're claiming the globe, but obviously we don't observe it, we cannot measure it, that's been falsified. Are you asking for evidence of what? Of flatness? Flatness will be a tolerance description. It is flat with intolerance. We have topography.
In this case, I was talking about the Earth moving, so not necessarily. I mean, yeah, I guess not necessarily like the shape, but just about the movement.
So the claim of the Earth being spinning in an axis, right? Just with your vestibular system that will detect that movement, the lack of detection of that movement demonstrate to you that claiming that is doing this spin or spinning in the axis is complete nonsense, because you will be detecting it. Or let's say the movement, like you're saying, it's too small to detect it. No one in history has demonstrated any movement of the ground below our feet, so the lack of evidence cannot be the evidence.
Right. I'm not arguing that the Earth is moving. I'm just arguing that I can't know whether it's moving or not, because I wouldn't feel different in vibrations.
You know it's not moving, because if it was moving, we will not have landmarks that have ground positions, the luminaries, right? Like the ground positions on the